have personal triumphs, and sit at tables that many aren't aware that exist. Now, I'm not saying that I've reached a level of where I have no room to grow. I learn always. I learn continuously. It's imperative in an ever-changing world. It's imperative that I choose to be a learner every day. But I want you to encourage you not to continue to allow the words of your past, of things that people have said to you growing up, and the negative words from haters and competitors have said concerning your business, but to focus on what you can do with what you have. And that's what I do. I teach small owned business women, uh, small owner, I'm sorry, I got tongue tied. Women own small businesses, how to use what they have by way of staff development and positioning. Because Oprah Winfrey stated, every time you state what you want, what you believe, you're the first to hear it. It is a message to both you and to others about what you think is possible, which is why listening matters. Listening and then thinking and seeing it. So don't put a ceiling on yourself. It is my hope that you have come to the realization of the power of your words and how your words affect your thinking and how thinking affects the reactions and the interactions of your employees, which filters out to your customers, and then your community at large. So I challenge you today to use your words wisely. I like to make people think, and I'm also a motivational speaker. I believe that once you hear, you can visualize it and then take the necessary actions to carry it out within your business, with your team. Now, what will you choose to do? Thanks for listening.
In 2014, after losing my mother, I decided that I was going to change my profession. I was going to leave marketing and do something a lot more heart-centered. I decided I was going to be an executive coach. And for 5 years, I worked with clients all around the world, and I got them really, really good results. By that 5th year, which was 2020, by the way, I decided it was time for me to take my skill set to the next level. And so I applied to and got accepted into one of the top executive coaching programs in the country. And I was excited about this because everyone said that this was the right thing to do. Now, I got into this coaching program right at the beginning of the year in 2020. And as you know, what transpired in 2020 with the pandemic and then further the incidents in our country around social unrest as related to George Floyd was at an all-time high. In that class, I thought that I would have an opportunity to share and express the things that were on my mind. I thought that this space would be ideal for me at this moment in time. However, what I found was when I shared things in my course with my European brothers and sisters, they were not received well. As a student and also as someone practicing to be a high-level coach. When I shared the things that were going on in my world, I was met with microaggressions, bias, prejudice, and frankly, a fair amount of white fragility and just white anger. And at first, I thought it was just me. And so I decided that I was going to reach out to other brothers and sisters in the classroom to see if that was the case. And what I found out was it wasn't just me. Others in the class was experiencing the same thing, or they were simply not even talking about what they were experiencing. And this is really tragic because the coaching environment is designed to address these types of situations and help you cultivate insight and move through difficult situations. My name is Michael Tucker, and today I'm going to be talking about why you, as a Black CEO, if you decide to choose a executive coach, why that coach should be Black. We're going to be talking about what you should look for in choosing an executive coach and how to prepare yourself to get the most out of that experience. There is a big secret in the coaching industry. But before I get into this big secret, I want to talk with you about the difference between coaching and therapy to make sure that we are on the same page. You see, therapy is a healing art. It's about addressing the past, identifying wounds and traumas, and moving beyond that. Coaching, on the other hand, is a completely different animal. Coaching is an opportunity to partner with someone who is creative, who has the ability to invite you into a higher awareness of yourself. You see, coaching is magic and alchemy that you are put in a situation to draw out from within inside of yourself. The issue in the coaching industry as it relates to the big secret is that this industry was not designed for Black folks. That's the secret. Why, you ask? Think about it. Executive coaching is designed for executives. This industry has been around for about 30 years. And who do you think have been executives all of this time? Well, I can tell you that only 3% of Black folks are executives in major corporations. So that should let you know that this industry was not designed for us. Now, that being said, when you look at the 40,000 International Coaching Federation members, you look at those coaches are primarily Caucasian women, which introduces a whole other conversation around patriarchy, and then also how these women have silently and strategically supported agendas that have not been in the highest good of humanity. But that's a different story. I want to go back to this big secret and what you can do about it. You see, when you look at the data shows as early as 2019 that there are some challenges when it comes to white individuals coaching Black individuals. In fact, in a recent study from Columbia University, this is what they say, and I want you to get this word for word. What they say is that white coaches may be ill-suited to serve as effective thought partners for Black organizational leaders. This is not me saying this, this is them saying this. And here's the reason why. It has to do with the mindset. Black folks are not seen as leaders and they're not seen as managers. So that creates a bias. And so this bias shows up in terms of the feedback that is given to Black leaders. We're given less critical feedback. You see, there's two parts to coaching. There's the support, and then there's the challenge aspect of it. And what this research shows is that more times than not, Black folks were told, these leaders were told, you're doing a great job. But when it was time to really face the difficult and challenging, tough conversations, these conversations were not had. White coaches typically spent less time, they consistently spent less time talking about development of Black leaders. And they also were 2 times as likely to sidestep conversations about diversity. Now, this is absolutely critical because if this is showing up in your world, you need to talk about it. Coaching is supposed to be a safe space where you can be authentic, where you can share fully what's going on in your world so you can surface those experiences and draw wisdom and insight from those experiences. But if that is not happening, then it creates a challenge. Emotionally, this becomes problematic because now you're silencing yourself, or you're feeling like you need to not be disruptive with your racial concerns. But that further just exacerbates the condition and reduces the type of insight that you have access to as a coaching client. Lastly here, from a spiritual aspect, when you are in a deep coaching relationship, you are opening yourself up completely. Okay, and so as you open yourself, you are exposing yourself, the most vulnerable aspect of you, to the energies of others. And if those individuals cannot see you, whether consciously or unconsciously, in your highest, best self, there's an impact that impacts you. So you you are actually limited by that. Well, let's talk about the answer here. The answer is us. The answer is coaching with a Black coach. We are the answer that we have been looking for. And this is not about Black coaches being better than white coaches. This is about you. This is about your frequency. This is about working with someone who understands where you're coming from. And it's about being able to have the same access to the creativity and the innovation and the imagination and the fire that we bring to every other endeavor, and having that available to you as a coaching client. Why would you accept anything less than that? So let's talk about how you go about hiring the right coach. There are 6 things that are important for you to consider when you think about hiring a coach. Number one, you want to look at this individual's training. Does this individual have some type of training or certification that is rooted in the core competencies of coaching? The International Coaching Federation is the gold standard for this in the world. However, I'm not suggesting that that's the only certification body out there. There are plenty of great coaches that belong to other certification bodies, but you just need to understand that this is the main one that Fortune 500 companies look at. Number two, the person that you coach with needs to understand the history and mindset of Black folk, and they need to, in some way, shape, or form, be involved in the liberation or elevation of our people. Why? Because this is going to show up in how they see you and the space that they hold for you. And if they cannot hold a powerful space for you and seeing you fully as you are, that's going to limit your ability to see yourself, and it's going to limit the insight that you have. Next, you want to make sure that the person that you work with is someone who has some type of spiritual or contemplative practice. Now, I'm not here to tell you what that should be, but there needs to be some type of awareness of a connection to a higher order of energy, a higher order of thought. Why? Because our nature as original people is a spiritual being. And you want to be able to have access to that as you move through the coaching experience and beyond the coaching experience, because the coach's role is to help you tap into you and be more effective at doing that. The next thing that's going to be really important is for this coach to have experience working with leaders, working with executives. Now, this individual does not need to have an experience that, in your particular profession or what have you. However, it is important that they have experience working with leaders. In fact, it's actually better if they don't know anything about your profession, because they don't come to the table with baggage about how you should think and how you should show up in the world. And finally, you want to make sure that the coach that you choose does not need your money. You want to make sure that this coach values your money but does not need it, because oftentimes coaches take on clients because they need the money. And what this does for you is that when it's time for a conversation that is difficult to be had, this coach will not have that conversation with you because they're afraid of losing you. You want a coach that is unapologetically strong and willing to allow you to be strong with them. Now, let's talk about becoming the right client. Before you get a coach. You want to make sure that you prepare yourself, you prepare your mind. And there are three things that you need to do to make sure that you become the right client, the right type of coachee. The first thing is you want to get absolutely clear on what you're going to do with the insight that you gain as a result of receiving this coaching. How are you going to not just serve the company that in many cases pays for this service, but how are you going to serve our community, and how are you going to serve your family and the world at large? That's number one. With great wisdom comes great responsibility, and you will develop your wisdom in a way that you never experienced it before when you work with the right type of coach. Next, if you are in a relationship, you need to get buy-in from your partner or your spouse to make sure that they are supportive of your engagement. Oftentimes, these individuals, when it comes time to do the homework, they may be supporting you in that. And so it's also important to make sure that they are in alignment with you, and that you even introduce some of your family dreams and goals and so forth into this coaching engagement. Next, you want to make sure that you have budgeted for coaching. You see, white coaches make 5, 6, and sometimes 7 figures to coach. If you are working with a coach that is not only meeting your needs and exceeding your needs, why would you expect him or her to work for less? So start to think about how you're going to budget for this coaching experience. Now, this also means talking with a few coaches, understanding what their payment plans are, asking them if they even offer a plan where it's a performance based, where maybe you pay some up front and you pay back on the back end based on bonuses that you might earn or growth in your company. You want to have these kinds of conversations. Make it work for you. With that being said, I want to leave with a story. In the Zulu culture, there is a greeting that is used, and that greeting is sawubona. And sawubona means I see you. Now, they're not just talking about seeing the person in front of you. What they're talking about is also seeing your history, your ancestors. They're talking about seeing your legacy. They're talking about seeing your future. They're talking about seeing all of you and all that you have the possibility to be. When you choose an executive coach, make sure that you are choosing someone who can see you for all that you've been and all that you can be. So with that, I say sawubona, and here's to hiring a Black executive coach.
Hi, listen, I am Trudy B. Parson of Fortify Your House, and I am excited to share this time with you. I know up to this point, you have had some amazing keynote speakers share some tips and some trainings with you that's going to really help to grow and expand your life. But listen, I'm here at this point, at this time, and I believe you are too, to be able to partake in this information that's going to help not just grow you, but it's going to grow your bank account if you take this advice to heart. So let's get right into it. I don't want to prolong it. I know I have a certain set amount of time, amount of minutes with you, and I am excited to share and fill every last one of those. So when I talk about fortifying your house, what do I mean by that? When you're ready to fortify your house, it means that you're simply ready to secure some things, secure what belongs to you, secure what belongs to your family, secure what belongs to those that you're leaving an inheritance to, right? The Bible tells us that an inheritance for our children's children is the result of us being a good man or a good woman, right? So I don't want to just categorize who gets to do that for their family, their friends, and things like that. So again, I'm here to talk to you about creating generational wealth, eliminating generational debt, because I believe if we can have generational debt, we can have generational wealth, right? So we're going to get right into it. Fortify your house, secure what belongs to you, make it strong and protect it from things that are external. From things that are external. We know that we're living in a time where there's so many external factors that are infiltrating our homes. And we are some people, I won't say we, but I speak in terms of community, but we feel like sometimes that it is up to the government to take care of us. It's up to the government if we can keep our business open. It's up to the government if we can go sit down and eat and enjoy our family members. But what I want to tell you is that it's really up to you what you're able to do. How you're able to secure and fortify your house is absolutely 100% up to you. I made a decision a long time ago to never, ever let anything external control whether or not I can feed my family. And I just want to give you a short story as to how I came to that conclusion and how I became so determined not to just do it for myself, but also to share that information with other people. I remember when my daughter was probably around 10 years old, and we had gotten evicted. You know, I want to be transparent because that's how people grow. That's how we grew. And we had gotten evicted from our home, and she was around 10. She may have been 9. And we ended up at a hotel, and we didn't know how we were going to pay the hotel bill at the end of the week. But it was one pivotal moment for me that really changed my life. It changed me and my husband's life forever when this moment came. So we were at the hotel, and she was in the pool. And for a 9 or 10-year-old, that's fun that you're staying in a hotel room and you're in a swimming pool every day if you want to be. So that was fun for her. So she was clueless. She didn't really know what was going on, because that's one mistake that we make with our children, is that we're not transparent with them about the dealings of money and how it should be handled and how we need to handle our business, or other people's business will handle us, right? So she was in the swimming pool and she was playing with another little girl that was traveling in the area. And the little girl asked her, "Where do you live?" At that moment, it was very pivotal for me. It changed the very trajectory of my life and my mindset and my thinking. And it caused me to take control over my life. And she came to me, she said, "Mom, where do we live?" And my response to her was, "I don't know yet." In that moment, I made a conscious decision to never allow anything external to control how I live my life, how I pay my bills, whether or not we could live in a house or we have to live in a hotel room that we don't know how we're going to pay for at the end of the week. And so that's how I came to the conclusion that it's important to fortify your house, fortify what belongs to you, secure it tightly. Secure it tightly, so tight that it doesn't matter what happens externally. It doesn't dictate what happens internally. And so that is a reason. That is a reason in itself why you need to do this, why you need to fortify your own house. For that reason, right there. For me, my reason was my daughter, and having to look her in her face and tell her I didn't know where we lived. I didn't know where we lived. And that's something I'll never forget. And because I never forget it, I continue to build. And I don't just build people. I mean, I don't just build my finances. I build people, places, and things. And I build them quickly and swiftly. And it's important that we participate in our communities to do the same thing. It's not just about our individual business, but it's about the business we help to manage outside of ourselves. That's super important. So I've just given you what you need to do to start creating generational wealth and to start eliminating generational debt, and why that's important, and what we call it being fortified. It's super important that you understand that there are methods and there are certain ways that you'll have to use to be able to fortify your house. So when I say that to you, you might say, "Well, now you told me what I need to do." And you said simply just to fortify, secure what belongs to me. You also gave me a reason as to why you did it. But now let me tell you how. I think that's very important, because if I leave you here, right here at this moment, I've told you what to do, but not how to do it. And so there's 4 ways how you could govern world systems, right? So now we're going to talk about governing world systems and how we do that in order to secure what belongs to us and to secure what's coming after us. Those 4 ways are that you secure your house economically, you secure your house spiritually, you secure your house relationally, and you can also secure your house politically. And so let me start economically first. And we've heard this time and time again, right? You should have multiple streams of income. The Bible actually tells you should have multiple streams of income, because you don't know what's going to happen to the one stream that you might have. When it dries up, what are you going to do? And so that's something I really want you to consider. If the one stream of income dries up, What are you going to do? What's your next step? Unfortunately, during the pandemic, so many people have found themselves in a position with one stream that has dried up, and they didn't have at least six others that would be able to provide for them and their families, which left their house unfortified, right? Which is what we're talking about. And so when I talk about fortifying your house economically, it's important that you know this, that every millionaire has at least seven streams of income, right? Seven streams of income. Every millionaire has at least seven streams of income. Did I make that up? Absolutely not. You know who's tracking that money? The IRS. So they say that every millionaire has at least seven streams of income. So what does that look like? One stream of income is earned income from a paycheck. So you might have earned income from a paycheck, and that money you should be using to help build your dream. You know, earlier today, I was speaking to someone, and they were telling me that they spent 37.5 hours on their job or working for somebody else's dream. And when I asked them how many hours they spent working on their own dream, they said 10 hours. I use that as an example to them to let them know that their job could be getting in the way of fulfilling their life's purpose and securing their own personal home. Because what we all know to be true, and we probably all experienced it at some point, when that job you love no longer loves you, what are you going to do? And that's why it's important to really measure that. Some people have no idea what they even wanted to grow up to be anymore because their job has stripped that memory from them. And I'm not speaking against jobs, because this is telling you one stream of income that a millionaire has is one that causes them to gain a paycheck. But what I am telling you is that you have to invest just as much or more time in what you want to do with your life than you do on doing it for somebody else. So it's important that you have seven streams of income, multiple streams. So I'm not just talking about multiple streams here, right? We're talking about multiple strategic streams of income. If we're talking about creating financial freedom, generational wealth, we have to be very strategic. We can't just do things blanketly. We have to be very strategic about how we handle those situations. So the first stream of income we talked about was a paycheck from employment. The next stream we're going to talk about is rents from rental and real estate. I'm giving you the seven streams of income every millionaire has. So it would behoove you to really get involved in the areas of income. If you plan on being a millionaire, it's absolutely possible that you can be, but you have to be strategic about it. So the second level, of course, is real estate. Gaining rents from real estate, investing in real estate. A lot of people are getting into wholesaling. And I myself have done so, because why have I done that? Because I believe in the seven streams of income. And so you want to get involved in real estate. You want to purchase property, or you want to wholesale property, you want to have rental property. Things like that are very important for you to get involved in to satisfy that stream of income. So now, so far, we've gotten you're gaining a paycheck, not either, but in this list of seven multiple strategic, very strategic streams of income, we're talking about you having a paycheck from somewhere or somebody, whether even if it's contracted work, right? That would be a paycheck. And you're also talking about rental income, owning it, gaining money from rent. And then the third stream of income I wanted to tell you about is royalties from selling rights to use something they've written or invented. Something you've written or invented. Have you written a book? Have you invented a product? But you own the rights to that. You own it. And which means if you own it, you also have the ability to sell it later when it gains a lot of revenue, or you just keep it for those coming after you. The next stream of income I want to share with you is capital gains from selling appreciated assets. Capital gains from selling appreciated assets. So this is what you can hold on to some things, let it gain momentum, let it gain more and more money, and then you can sell it and be able to gain a lot of money from it. Dividend income, that's the next stream. Dividend income from both stocks owned. Dividend income from stocks owned. So if you own stocks, it's going to pay you dividends if you own the right stocks. So you might say, what are the right stocks? So listen, the right stocks are things that are creating, that already has a created demand, right? So we know that there is a vaccination for COVID. So it would kind of make sense to invest in the companies that are producing it, the companies that are transporting it, um, equipment that they use to produce it, and equipment that they use in transporting it from place to place. Any of those things, you're probably going to want to invest in stocks in, but you want to learn about those areas before you just put money into it. You want to watch the numbers. I tell people you can't leave your business to somebody else to operate, and you can't leave your business to somebody else to handle, because ultimately the people, these outside people, don't live in your house. They're never going to have as much invested in what you want to do and what you want to have than you will. It's super important that you keep your eyes on it, that you're willing to read, you're willing to be educated in areas that you're ignorant. I always say this. I always say this about ignorance, and it's been phrased in such a way and positioned in such a way to make you feel like somebody is saying something really bad about you. But all of us at some point were ignorant in a certain area, which just simply means that we don't know. We don't have knowledge in that area. There is an ignorance that you have, and an ignorance that that you keep. An ignorance that you have, and the ignorance that you keep. And once people give you the information about that thing that you don't know about, and you decide not to move forward or not to use the information, then you have just chosen to be ignorant. And that's different from simply having an ignorance about a topic. And so when I speak about that, you want to make sure that you're educated in all these streams of income. But what I will also tell you is another stream of income is residual income. It's important. So what is residual income? Residual income is simply something you've done one time and you continue to earn money from it. I can tell you this, in residual income, the pandemic started, businesses closed, operations closed, but what never ceased for me was a residual income check. And that's what you need to be present in your life to fortify to secure your home. You need income to continue coming no matter what closes outside of your home. Residual income is part of those multiple streams of strategic income. It's necessary. It's necessary. So when we talk about fortifying our house, we just talked about fortifying our house economically. We talked about multiple strategic streams of income, which is imperative that you are strategic about those. And it's not just about working multiple jobs, having a lot of things to do. It's not about being busy, broken under Satan's yoke. It's about being busy and being productive. And that's what causes you to fortify your house economically. Busy and productive, not busy, broken under Satan's yoke, but busy and productive. It's very important that you're productive while you're doing many things, and not just doing many things and not having the revenue or the time freedom to prove that it has been productive. When we talk about financial freedom, it's very important that we understand that time freedom is a huge part of that. Because if you're spending most of your time working to secure the finances or the revenue that you gain, that's not freedom at all. All that is now that what you used to do for somebody else, you're doing it for your business name, and you still don't have the freedom that financial freedom is truly supposed to bring. So we want to make sure that we have financial freedom and we have time freedom. That is what true freedom is made of. Okay, so we have talked about economically fortifying our house, but what about fortifying our house spiritually? How do we fortify our house spiritually? We have to make sure that our prayer game is up, right? That we are identifying what it is in our life that will help us to get to the next level. And most of all, it's important that you get an understanding of what's in your life that's been holding you back. And to be honest and transparent, not just with yourself or with other people, but to be honest and transparent with God. It's important that you lay all of your plans before him, because it's only his plans that are going to stand. And the foundational truth of business is this, is that if it is going to benefit the community, if it's going to show God in his best light and his glory, then you can look for it to prosper. What you put your hands to will prosper. But not only that, God had a vested interest in us being successful. And he was so vested in it that in his word, he said that I've given you the power to create wealth. The power to create wealth I've given you. And he's not going to give you something he doesn't intend for you to use. The misperception is that we're not supposed to be wealthy, but that's absolutely not true, because Jesus had a treasure and broke people don't have treasures, right? And so we have to understand this. We have the power to create wealth. What does that even look like? And why do we have the power? Because some people stop right there. They don't go to the end of that verse where it says that we have that power. It's almost necessary that we operate using that power to create wealth, because it goes on to say, this is how his covenant will be established in the earth, by us using our power to create wealth. So we're kind of obligated to become wealthy. When you really think about it, when I think about it spiritually, we're obligated to become wealthy, because this is how we will establish the covenant in the earth that God has given. Listen, if you've been given this power and you're just sitting on it, and some people say, well, I don't even know how to use it. This is what I encourage you to do. I encourage you to sit in a room with no distractions, no sound, just you, peace, silence, and God. And what you'll start to do is make an take an internal inventory and be able to assess what you already have in your hand, what you have in your house. What has he already given you in your hand and in your house that you can use? I remember in the Bible, Moses was complaining to him about the people, and they were doing this and they were doing that. And I've got this problem and I need this to happen. And he said, hey, what have you got in your hand? And he raised his staff and change happened. So whatever God has already given you in your hand, you can raise it unto him, and he's going to cause it to cause the change to come about in your life. This is how you use the power that he's given you to create wealth. You use what he's already given you. So if you sit and really think, if you couldn't buy anything to help you market your business, if you couldn't get somebody to network with, if you didn't know the right people at the right time, what has he already given you? He's given you enough. He's given you enough. He always equips us for the tools, with the tools that we need to be successful. If you ask him for a house, he'll give you wood or brick, but he expects you to build. He expects you to build and use what he's already given you. So whatever your skill, your talent, your gifts are, that is enough for you to be successful. It really, really is. If you take the time to change your perspective. You know, a lot of times people are looking for a new year to get started in this, a new year to get started in that. I'm so against New Year's resolutions based on a new year. My new year starts whenever my mindset starts to say, listen, this is the new thing God is doing. This is the new perspective I need to have. In Amos, he says, look, I'm doing a new thing. Don't you perceive it? That means, don't you even see it? Don't you even see it past what you're even thinking? You have to think beyond your experiences. A lot of you are perceiving things based on your experiences. But God says, I'm doing a new thing. He's not talking to you about a new year, because we can't wait another 12 months for a new thing. So some of you don't need a new year. You just need a new thing. And what I'm telling you is that God has already started to do the new thing. And his question to you is, do you perceive it? You have to change your perception. How do you see things happening? Yes, we're in a pandemic, but honestly, my life has not reflected me being in a pandemic. So you can actually design that based on your perception. So we can continue to talk about fortifying and securing our home, but what we have to be honest with ourselves about is, what does our perception look like? And I have faith, but am I doing the works? The works look like multiple streams of strategic income. Those are the works that you add to your faith. Faith without works is straight up dead. I say it all the time. It is straight up dead. You have to add works to your faith. Your faith is looking for your works. It's screaming out, calling out for your works. What do your works look like? Well, we can go back to economically fortifying your house. The 7 multiple strategic streams of income. And that's what your works would look like. Adding that to your faith and using what God has already given in your hand to create financial freedom, generational wealth, and to cancel generational debt. So the next area you can fortify your house in is relationally. And people say, what's my relationships have to do with it? Man, listen, your relationships have a lot to do with everything that concerns you. Everything that concerns you is built upon relationships that you have. We talk about networking, but what about your personal friendships? Do your friendships look the way that the Bible describes your friends should be? And sometimes we allow people to position themselves in our life in whatever way they choose, and we never go back to reposition them and put them in their proper place. For instance, let me give you this example. If you're working on a job, and on that job you made some friends, you could even be on that job 5 to 10 years, and you've made some friends or associates. Which have you acquired? Because sometimes they are simply associates, never meant to be called friends, because biblically friends are structured in a certain way. And if they're your associates and you're giving them friend information, and then you look up one day and they have shared it with somebody, or they dishonored you with that information, they were never really your friends. They were meant to be your associate. And it's your responsibility to maintain those boundaries. It's not their fault. Where they were wrong for doing it, yeah, they were wrong. But they were doing what associates do, not what friends do. So it's important that your relationships are structured in such a way where you control them. You have people properly placed, because what does that have to do with business? It can be very distracting if you're arguing with friends, if you're arguing with business partners, and you have made business partners friends that were only meant to be business partners, or if you have assignments, God assignments that God has given you in regards to a relationship with someone, and when that assignment had ended, you have decided to hang on to that assignment and hang on to them and place them in a position that they never should have been in. That causes conflict. And who can produce under the pressure of conflict, emotional conflict, right? So I say this all the time: your feelings will steal your fortune. So you want to make sure that you are establishing your relationships in a way that they are productive. Covenant relationships. How many covenant relationships do you have? You know, covenant relationships mean that you're in it together, but you're in it together for purpose, on and in purpose, that is going to produce something in the earth that God intended to be produced. You've only partnered up to give it a greater impact and to be able to do a lot easier. And it's a lot more fun when you do it with somebody that has the same understanding, right? How can two walk together unless they agree? So your relationships with people should be where they are in agreement with your life's purpose and what you're doing in the earth. And at some point, I tell people, you're grown years old now. You are grown years old. So your relationships should look very grown up, very productive, and they should fit into the lifestyle and your purpose. So that is another way that we fortify our house. So when we talk about another way, one other way to fortify our house, we talk about politically. Now, listen, I know people get real sensitive when we start to talk about politics. So I don't tell people to who they should vote for. I simply tell people that they should vote. And who you vote for should be based on your belief system, what's good for the whole of everybody, but everybody doesn't vote that way. So I don't really get into dialogue about who you should vote for, why you should vote for them, why you shouldn't. I believe that's a personal decision that you make, but I do think that it is one that you should make, not just on the big scale, but also your local government. Are you voting locally? Do you know who those candidates are? Do you know who's sitting in those seats? Because let me tell you why that's important. Because if you go before a judge one day and you feel like that they are sentencing you wrong or they're giving the wrong judgment, you had the opportunity to vote locally to start to get the right people in office, the right people in seats. And another reason it's important for you to fortify your house, politically, is that you are able to start positioning yourself at tables where your voice can be heard, appreciated, honored, and your suggestions are also taken to mind and taken to heart whenever you give those. So how are you positioning yourself in your own communities, in your own city, in your own state? How are you positioning yourself? Are you the go-to person for anything specific? Do they know when you enter the room that you bring change, that you should be able to shift the atmosphere just by being present? Are you able to do that? How are the people responding to you? Do they even know who you are? Do they even know that you even care about the city, the county, or the town that you live in? Are you making yourself present? So this is how we start to fortify our house politically. We show up. We show up. We show up in rooms that we may know nothing about the conversation. We show up in rooms where they may ask, why are you here? I've been in a meeting before and I've told people, well, I'm pretty sure by the end of the meeting, we will know. By the end of the meeting, we will know why I'm here. And every time by the end of the meeting, there are floods of people approaching me with their card, not because I specifically knew why I was in that meeting. Most of the meetings I go to, they're God-led, but they show up to me after the meetings. They feel like I'm somebody they should know. Is that the kind of presence that you carry with you and your business? Does your business make that type of mark in the community? That they know when they leave your presence, they're going to leave better than they were before. So you can make an impact politically, but actually either being a participant in the political system or having something to say locally in your county. Honestly, to be honest with you, I would prefer local government because that's where a lot of the big decisions are made, are locally. Do you have your ear to the ground? Do you know what they're doing with the money in the city and the county that you live in? Do you know what's going on with that? We have to be present. If we want to see change, we have to be present. And sometimes it doesn't happen the way that we want it to or when we want it to, but collectively, if we start to take on this mindset that we can fortify our own personal house, we can control how secure we are based on navigating the world system using these steps. It's important that you use these steps because these are all things that make your life what it is. And out in this world, in the world system, you have to navigate it using these steps. Economically, it's important for you to build multiple streams of very strategic income. Spiritually, you have to know what your purpose is. You have to know how to design it, and you have to know that you have what it takes to create wealth. You have the power to create wealth. God has already given it to you. He gave it to you in your hand. He put it right in your house for you to use. And relationally, we have to get people in check, y'all. Like you really do have to get people in check. You have to put people in the right position. And those that are not willing to be categorized will kind of shift themselves out of the way. But what we can no longer do is lend time to people, places, and things, really, that distract us or get in the way, that create barriers. And some people intend to do that, and some people don't. They just have decided they're going to position themselves in a certain way in your life. And because you've not recategorized them, they're just kind of along for the ride. That has to change. That really does have to stop. And it reminds me about Lot and Abraham. When God told Abraham to leave from familiar faces, places, and things, and instead of doing that, he took Lot with him. And it was important for him to leave Lot behind, but he valued the promise he gave to his brother to always care for Lot. And what he found out was later down the road was that they had too many blessings to even share, and Lot had to choose. He gave Lot he gave Lot the opportunity to be able to choose a part of the land so they could split ways, so they could finally be 100% obedient to God's ordering of his steps. Lot chose the greatest part of the land. What I could tell you about Lot, or a lot in your life, is that you can give them everything in your pocket. Lot will want the pocket. Lot chose the best part of the land, and what we know to go on later in the Bible was that he chose a part of the land that faced Sodom and Gomorrah, and we know what happened then. So what I'm telling you is, as Abraham went on and parted ways of what he should have left behind in the beginning, God began to bless him even more. And not only that, but he released where he was sending him. In the beginning of Genesis 12, he says, go, leave these familiar faces, places, and things. And as you go, I will tell you. As you go, I will show you. And so it wasn't until he started taking the proper steps that God began to show him the way that he should go. That's going to be the same thing that's true for you. As you begin to take the next steps, as you begin to move your feet, God is going to show you the next step you should take. Remember this. You'll take one, he'll take 10, 15, 20, 30, 40, 50, as many as he pleases. But out of obedience, when you take one step, he's going to take the rest. But you have to leave those things behind. And a lot of times that begins in our relationships, properly categorizing. And some people won't even find a place in a category once you really sift through them the way that you should. You want to make sure that you are fortifying your house economically, spiritually, relationally, and politically. It's important that we get involved in what's going on in our city, in our county, and in our state. In local government is so important. Education relies on it. The amount of money given to low poverty areas in our city depends on it. It depends on us showing up. And please, when you show up, have something productive to say. When you show up, have something productive to say, something that causes growth, something that causes a shift in the environment. So that's super, super important. Listen, I want to talk to you lastly about the Bible talking about the wealth of the wicked is laid up for the righteous. So when we talk about creating wealth, we can't be afraid to step out into the marketplace, out from inside the four walls of the church, but we have to get outside of the church into the marketplace where people are and where that wicked money is, right? So I want to tell you about the wicked money. It's wicked money. Some people call it nasty money, but listen, you didn't make it wicked. You didn't make it nasty. The Lord said that money is being laid up for you to go get it. Listen, I am a business launch coach, 100%. So I see opportunity. I see blind spots that people have in their businesses. And so it's important for me to tell you this, that all of the money, sometimes whenever people, more specifically, when Christian people talk about money, they get very uncomfortable because there's been some misteaching about what you're supposed to have and possess. And then they get uncomfortable whenever you tell them that you have access to money that's not clean, that you have access to money that's not clean. It doesn't mean that you're unclean or that you have access to wicked money. It doesn't mean that you're wicked. It means this. It means that you have access to all of this money that's been laid up unrighteously or righteously. You have access to that, and it's being laid up for you to collect it. Sometimes we see people advancing that we know or we feel like should not be advancing ahead of us. But the Bible tells us not to, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. What's that saying? What's that saying they have? Don't worry about it, sweetheart. Don't worry about it, sweetheart. That stuff is just being laid up. It's being laid up. So watch them lay it up. Watch them lay it up for you. Watch them lay it up for you in such a way you say, oh, that's wrong that they're getting that money that way and doing blah, blah, blah. But the Bible says that the wealth of the wicked, that good old wicked money, is laid up for the righteous. And when you go to collect it, it won't be any strife. It won't be hard for you to collect. It's been laid up. It's just waiting for you to go get it. It's just waiting for you to go get it. So one of the questions I have to ask you is, what are you waiting on? What are you waiting on to go collect what is rightfully yours? What is your holdback? And let me tell you what it is. I'm going to answer that question for you. The only person you are waiting on is you. You're waiting on you to show up for you. Listen, help is not coming. Help is here. You can't say you're waiting on God, because God has already been where you're going. And your blessings and your destiny are laying right there beside your purpose and your destiny. That's where your blessings are. They're not where you're standing right now. They're over there where you're supposed to be. So what are you waiting on to advance? What are you waiting on to move your feet? It's important to build generational wealth. You have to move your feet. It's important for you to leave an inheritance for your children's children. Remember, you want to be a good man or a good woman. So it's important for you to be able to leave that inheritance for your children's children. You're going to have to move your feet. A lot of people say, well, I'm good with just blah, blah, blah. But are your children's children good? Listen, we're not good until our children's children are good. And then it's also important for you. It's so, so, so important for you to know that you have what it takes. You need faith and you need works to build generational wealth. Generational debt, it will be canceled as you build generational wealth. We don't have to have our lives filled with the debt that our parents had. We don't have to have the same struggles. We have such access. Like even this platform now, they didn't have that access to the information of the know-how or what to do. I've given you 7 ways to build multiple strategic streams of income. One by one, check them off. Accomplish those things. This is what millionaires are doing. Millionaires are doing these things. I've also given you ways to solidify your relationships and to get rid of a few that are not productive. I've given you spiritual notes for you to be transparent with God, be transparent with yourself, and use what He's already given you. We ask for more and more and more, but He said, use what I've already given you. Use what I've already given you. And politically, you have to show up in your community. You have to show up and have something productive to say. And then you have to have something productive to do. Service. Are you providing service through your business to the community that you live in? Do they know you to be someone they can reach out or into to be able to fill a need that they have? This is how you build a presence in your community. How you become the go-to person. It's not just based on what you do, it's based on who you are. People will always buy you before they buy what you're offering. Remember, your business is just an extension of you. It's about integrity, it's about character, and it's about not leaving anybody behind, not generations, and not just your generation personally, not just the next generation that's the generation of people that's connected directly to you, but God speaks in community. He speaks in terms of community and generations. And if that conversation or what you're building does not scream community and generation, then it's probably not what God is leading you into. It may possibly be something God is leading you out of. And so it's very important that what you're building builds community. I think about Nehemiah building a wall, and you may say it's very difficult for me to build what I'm doing, but I remember him. He was a cupbearer. He was not a wall builder, but he showed up to do what God was asking him to do. So as you continue to build your businesses, as you are able to go and build and collect materials to build, he even had permission from the king before. He had permission from him to go and do this thing. And not only that, but he sent him with letters to tell other people to give him what he needs along the way. You have the same capability. Remember, the power to create wealth gives you the power to go and to build. Go and build. Go and build something great, something that outlives you. Your thoughts will not outlive you. Your actions will. Your actions will outlive you. Your thoughts won't, but your actions will. Continue to build and to fortify your house. Secure it from anything external. Strengthen it from the inside out, where the external things won't affect it. It won't break it down. You won't be distracted by it. And to be honest with you, at times, you'll even forget there's some external things going on because it doesn't control you. It doesn't control your family, doesn't control your finances. You can build generational wealth. Yeah, you can do that. And you can eliminate generational debt all at the same time. You have the power to create wealth. Listen, I'm Trudy B. Parson, the business launch coach extraordinaire is what they call me. And I am excited to share this information with you. I hope that you take it and that you make good use of it. And to be honest with you, I hope, and pray that I'm leaving you better than you were whenever you came to watch this episode. So take what I've given you, put it in your bag of tools, and use it greatly to build something great called generational wealth and cancel generational debt. That's not your lot in life. There's more for you and more for your business. Take your business, use it as a tool, as an extension of who you are to build the wall again, and to build something that took people years to build. It's only going to take you a few days if you move your feet, and you move your feet now. Again, I'm Trudy B. Parson, the business launch coach extraordinaire. You can reach me at trudybparson.com, trudy@trudybparson.com, or 336-330-1589. Again, that's trudy@trudybparson.com. And my number is 336-330-1589. I'd love for you to reach out to me. I have a special gift, especially for you. I want to offer you a free coaching session. If you reach out to me, a free coaching session. I'd like to give that to you as my gift from me to you so that we can go on and have this conversation a little bit further. And I hope that what you gain from me, you will pass on to somebody else. Pass on to somebody younger than you so that they don't have to dig it out of the dirt like we did, right? Trudy B. Parson, I want to see you in. Can't wait to hear about it. See you at the top. It's too crowded at the bottom.
Once again, my friends, my name is Robert Antoinin, and you are listening live to day 3 of BlackCEO's premier conference, Black and Iconic. And our theme for today is Black Tie, Black Power, Black Money. And I've been tuned in listening to the speakers just like you, and as I listened in, a thought came to my mind, an affirmation that I'd like to share with you. It's something that changed my world and impacted my life in a real and a relevant way. But I'll set it up by telling you this. As a young man, my parents, mentors, elders, and influencers in my life, they told me the same thing. Robert, you can be anything that you want to be in life. And as well-intentioned as those words were, they just didn't move me to action. But later on in life, I was sitting in church, and one of my favorite pastors said these words that I'm about to say. He said, if you can see it in your mind, you can hold it in your hand. If you can see it in your mind, you can hold it in your hand. And after he repetitively said it over and over and over again, something clicked. Something resonated with me because I was an entrepreneur then and I'm still an entrepreneur now, just like you. At least once a week, you come up with an idea, you come up with a dream that's going to impact the world. It's going to change the game. And so you write that thing down, you make a logo, you get a website, and then you share it with a friend. And they don't see what you see. They don't hear what you hear. And they crush your idea. They crush your dream. And you leave all of that hard work on the desk, on the shelf, on the computer screen, but you never do anything with it. Here's a question for you. Why are you seeking confirmation outside of you? The divine download that you got is just for you. Don't look for power outside of you. You've already got all the power that you need inside of you. If you can see it in your mind, you can hold it in your hand. This is day 3. Black tie, black power, black money. My name is Robert Antoinin, and I approve this message. Peace.
Well, hello. My name is Erica Lane. I am the Money Elevation Strategist, and I specialize in helping women build, restore, and elevate their money through budgeting and entrepreneurship. So, a little bit about me, because honestly, before you can receive information from someone, you should know a little bit about the person who's speaking to you, right? So I grew up in the financial capital of the world, New York City, where they taught us how to get money, but never know how to keep it, right? So my parents were working class, and I saw that they struggled, and I saw how they struggled with good union jobs, or what people perceive to be that. By the tender age of 21, I started my first business and fell in love, right, with entrepreneurship. And I also found my first ism, right? The first time that, we deal with those things like sexism, racism, all of those things. By the time I was 29, I had made $1 million in my business, and I thought I was a boss. By the time I was 33, I had lost everything. And when I say everything, I mean everything, right? Only to start from the bottom and create my money management system that allowed me to triple my income in 3 years that followed. To now I specialize in helping women do exactly what I did and more. I want to help women around the world create money story of their dreams, both personally and professionally. So that's a little bit about me, and so let's jump into this information. The power to budget your way to increase profits. Budgeting is probably the last thing that you want to hear right now, right? All you want to hear about is higher profits. You're an entrepreneur. That's what you want. But what would budget have to do with that? Well, the reality is a lot, because a budget in its simplest form is just a plan for your money. Literally, that's all it is. It's a plan. Without a plan for your money, you won't realize the profits that your business could potentially be earning and possibly be losing or leaking from your business, okay? A budget is simple. It is just your expenses and your income. That's pretty much it. Just expenses and your income coming together to figure out exactly where you are in your business, so that you know whether you're in the red or in the black. We want you in the black because where there's profits, right? Remember, small holes sink great ships. And if you are not on top of your money, whether that is from business or your personal life, trust and believe that ship will get sunk, and quite quickly. Planning where you'll spend your money will give you direction. It tells you how much money you have, what expenses you're covering, and what you need to save to take that next big step. And for entrepreneurs, a lot of times that's professional development. A lot of times it's more inventory, all of the things that we need, whether it's scaling or investing. I learned to budget in my personal and business life the hard way. Like the hard way. So quick story about me and my journey. I was on top of the world, right? I made great money because the business I was helping to build was responsible for supplementing the education of thousands of students across the country. And it was grossing $750,000 annually and managing it from my laptop long before anyone knew what work from home was. And I was spending every dime. I also had the picture perfect relationship with the dreams, with the extravagant wedding, the White House, the picket fence, the 2 kids, the dog, all of those things, taking lavish vacations, walking into retail stores where all the staff knew my name and they was always glad that I came because I spent every dime. And I spent money like it was going out of style. And one day it did. Because not only was I spending out of control, I had blindly allowed someone else to take care of certain aspects of my money, right? And they mismanaged it. The love decided his love didn't live here anymore. And at the same time, the business that I put my blood, sweat, and tears into shut down because 70% of our contracts were no longer going to be funded by the government because the government changed. I was broke and broken. That lesson turned into a blessing because it allowed me to go back to the basics and lean on what is now my money management system to restore my financial soundness so I could relaunch my life, a new fiscally sound business. And with it, I tripled my income. And then I took what I learned and started to bless and impact the world through classes and coaching. So when I speak about budgeting, I speak about it from an authentic space, right? I had to learn these things the hard way. So I have three quick points to serve you with, and I'm going to get out your way. There's such amazing things going on in here, but I don't want to take up too much of your time, but I'm going to give you 3 quick points. Number 1, your budget should be flexible. Your business likely changes often and drastically. What works today may not work in 3 to 6 months, right? And that's okay because that's how business works. Things are going to change. And if there's no other lesson that you learn from me, learn that in business, things are going to change, okay? And that's okay as long as you are aware of it. What's the key? Being aware, right? That's why budgeting is so crucial. Budgeting allows you to be aware of all of your finances all the time. Now, money isn't everything, right? But in business, it is crucial. Okay. Knowing your revenue, your cash flow, your inventory levels, and your expenses is the only way to be a successful earning entrepreneur. Let me say that word one more time, earning, right? Because there are a lot of people who are entrepreneurs who aren't earning, or they're earning and they're losing just as much as they're earning. So they're not profitable. You're in business to make money. And there is no other real reason. You're in business to make money. Because if not, it would be a hobby that you do for free, right? I had a coach of mine say, be profitable, not just popular. And oftentimes I see a lot of entrepreneurs they are popular, they have thousands of followers, they have thousands of people who are chanting and rooting and doing all of these different things. But when you go through their finances, they're not profitable, right? And so we don't want that for you. So right now you can receive the complimentary annual business budget and entrepreneur checklist by going to yourbusinessbudget.com so that you can set up your business budget, right? You can do it on your own time. It doesn't take, a huge moment. Just take a couple of minutes, maybe 15, 20. Most of this information you probably have and have available to you. What's the second thing? The second thing is keep it simple. Statistically, complicated budgets don't get managed because they are normally unsustainable. I tell my clients be realistic, right? Budget should not be these over complex things. I know people always try to tell people, hey, money is complicated. Well, it is in some ways, but a budget can be quite simple, right? And I want you to do realistic things so that you can actually attain and take control of your money. Because if it's complicated, most of the times we won't do it. Think about your to-do list every day. Every day you have a to-do list, or maybe you should, right? But there are certain things that you won't do. Why? Because they're complicated, they're complex. So what I need you to do is to make your budget simple, okay? Don't forecast any of your numbers, especially not your income. I know we all want the 6 and 7 figure months, but let's manage your 4 and 5 figure months first, because how you budget with smaller money is how you will budget with larger money. Budgeting is a habit, but make it simple. Your budget should answer these 4 numbers. 1, income from all of your business sources, right? So all of your sources of business. 2, fixed costs like rent, utilities, internet, and website costs. 3, variable costs like a virtual assistant, travel. Now, we're not doing a lot of that right now, but things like virtual assistants, where depending on how much you use them will depend on how much it's going to cost that month. But make sure it's in there. And then your cash flow is number 4, okay? If you know these numbers, you're well on your way to increasing your profits. Why? Because you'll easily see your cash flow and know where you stand, where you need to make adjustments to streamline and become more efficient. Efficiency equals profitability. Write that down. Efficiency equals profitability, and also a way to level up your earnings. An inefficient business is a business losing profits. I would guarantee that on anything that I have. So number 1 was budget should be flexible. Number 2 is keep it simple. Number 3, should you ask the experts? Should you ask the experts? How many of you believe you should hire experts to manage your funds? Or should you save money and do it yourself? Normally, this answer kind of confuses people or surprises them because they're thinking she's the money elevation strategist, so the answer should be blank. But what do you think? Take a couple of seconds to think about that. Here's your answer. This is a trick question, because actually, I believe it should be a little bit of both. It seems like you should do it yourself because you'll save money on the fees. And if you're trying to increase profits, doing it yourself makes sense. But remember, time is money, and money is time, and so is your sanity. Burning the candles at both ends is too much. It doesn't lead to more profits. It leads to more headaches, less organization, and lower productivity levels, no matter what they say, right? As an entrepreneur, be okay with investing with people who are experts at the things that you are not, in order to give you your time back. Think about what you charge an hour versus what someone else who is an expert in the field that you need, how much they charge. If their charge is less than what your charge is, I would suggest paying them, right? Here's why. When you focus on flexing your CEO muscle, as Laticia Nicole says, you'll have more energy to increase sales and make higher profits. If you have to use your energy on tasks that you don't like or understand, you'll have less energy to focus on the things that do matter. What Dr. Cheryl Wood says, money-making activities. But in saying that, at minimum, review it every month. Don't just hand it over to people. Review it every month. At the end, it is your responsibility to manage your funds and know where you stand. So don't just hand it over and say they are the experts and it's done, right? Have them explain it to you. And if they can't, find you a new expert. Whichever way you do it, don't skip budgeting for your business. It's the only way to ensure you'll maximize your profits. Speaking of maximizing, here's a bonus. I told you 3, but there's that. Save for business emergencies. I recommend 3 to 6 months of business expenses. But in order for you to know what that is, you have to know your budget numbers. See why that becomes important? Outside of this, I have a product line business that depends on large expos for the lion's share of its profits. When COVID hit, I was able to comfortably pay my assistants and expenses for months as I decided how to pivot while others scrambled to do both at the same time. Notice that I was able to decide how to pivot, right? Because businesses have emergencies too, and they may be out of your control. COVID-19, out of our control. It just is what it is. But when they happen, not if, but when they happen, you will be ready. Again, you can receive your complimentary annual business budget and entrepreneur checklist by going to yourbusinessbudget.com. And I will say this, life is short. Never budget so tight that you forget how to live. My name is Erica Lane. I am the Money Elevation Strategist. Connect with me on Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, and now Clubhouse at I am Erica Lane. Thank you. Have a wonderful rest of the conference.
What's going on, everyone? I hope that you're doing amazing. I'm doing great. Happy New Year. Happy 2021. And guess what? You know, we had a historically bad 2020 in this nation, but hey, if you made it through and you made it on the other side of 2021 and you're watching this video, congratulations, you made it. You are a survivor. I'm extremely excited to be a part of the inaugural class for the 2021 Iconic Digital Summit. My name is Ivan Thomas. I am also known as Mr. Defy Gravity. I am an entrepreneur. I'm a celebrity publicist. I'm an author, and I'm a motivational speaker based in Atlanta, Georgia. I am the president and CEO of Intrigue Media Group, which is a strategic communications company that specializes in PR and brand and reputation management for clients in the arts, culture, lifestyle, and entertainment industries. I am also the owner of Credit Savant LLC, which is a financial services and credit restoration company. And my whole platform is all about helping people and helping entrepreneurs to defy gravity in their lives and in their businesses. Now, look, I know that this is an entrepreneur conference. I know that this is BlackCEO, but before you can be the CEO of a successful business, you must first be the CEO of your life. And I want to help people to do that. My whole platform is helping people to defy gravity in their lives and businesses so that they can launch into the ultimate level of personal success and greatness. All right. So if you're like me, you know, I know that you want to be extremely successful. I know that you want to be healthy. I know that you want to be happy, and I know that you want to be free. Okay. We all want that. However, the harsh reality is that the majority of us are not any of those things, okay? The majority of people in this world are not highly successful, or at least not successful in the way that they envision themselves. They're not happy because they're not necessarily doing exactly what they want to do. They don't feel like they're operating in their purpose or that their gifts are shining in the way that they desire for them to. They're not healthy because they're stressed. You know, they're neglecting their bodies, they're eating bad food, they're not able to focus on their fitness, they're worried about making ends meet for their families, and they're certainly not free. And freedom is really, let's be honest, that's the reason why the majority of us entrepreneurs go into business for ourselves in the first place. So what I want to help you to do is learn how to do those things by sharing with you powerful insights and proven strategies that many of the world's successful entrepreneurs use to grow their businesses. And also I want to share with you some of the things that helped me to make 2020 the best year for me in business despite COVID-19. All right. So like I mentioned to you, I'm an entrepreneur and celebrity publicist, and my focus is growing people's businesses. I've had the privilege of working with many of the nation's biggest companies and names, you know, from Xerox to Cancer Treatment Centers of America to Nielsen, from Reverend Jesse Jackson to NBA player Michael Beasley, rapper / actor Waka Flocka Flame. The list goes on. And I've also helped countless small businesses and emerging brands to elevate themselves and build public awareness of who they are and what they do, okay? And I want to help you to do the same thing. But like I mentioned, okay, if you want to be the CEO of a successful business, you must first be the CEO of your life. And I know a lot of people are going to go with specifics about how to start an LLC, branding and marketing. What I want to do first is tap into your mindset, because before you even get into, you know, operating a successful business, your mind has to be wired a certain way for success. And that's what I'm going to focus on. You know, so I'm going to hit you straight. You know, I'm not here to make you happy. I'm not here to tell you what you need to hear.
what you want to hear. I'm here to tell you what you need to hear. Okay. So the first step is if you are not where you want to be in your life and business, you need to blame yourself and you need to stop lying to yourself. It is your fault why you are not where you want to be in life. And I know that sounds harsh. You're probably thinking, man, Ivan, you hit me straight across the face in the beginning. Yes, I certainly did. It's a wake-up call. If you are not where you want to be in life and business, it is all your fault. Okay? And why do I say that? All right? You haven't achieved a level of success because you haven't done the work. You haven't achieved a certain level of success because you haven't acquired the knowledge and information to truly be a leading expert in your field and in your industry. You know, they say that the top CEOs in the country, or in the world for that matter, read up to 50 books every single year. Have you read 50 books this year? I'm willing to bet that you haven't, okay? It's your fault that your business and your life is not where you want it to be because you haven't been disciplined enough. You haven't established the relationships. You haven't built the strategic partnerships to gain access through the doors that have previously been closed off to you. You haven't achieved your goals because you don't believe. You don't believe in yourself. You're operating from a standpoint of fear. And today, I'm going to give you the steps to conquer that. I want you to adopt a success mindset. I want you to adopt a millionaire's mindset and what Kobe Bryant referred to, the late great Kobe Bryant referred to as a Mamba mindset. So let's go with the cold hard facts, okay? It's tough being a Black entrepreneur in America. You know, of course we have the societal issues, but I'm willing to bet that you might be struggling because you haven't received the funding or the support. You haven't received the access. Maybe you haven't received the support from family or friends that you would hope for. Maybe you're dealing with discrimination. Maybe you're dealing with stereotypes of being a Black-owned business. Maybe you're dealing with flat out racism. And you know what? Guess what? We all are dealing with that. Okay? And since we know that we're dealing with that and we know that we're going to continue to face those barriers, it's our responsibility to succeed in spite of those barriers. Okay? And we have so many countless individuals throughout history who have been able to overcome. All right? I think back to a book that I read called Succeeding Against the Odds by John H. Johnson, who was the founder of Ebony and Fashion Fair Cosmetics. He was born in 1918, and what he referred to as the Mississippi Mud, down south, Arkansas, Mississippi, along the Mississippi River. He couldn't go to an integrated school past 8th grade where he lived, so he had to move to Chicago. His mom gave up her home and her furniture for him to start his own business, for him to go to school and for him to start his own business, all right? He was poor. He was Black growing up in really the Jim Crow era, and he had a never say die attitude. He became one of the wealthiest people in the United States. He dealt with racism, he dealt with discrimination, he dealt with the lack of funding, but one thing that no one could take away from him was his belief in himself, that he would leave a legacy and that he would be a very, very, very successful individual. So what that should tell us here in 2021 is that we have no excuses because there are people who have defied the odds throughout history who have made it. So now that we got that out of the way, what does it take to have a millionaire's mindset? Okay, like I mentioned before, many of us are thinking too small. The fact is that nearly 50% of Black-owned businesses do not make more than $100,000, nearly half, okay? So what that tells me is that we're not thinking big enough and we're not acting big enough. We have to believe that we deserve to have highly successful businesses. So what I want you to start doing is setting super high goals, goals that are just out of this world. Remember, we want to be iconic. This is the Iconic Conference. I want you to make 2021 the best year of your life. So what we need to do is think huge, okay? I don't want you to just think about making $100,000 or $150,000. That's too easy. What you're doing is being comfortable. You're comfortable by setting goals that you think that you can achieve or that you believe that you can achieve. What I want you to do instead is set goals so high that it's almost embarrassing if you don't reach them. And the reason I want to do that because what it's going to do is force you out of your comfort zone. It's going to have you thinking in a whole different way. And when you set those goals, naturally, if you're really focused, if you really want to achieve your goals, what you're going to do is adjust your habits, rituals, and routines by setting super high goals. Okay, so hey, if you made $100,000 last year, I want you to go for $250,000 this year. If you made $250,000 in 2020, I want you to go for $500,000. If you made $500,000, I want you to go for $1.5 million, and it goes on and on and on. I want you to set huge goals for yourself. Why? Because you deserve it. All right. So the first step is setting huge goals, and then it's being specific with those goals. Now, how can we add some specificity to those goals? We do that by being very specific. Okay. When the vision is clear, results will appear. So if you want to be a very successful CEO and entrepreneur, you have to start conducting yourself like a super successful CEO. That means cleaning house. And no, I'm not talking figuratively, I'm talking literally. Your house should be clean. Your house should be impeccable to where somebody steps in your house and they're like, wow, this is amazing. This person is on their stuff. This person's car is clean. When I think of the most successful people in the world, they have order in their lives and in their businesses, okay? And remember, cleanliness is next to godliness. So I want you guys to start at home. That's where it starts, all right? So I want you to start being organized. I want you to start being disciplined, and I want you to start conducting yourself like a high-powered CEO. High-powered CEOs focus on feeling good, looking good, because they know that they have to operate at the optimal level of success each and every day. They have to be sharp. If you don't take care of your mind, you don't feed your mind with new knowledge and new information, if you don't exercise and keep yourself healthy, one, you're not going to be able to stick around to enjoy the fruits of your labor, but you're not going to be taken as seriously as you need to. And part of, being a successful business owner is making sure that you look your best, you feel your best, and that you're confident. Because if you're not confident, how can you expect other, contacts or other potential clients to have confidence in what you can deliver? All right. So I want you guys to feed your mind, body, and soul. I want you to be as healthy as possible. Okay. So how do we do that? Waking up every day with a sense of purpose and understanding our why. All right. What is your why? How do you get that Mamba mentality? What fuels you? Let's look at the late, great Kobe Bryant, right? Why was he called the Black Mamba? Named after a venomous snake, because he wanted to be the best. He was going to give 100% each and every day. So when he stepped on that court, he wanted to take over the game. He didn't just want to play the game. He wanted to take over the game. He wanted to disrupt the game. He wanted to win the game. Too many of us in business are simply playing the game with no expectation of really disrupting the game. I want you all to be disruptors, okay? So when Kobe Bryant was starting his basketball career, he didn't just want to be like Michael Jordan. He wanted to be Michael Jordan, all right? Be better than Michael Jordan, excuse me. He didn't just want to be Michael Jordan. He wanted to be better than Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan is widely considered the best basketball player in the history of the league, right? And, I like sports analogies, and I think sports really relates to every aspect of our lives. So that's why I use a lot of these analogies, but he wanted to be better than Michael Jordan. So what would that mean? He would have to be the starter on his basketball team, right? First, he'd have to make the NBA. Second, he'd have to be a starter on the basketball team. He'd have to later become the best player on that team, okay? Maybe he had to make some all-star games. He made over a dozen all-star games. Got to win some championships, right? MJ had 6. Kobe won 5, okay? He won an MVP. He won scoring titles, okay? And now, hey, he has monuments erected in his name. Unfortunately, we tragically lost him in 2020, but Kobe Bryant is going to go down as one of the best basketball players in history because he dared to believe, okay? And he had a list for what he needed to accomplish, and he knocked off everything on that list. Of course, whether or not you're the best basketball player in the league, is debatable, but there's people who think that he is. He's accomplished many of his goals simply because he believed and he refused to fail, and he was willing to step into the lion's den and compete at all costs. All right. So what is your why? Do you want to leave a legacy? You want to make sure that your kids never have to worry about anything? Do you want to build generational wealth? Do you want to impact millions around the world? Whatever your why is that brings the best out of you, you have to discover that, because the reality is we all have gifts, we all have a purpose, we're all designed to do amazing things on this earth, okay? We're not here to merely exist. You're here to create change. You're here to make an impact. And the second you start believing that, the second that you can start really working and operating in your purpose, because when you're operating in your purpose, you're moving in the trajectory that you're supposed to so that you can achieve your goals. All right, so first I want you to figure out that why, what fuels you. Secondly, I want you to start surrounding yourself with other professionals and entrepreneurs that are way more successful than you. All right. Many of us are too comfortable in our groups or in our social groups, right? We want to hang out with our friends. We want to hang out with people who think like us. No, you have to think outside of the box. If you want to be a multimillionaire entrepreneur, if you really want to create change, you have to connect yourself with individuals who are creating change. All right. You have to create mastermind groups. You have to network. You have to do all of those things. And I'm sure lots of this you're thinking, hey, Ivan, I've heard all of this before. The question is, are you doing it? All right. So like I said, it's your fault that you haven't reached your goals. If there were 50 emails that you knew you should have sent in order to make some extra connections, but you were too afraid to do it. If there were certain emails that you were supposed to send out or events that you should have gone to connect and you were too afraid to do it. I want you to do all of that this year. Okay? That's what I want you to do. Success, there's a myth that success comes to those who work hard. The reality is success comes to those who believe. All right? So it's all about having that mindset. The unique thing about human beings on this planet is that we can literally change our entire lives by changing our mindset. That differentiates us from any living species on this planet, is that simply by changing our mindsets, we can change our lives. And that's why in order for you to take your business to the next level, you've got to develop the confidence. You've got to develop the grit and the stamina to weather the storm so that you can truly be iconic. Okay? You got to set super high goals, so astronomical that you don't think that you can make them, but your action, you have to think and act big every single day. All right? Every single day you have to think and act big. So that's what I want you to do. Okay? So first is having a success mindset. Next is making sure that you acquire the knowledge and information necessary. I want you to read more books. Okay, read more books that are aligned to what it is you are looking to do so that you can truly become an expert. And then you develop that confidence. The more confidence you have in yourself and your abilities, it's going to radiate, it's going to permeate throughout any room that you walk in, and that's going to insert confidence into all potential clients. Next, I want you to stop selling yourself short. All right? Many of us, like I said, we sell ourselves short due to a lack of belief. Lots of us are settling for clients that we shouldn't be working with. I want you in 2021 to increase the caliber of clientele that you work with. No more people asking for discounts. No more people complaining about how much you're charging. I want you to be consistent with your standards for your business. I want you to demand that. And even if you have to turn down clients until you get the ones that meet the standards of your company, I want you to do that. And lots of times, we know in the Black community, we often feel like we have to settle in order to just stay afloat, okay? But we have to have more confidence in our abilities and we have to stick with it. And I'll tell you, that's one of the main things that helped me to take my business to the next level over these past several years is the fact that I increased my standards. I increased the caliber of the type of clientele that I was willing to accept. And I lost a lot of business by turning away people who didn't meet those standards. But guess what? By staying consistent, actually, some people circled back to me because they knew, hey, I got to have this or I have to have this correct if I want to come to Ivan for business. So they were prepared. They already knew what to expect. And when people know what to expect, then you get the results that you need in order to increase your profits. Okay? So I want you to increase your expectations for your company. Next, I want you to really change your circle in 2021. If you don't have the circle that's really helping you to explode to the next level and launch into your ultimate level of greatness. That means anybody who's not fully supporting you, anyone who doesn't want to see you win, anyone who's unable to plant seeds of faith and hope and belief in you and inspire you to be great, you need to shed those people in 2021, and you need to build a powerful collection, what I refer to as a cabinet of professionals from different industries that can pour into you and that you can provide value to. And they hold you accountable and they make you want to be better, okay? I look at it like someone who's in school, all right? A students don't want to hang out with F students, okay? So if you want to be a part of the A crew, you're going to have to connect with them. You're going to have to show that you really want to grow, and you're going to have to get with the program, okay? And as you're associating with them, you're going to learn best practices. You're going to learn just the everyday habits that it takes to be successful in life and in your career, all right? And you'll see a lot of progress by changing your circle. They say we are the sum of the 5 closest people to us. That is absolutely true, okay? So I want you to start attracting those things, attracting the people, so that you can stay in a positive mindset, in a success mindset. It's all about the law of attraction, all right? Next, I want you to be super bold with regards to promoting yourself. You can't worry about people saying, oh, this person's always promoting their company. You need to be super bold and amp up the marketing. But what I will tell you, what I see as a publicist and as somebody who works on branding, the biggest mistake that a lot of people make is that they're so focused on looking the part, but they don't want to invest in actually being the part. Okay, so they wear the Louis Vuitton and the Gucci all in their Instagram photos, but they're not attracting the money because they're not really putting it towards proper branding. They're not marketing their company the right way. They're not investing in PR to really build public awareness of their companies. So they hit a standstill. I want you to invest money. You can't have scared money and grow a business. Okay, you have to be very confident, and you have to take some bold risks. Okay, and you have to truly want it. So that's what I want. I want us to think, and I want us to act big, all right? So these are some of the very important keys. And then you got to build a solid team. And that's one of the most difficult things for a lot of entrepreneurs to do, is really find people that they can trust, who believe in the vision, who have the work ethic, and want to help you to grow a business. Okay. And the reason many of us are struggling is, again, like I said, we don't have that millionaire's mentality. We don't have the confidence, and we don't have the leadership ability. So I want you to focus in 2021 on studying what is required to be a leader. Okay. And the most important aspect of being a leader is your ability to influence other people. And you influence other people through your habits, rituals, and routines. People have to want to be like you. People have to admire how you go about your daily business. And you're undoubtedly going to attract people by the way that you carry yourself. So really, that's what it's all about, guys. That's really what it's all about. Find you a mentor, find you somebody who's going to just really take you to the next level, okay? Because entrepreneurship is so extremely important. I'm proud of you guys for being entrepreneurs. The world is constantly looking for new ideas and innovation. So there's always going to be opportunities for us to grow. But you got to recognize it is bigger than us. It's bigger than with your personal goals, okay? Entrepreneurs are people who create jobs. Entrepreneurs are people who bring value to the community. We stimulate the economy, okay? And we help people that aspire to live the lives that they want to live. So you got to take it very seriously. Think about defying gravity in everything that you do, all right? So I hope that got you empowered for the day. You can reach me at 202-904-4790. You can visit my website at intriguemediagroup.com, and you can purchase my book, Defy Gravity, Unleashing Your Greatness Within, on Amazon. What I want to do is I want to provide a giveaway. All right, so if you're watching this and you really want to learn how to take your business to the next level, you're lacking the confidence, you're trying to overcome self-limiting beliefs, I want you to reach out to me at the number that I provided, or you can email me at intriguemg@gmail.com. What I'm going to do is I'm going to give you a free 20-minute session to go over your business, go over some of the things that you're struggling with, and help you to have a game plan to make 2021 the best year of your life. All right, so I look forward to it. You guys enjoy this conference, the 2021 Iconic Conference, and hey, I'm looking forward to seeing some of the other sessions. Have a great one.
Get out of their matrix, the one designed to keep you broke. Step into our matrix, the Black Millionaires Matrix, the one designed to engineer Black millionaires. We're intentional, we don't do excuses, and we stand for Black excellence on steroids. So it's your choice. Don't leave your legacy building opportunity up to chance. Go to www.iamblackmillionaire.com.
Hey everyone, my name is Phillip Neri, and I am the performance coach. A little bit about me. I was born and raised in London. We moved to the States when I was 13 years old for my parents to buy a business and try the world of entrepreneurship. Unfortunately, that didn't work out too well for them. So moving from an upper middle class lifestyle in London to basically struggling in the States with my parents being business owners was life altering, life changing, and there was a lot of lessons in that experience. And what I did watch was how my parents never complained. They were never victims. They just did what they had to do in order for us to survive, because they did not want to go back to London. They wanted to live the American dream. So fast forward, went to the University of Colorado, worked for the government for 11 years, used to run a juvenile correctional facility for the state of Colorado. Took a leap of faith in 2004 to be self-employed. And I opened my own boxing martial arts gym, and I started a very successful career that I've had in real estate. And that's from being an investor, where I've invested in 20 cities, to being a top producing agent and running a top producing team. I also was fortunate enough to speak for all the major TV shows in regards to real estate and real estate investing, and I did that for 6 years. But you know what? That's not what I'm here to talk to you about. What I'm here to talk to you about is the training of a champion, the undefeated champion. And what does that look like? That's what I'm passionate about, and that's what I want to teach you here today. So first and foremost, let's define what a champion is. Let's define what undefeated is. One of the people that comes to mind for me is Jerry Rice. Jerry Rice, hands down, is one of the greatest players to play in the National Football League ever. And is it because he was so talented, or is it because of his drive and his work ethic? What a lot of people don't realize is his work ethic was unbeknownst. He showed up 2 hours early to get ready for practice. He stayed 2 hours late to rerun his routes, to watch film, to stretch. He did everything he had to do to be of the highest value to his team that he could be at all levels of his career. And he played way beyond his age because of how well he took care of his body and his mind. And so when I think of champion, that's somebody who comes to mind. And there's a lot of great athletes that fall into that same capacity, but that's somebody who really, really comes to mind. So now, with every great high-performing championship individual, we know there's inherent traits. Their focus is laser sharp. Their passion is deep. They love what they do. Like there's nothing else they want to do other than get better at what they're doing. They share that with everybody. And more importantly, they hold themselves to a higher standard. And they feel like it's their obligation to perform at a higher standard. That's what champions do. So 2020 was a crazy year. I don't know your personal story, your personal journey of what 2020 was like. For me, was it different? Yes, it was different. But guess what? I still succeeded. My team still succeeded. The people around me still succeeded. We thrived in what was supposed to be an extremely difficult year. Now, some of you may have thrived as well, and you might have had the greatest success that you've ever had last year. And this year, we're going to build forward. Some of you may have had the toughest year you've ever had in your life. Well, for those of you, we're going to build and move forward. So the whole premise of training like a champion is about moving forward and getting better. So in life, high performing individuals, champions, they take control. And I have the words take control into 3 buckets. They take control of their life, they take control of their families' lives, and they take control of themselves as individuals. So 3 buckets. Now, each one of those buckets has 3 principles. And all 9 of these principles, 3 buckets, 3 principles, all 9 of these principles can fire synergistically. And with any high-performing individual, the ultimate goal, it is success, but it's also balance. Having balanced success. So that's where these 9 principles working synergistically together come into play. So in bucket number 1, take control of your life. I have money, time, and health. Now, a mentor of mine told me, I'll never forget this. He said, money makes a good man great, and money makes a bad man evil. And so he asked me the question, Al, is it the money or is it the person? And I was like, well, it's the person. And he said, don't ever forget that. It's the person. Now, I think we can all agree that money is important. Now, why is money important? Is it so that you can have the finer luxuries of life, whether that's cars, houses, watches, boats, whatever your thing is? Is that why money is important? To me, those are perks. Those are perks of having money, is to be able to do those things. But the real reason money is important is because it creates opportunities. It creates opportunities for you as an individual. It creates opportunities for your family. It creates opportunities for people who work for you. It creates opportunities for people that you want to help. That's why money is so important. Now, the crazy thing about money is it's not equal. And we know that, right? It's not equal. So the whole goal of becoming a champion is to get you to that monetary level that you want to be at, but to really know why that level is important to you. The next thing that you got to take control of is your time. Now, time is one of the most precious assets you have. And the reason why time is one of the most precious assets you have is because once it's past, it's past. You cannot go back in time. You cannot redo. All you can do is learn and move forward. And so many people get hung up on the past. And that is not how champions operate. That is not how they operate. The crazy thing about time is it is equal. Time is equal. I don't care who you are, how old you are, what color you are, what gender you are, what religion you are. Guess what? We all have the same amount of time. So the question is, what are you going to do to make the best use of your time? The next is health. You know, health has always been important. Health should be something that you take control of. Exercise, diet, sleep, recovery. It's all important. And 2020 with COVID, some people just stopped exercising. And they stopped exercising because gyms were closed. But that doesn't add up to me. You got to take care of your health no matter what, but especially when things aren't going right health-wise, right? Your health is important. There's no reason to go out and make a ton of money and then you have the worst health. How will you provide opportunities if you're not healthy? That doesn't add up, right? So bucket 1, the taking control of your life. If you really take control of money, you really understand the importance, you really understand the opportunity, guess what? You can actually control your time better, and you can also control your health better. Now, bucket number 2 is taking control of your family. Now, what do I mean by that? What I mean by that is taking care of your family, leading from the front, rising up to the challenge, right? It does you no good as an entrepreneur to just chase the money and all your time is focused on making money, and then your family is left behind. That's not okay to miss out on things that are important to your family. So there's 3 things I put into this bucket. Having fun. It is okay during your journey of success. It is okay. I used to fight in the ring. It was okay during camp for me to go out and socialize and have fun. That's healthy. I didn't have to be 100% submersed all the time about training and nutrition. It's okay to have fun. And you owe it to your family to have fun, because that's where memories are created. The next principle is protection. Now, this is not a right to bear arms. This is financial protection. This is doing things so your family will always be taken care of. So your kids, your grandkids, your great-grandkids, they are taken care of. There are things you can learn and do. One of the biggest things that drives me crazy, and I hope it drives you crazy, is we have someone in our community who passes. And when you get that call or you see that post on Facebook, there's a GoFundMe. That, my friends, we don't need that. If you would just understand how to protect your family. It's mind-boggling to me. And the last one is giving back. I'm a person of helping others. I've taught that to my kids. I teach that to the athletes I coach, and we build that into the regiment. And it's not just about writing a check. It's sometimes your time is more valuable in giving back, because it's empowering. And if you're able to provide a great lifestyle for your family and your children, it's good for them to see other people that are less fortunate. It brings that sense of being humble and understanding that not everybody maybe had the same opportunity or took advantage of the same opportunity. Now, bucket number 3 is taking care of yourself. What do I mean by that? You have to learn how to constantly stay enhanced. Now, there's lots of tips and techniques to stay enhanced, but you have to stay on fire. You have to stay fueled, right? Very few people in the world can always be fueled at a high intensity level. Everybody needs that nudge, needs that coach, needs that inspiration, right? So learning how to make that part of your life daily is important. The next thing is, who are you going to surround yourselves by? Who is your support? And support comes in many different ways. And I tell people all the time that the person who supports you doesn't always have to agree with you, but they want to see what's best for you. And they want you to succeed. And we're all victim of the naysayers and that negative person. Learning the skills to deal with that appropriately, because you can't always just remove them from your life. That's not always feasible. But you got to learn how to deal with it appropriately so it doesn't consume your life. And the last one is why. Why what? Why are you here? Why do you want to be an entrepreneur? Why do you want to be a millionaire, a billionaire? Why? Why what? For me, it's you got to figure out why you want to be free. Why do you want to be free? And when you can understand the importance of why you want to be free, and then you take these 3 buckets, 9 principles, and you start working through those, everything starts aligning for you. And think of the Jerry Rices, Manny Pacquiao's of the world getting ready for competitions, big fights. Do you think things are very dialed in and regimented and they make sense? There's purpose? Of course there is. Of course there is. Your life in regards to becoming that champion, that undefeated entrepreneur, is no different. So now, what is it that you have to do to create that change? Well, there's 5 steps that you can do in each principle, you can implement in each principle. The first one is you have to do a thorough analysis of where you're at in each principle. And you have to be honest with yourself. You can't lie to yourself. This is not let me make myself feel good and I think I'm here. No, you got to be honest with yourself so that you can grow in this analysis phase. From that, you got to create the strategy. And the strategy is, okay, what am I going to do different? Then you got to embrace that strategy. You have to be 100% in. 100% in. So again, think of training like a champion. Do champions have one foot in and one foot out while they're training? No, they're focused. They're in there. They're in the moment. Everything they got. It's no different in the world of entrepreneurship. No different. Then when your mind is intent that this is going to be the change, you then have to do the do. You have to adjust the behavior. You have to go out and do it. You have to do it when nobody else is watching. You have to adjust, and it won't always be easy. There will be obstacles. There will be setbacks. You just have to continue to do. And when you continue to do, the behavior will change. Once the behavior changes, the last step is opportunities will prevail. Opportunities will be awarded to you. But you have to be wise enough to capture those, to take advantage of those. Because, my friends, when you grow, your network grows, your opportunities grow. Again, go back to being a great athlete. It's one thing to make the league. It's another thing to play in the league. It's another thing to start in the league. And it's another thing to make it to the Pro Bowl. And then it's the final step is you made it to the Hall of Fame. Right? It's being able to seize those opportunities along your journey that makes you ultimately that undefeated entrepreneur. And you're training like a champion. So, what I want to conclude with is, in my workshop, what we are going to do is we're going to take those 3 buckets, 1, 2, 3, the 3 principles in each bucket, so we got 9 principles, and we are going to work through steps 1, 2, and 3. The analysis, creating the strategy, and then wrapping your mind around that. That is what we're going to spend the workshop doing, because it's important for me that you leave with a tangible, very tangible action plan that you can implement immediately. Not something that you need to think about. No, because you're going to leave this conference fired up. There's a lot of great presenters here with great stories and great content and great inspiration. You will leave so fired up. But you know what? It's on you to do something with that fire and do something with that knowledge. So I want to do my part in training you like a champion, in creating you to be that undefeated entrepreneur, and leave you with tangible action items that you can implement. So I highly encourage you, let's get together in the workshop and we will dig in way deeper into all of these topics. So once again, Phillip Neri, the performance coach. I hope you have enjoyed this session. Thank you for your time.
I am Tracy Tate Jones. I am the CEO of TLJ Professional Services, where we're about all things financial. And I am honored to be speaking at the BlackCEO Iconic 2021. Let me introduce myself. I am a 5-time author. I am an accountant. I've been in the accounting industry for over 35 years. I've been doing taxes over 35 years. I have a master's in business as well as accounting. With this, I've been speaking on several platforms, so I'm honored to be speaking on this one. Excuse me, that's all right. We just gonna keep rolling. And I have to mention my nonprofit, Beat the Streets. So that's my pride and joy. I started it 15 years ago. We're a resource center for young adults, 11 to 29, around education, employment, and life skills. And we are opening a Smart Tech Center this year, so we're excited about that. So that's enough about me. So this topic is about how I left a 6-figure position to create a 6-figure business, okay? So I was in corporate for 11 and a half years. I started when the corporation was maybe about 150 people, 200 people. And by the time I left, we were well over 1,500. I ran the accounts payable department. So I handle all their money, right? Now, over the years, I was honored and thrilled to grow my expertise, achieve my master's while working with them. But what I found was that glass ceiling is real. So not once, not twice, but 3 times I had a delayed promotion. And that not only killed my spirit, but it let me see exactly what corporate was all about. Because before that, my career had always been in the private sector, but it's to know that you're qualified for something and get passed up or delayed promotion, like in my case. So this is what my journey was. When I was qualified for a position or a promotion, I wrote my own promotions, okay? Now with that, I had to say what I've achieved in that year, say why I deserve that position, and give it to my manager. So my manager didn't write my promotions. I wrote my own. Year after year, oh, we're not doing promotions. I'm like, okay. But yet I'm seeing other people promoted, right? And by the second time, I was like, you know what? I think you're comparing me or keeping me in line with this other lady that had been there before me. Now, the difference was she oversaw a task where I oversaw a department. So I grew my department from just 2 of us to 12 of us, okay? So I asked my manager, I said, are you keeping me and this employee on the same level? Because we're different. I run a department. She run a task. Oh no, I'm not doing that. Okay. I'm like, but my antennas was up by now, right? So I'm like, you know what? I don't like how this tastes in my mouth, okay? So I just, it was my bread and meat. So, but at that time, I started slowly but surely growing my accounting practice. So again, I've been in accounting for over 35 years, but I have my own tax practice. And through that tax practice, I learned how much small businesses needed bookkeeping as well. So it became a bookkeeping and accounting as well as tax practice. But I kept it suppressed because being in the higher positions that I was, so I went from accounts payable supervisor to manager to senior manager to director over 11 and a half years. It took 11 and a half years. Again, 3 times it was suppressed. So what I did was in my journey with the corporate, as I start seeing them suppressing my advancement in the company, because not only do you suppress my title, you suppress my pay, right? So after I had that conversation with my manager, like, you keeping us on the same level, and he said no, like I said, it really put a bad taste in my mouth. So I started growing my business, but I can only do it through referrals because it's only so much time in the day, right? So with that, I just took referral after referral. But what I found was myself at work taking more calls for my business than I was taking calls for their business. So by that third time that, I wrote up my promotion like I normally did and didn't get it. Oh no, we're not doing promotions. Okay. But then all my international team got promotions. So what it was we implemented a paperless system. And me being in accounting, I was one of the primary roles in that implementation because it was a accounts payable accounting system. Everybody on the team got their promotion but me on this implementation. I'm like, okay, that was proof in the pudding for me that no, you are suppressing my promotions and you have to keep me on that same platform because the lady that he kept me in line with, she wasn't part of this this implementation, so she didn't have a reason to be promoted, and I didn't get the promotion, but everybody else on the team did. I was like, okay, something is not right. So I scheduled a meeting with his manager, and I said, okay, I've written this proposal to promote, and I don't understand how I'm not qualified for this when everybody else on the team promoted, got bonuses, everything else about this implementation. It was an entire system undertaking for the entire company, right? He flat out told me, I never saw a request to promote you. If I had, I would have signed off on it immediately. I turned and looked at my manager, and if looks could kill, he would be dead right now. But you talking about a bad taste in my mouth, that was my cue that it was time for me to walk away. But again, this is my bread and meat, so I had to be strategic in how I did this. Now, God being God, he sat me down for a whole year. I was in a bad car accident, rear end car accident, where my whole right side would numb. I couldn't even use it. So he sat me down for a whole year. It took me to recover from that because it's neck and back. During that time, I was barely even working, if I worked at all. And when I tell you, I increased my business from making $30,000 a year, I made 97,000 in that year. That let me see right then and there that my first thought was, well, what if I devoted more time to this? Because remember, I'm devoting 10, 12 hours to this corporation that don't even appreciate me, suppressing my money, because that's what it is. When you suppress a promotion, you suppressing my money too. Stock, awards, as well as bonuses. So when God showed me that I can make $90,000 and I'm laid up for more than half the year, like 3/4 of the year, that was my cue. I knew then that all I had to do was step out on faith. When I went back to work after that, I laid up for that year, I wasn't there but 6 months. Every month, when I saw the mess they made out of the department that I created and expanded over that last 9, 10 years, and they didn't follow compliance or policies or procedures, I'm like, oh no, I'm not taking ownership of this mess. I don't even want to clean it up because no, I'm not doing that. So it got to playing in my head all about my suppressed promotions, the fact that I was able to increase my business 3 times and I wasn't even putting no effort into it. And I just couldn't do that commute anymore. I gave my 2-week notice on August 1st, 2019, and I walked away from my 6-figure corporate position on August 15th, 2019. But let me tell you, I also converted them to a client. That's how you walk away. Now, let me tell you how I expanded my business within 1 year. So within 10 months of leaving that corporate position, not only have I replaced that salary, I replaced the stock and the bonus. within 10 months of leaving. Okay. So if you even have a thought like, I cannot do this anymore, this is your time. That is God nudging you to say, get on out there and do it, because he got you, and I guarantee you that. Now, one of the things I had to do was really look at my goals. What is it that I want to do? My goal was to replace my salary, my bonus, and my stock award, because I now have a certain lifestyle living off that six-figure income, right? Working for somebody. I've worked for somebody my whole life. So never did I think, oh, I want to run a business and so forth. But one thing that I learned, or realized rather, was that I would never be able to retire if I continued to work for anybody, because between the glass ceiling and the suppressive promotions and all of that stuff, no way would I would be able to retire in the next 15 years. It was just going to take way too long. So I went ahead and put me goals down in actionable chunks. You have to write them down, because a thought is just a thought. When you write it down, it becomes an actual goal, right? And put some dates to it. So I start checking off. Do I have this? I have this. I have this. And that kind of put me in the mindset and the place to expand my business. Now, part of that was I have to invest in myself, and I have to invest in my business, right? So being licensed, a licensed life insurance agent, I have to do continuing education. In order to be a tax preparer certified with the IRS, you have to do continuing education. So of course I do those. That's my profession. Therefore, I invest in those things. But it took more than that. It's more than that. So I also invest in a personal coach, in a business coach, because I don't want to recreate the wheel. Therefore, I'm learning and picking up tools and policies, procedures, everything that I need to know to be a successful business. So they say, I'm part of this group, and they say, the conversation is different when you sit with winners. And I guarantee you, you will start losing friends and everything else when you start putting your mind into where you want to go, because everybody is not meant to be part of that journey. Okay. So keep that in mind. You need to be very, very clear on your business offering. So with me, I do bookkeeping, accounting, taxes, right? I added life insurance because I saw that that was a need of my clients. So I like to pick up things that I think will benefit my clients. I serve small business and entrepreneurs. So there's always something that somebody needs to know. So that's part of me investing in myself as well. But as far as my business, I've had to pay for marketing. I've had to get business cards and revamp my website. And even like now, believe it or not, I used to be shy, right? But I had to get up out of that shyness because people don't know who Tracy Tate Jones is, but I'm trying to change that. I want the world to know who I am because I have knowledge and experience and education to share with my entrepreneurs and small business owners that's getting started in business. So you have to know a very clear vision, mission, and purpose. You need to be very clear on that. But then you also need to do continuing education because remember, the market changed. If we didn't learn nothing in 2020, you better have to learn how to pivot, right? But that's business, right? Business have its highs and lows, but you have to go with the flow. So I'm gonna tell you this much. In order to build a six-figure position, you must have a mentor and a coach, not just in your area of expertise, but in areas that you are not familiar with, right? Like I said, I don't want to recreate the wheel. So I match myself or align myself with people that have that knowledge and skill. But then that's also how I invest in my business because I'll outsource. Now, I have to work with you in order to implement these things that I'm trying to get done. But I'm not going to be the one to do it. I know what I'm good at, and I outsource what I'm not. Like marketing, don't like marketing. But again, I had to get out my shell, right? And start doing these lives and stuff like that. So I'm loving the fact of speaking on stages because believe it or not, this is my 5-year goal to speak on stages and get in front of the masses. Well, God has aligned me to do it in year number 2. So I'm loving it, okay? You have to be in the room with like-minded people. So not only am I part of groups, Facebook groups, LinkedIn groups, of my own profession, but also of the community I want to serve, right? So you learn a lot just by listening, just by looking, just by being in the room. You could be a fly on the wall. You know that saying, I wish I was a fly on the wall so I could hear that conversation. That's exactly what you need to be in your business. So not just to learn what's changing in your own industry, but also what's changing around you so that you know how to pivot your business, okay? One thing I've learned in business as well is that everything ain't for you. Like I had to learn the hard way that not all clients is for me, even though they fit the entrepreneur or small business owner. No, I had to refine and say, no, I'm gonna stick with service-based. That's my expertise is in service-based business. E-commerce is not my thing, right? So hey, I know somebody that do it. Here's a referral for you. But what I've learned is that I take in what I want and throw the rest of it away, okay? Because everything is not for you. I'm not putting my feet in no shoes that don't belong to me, okay? And I suggest the same for you. Believe in yourself. That's one of the hardest things that you have to do as an entrepreneur is not give up, believe in what your purpose is. Sometimes, yeah, you have to redefine stuff from the vision that you originally had, from the goal you may have originally had. But the key is to keep going, right? Keep going. Keep finding out what it is that your market needs. Keep finding out what it is that your customers want, not just need, but what do they want? Because sometimes people want something and don't need it, but then sometimes people need something but don't want it, right? So one thing about me, and I even had to learn this in my nonprofit, Beat the Streets, is that I can't save the world, right? I can't help everybody, but I'm here for those that want to help and save themselves. So you have to just keep going and believe in yourself, invest in yourself, know exactly what it is, your mission, your vision, and your purpose, and that will tell you exactly what direction to go. Follow your heart. I do everything from my heart. So I step out on faith always, and with that, I let God lead my way, okay? He's placing things in my life. He's placing people in my life that is meant to be here, that's either a mentor or a coach or who I'm mentoring or coaching. And he makes that very apparent for me to know exactly what that is. You know, a lot of times, especially when you step out on faith, you have to be okay with the unknown, okay? You might not understand it, you might not even get it, but there's a mission, there's a purpose in everything that you do and everything that God has for you. So in this, right, I walked away from a 6-figure position, not really knowing if I would be able to replace that salary, right? That was all faith. I walked away from my job, and when I tell you, my sister and COO of this business, he was more nervous than I was, but she knew I can no longer be in that position, okay? I had given that company my all, and I couldn't do it no more. So I chose to invest my all in my business, and that's what sustains me. So again, I am happy and honored to say that I replaced my 6-figure position with my 6-figure business, okay? Now, yes, I had to pivot in COVID too, we all did. So I looked at a way, how can I better serve my clients? What do they need me for? right now. And at the time, especially on the onset of COVID, a lot of people didn't have their books ready for these applications, right? These grants, these loans. Therefore, I pivoted and made that a service offering that let me help you get your books together so that you could apply for this money that you need. That's how you pivot in your business. That's how you keep going and never stop doing your business. That's how you give back to your business. Okay. So I'm going to conclude with this. Please follow me on all platforms, Tracy Tate Jones or TLJ Professional Services. You can book a free 30-minute appointment to just see where you're at, see where your mind is at, because a lot of business is in mindset. And I will leave you with this. Take it one day at a time, one step at a time, and never stop stepping.
Hello, and welcome everyone. We are so excited to be here. Now, you are in for a really special treat. This is Black Tide, Black Power, Black Money Day, and we are here with some phenomenal individuals. My name is E.R. Spalding, and I am the founder of Black Woman Startup, and we are here to talk about all things Black, all things excellent, all things about Black power, and all things about, guess what, that Black dollar. So we are here in this panel discussion around taking charge. Take charge of your life, your business, your community, and your family. How do we do it? Are we doing it? What are all of the questions in between? And I have some phenomenal individuals here with me to have this very important and epic conversation. One of those individuals is Dr. Khadijah Chapman. Now, if you don't know who Dr. Khadijah Chapman is, shame on you, but if you are new to the game, we want you to know that she is not. She has been in the front lines, on the front lines each and every day, making sure to push the needle forward, progress individuals forward, and to ensure that the money that we bring in, the wealth that we begin to build is accumulating in the Black family. She is one of the platinum sponsors for Iconic Conference, National Conference 2021, and she is the founder of the Black Millionaires Matrix. So I'm going to turn over the microphone just for a moment so she can give you a few more details and insights into who she is. But let me tell you, I say that she has been on the front lines for more than 20 years, that is exactly what I mean. So again, with a warm welcome, give up some digital hearts, some applause, type it into the chat and the feed, do whatever it is that you have to do. But let's welcome Dr. Khadijah Chapman, the founder of the Black Millionaires Matrix. Khadijah?
Woohoo! Hi. Welcome. Thank you so much, ER, for introducing me and for allowing me to be a part of this phenomenal event, life-changing event for many people, I'm sure. I am Dr. Khadijah X. Chapman, Coach Nisa, your radical wealth building strategist, and I am so excited to be able to share my vision and my mission and to serve in any way possible to be a part of this dynamic opportunity, because I believe that it's time for Black America to rise up, stand up, and take their rightful position at the wealth table. As a matter of fact, we need to create our own wealth table. It's very near and dear to my heart that we built America. Black people, our heritage, our lineage, our ancestors, our brilliance, our excellence. We did it at times when, in the worst of times. So today, I believe that we should take back what's rightfully ours. And I don't mean like take back like we're taking over something, but a lot of people come to this land to live a better life. and we're right here. And we have today, we have scholars, we have billionaires, we have, many millionaires, we have a lot of people still struggling. Collectively, we came together, as you know, we control over $1 trillion worth of, that's a lot of money. I watched this video the other day, and they were showing like they use grains of rice to coordinate to show you the difference between a million and a billion. It was a huge pile. It was like, here, let me see if I could show this really quick. This was so impromptu. It was almost like, this isn't even a good analogy. See this little bit right here? If this was like a million, right? Then we imagine this is like a trillion. But you probably have to imagine like, I'm sorry, a billion. You probably have to imagine like a lot of a bit, like imagine, in times of a million, a billion, a big, huge difference. So, when you put that into perspective and then you say a trillion, like that's huge. I don't think we really understand, like, honestly, what we're able to do if we collectively come together and become more intentional. So, the Black Millionaires Matrix is a wealth building platform designed to engineer Black millionaires simplistically.
All right. Did
You
you
know,
all hear that? The
yeah,
Black Millionaires Matrix is designed to engineer Black wealth, Black money, Black power. That's a powerful statement in and of itself. Because when you begin to engineer something, that means that you are calculating,
yes,
right?
yes,
That you know you have a blueprint
yes,
from point A to point Z. This is how we're getting ready to do this. When we talk about cars, engineering them to perfection, when we talk about homes and the engineering marvels of the light bulb and all of these different systems working together, really what Dr. Chapman is saying is that she can engineer you to $1 million. She can engineer you to $1 million and beyond. And if we collectively come together, then that is something that we can do if we set our minds and transport our minds to a place where we know that is possible. I just think that's amazing, Dr. Chapman.
oh, thank you. And this definitely got inspired, I promise you, and it is. And I've had the privilege, the honor to connect with other people, highly melanated, who have who doing the daggone thing, and so it's not just a me thing, it's a we thing. And I like to say, wealth, the first two letters in wealth is we.
Right,
So, at the end of the day, we can do anything. When Black people put their mind to something, it's game over.
right.
So, here's an opportunity to come in and get everything that you need to be your best self, to stand in excellence, to have the integrity, to have the support, to have the dynamics needed. Like it's almost like, the roadmap that we're putting together for success. It's almost like you can't lose. There's no losing in the equation of the team that we're putting together. You become a part of this team. Champion, yes, absolutely. It takes a team to get the ring, right? And that's collectively what we do. And there's so many of us, there's so many beautiful, brilliant Black people who are looking for something like the Black Millionaires Matrix so that they can come and shine, and other people can come and applaud them for shining. And it's really a place for us to come up and level up. And I could go on and on and on about different situations and scenarios where we as Black people, we don't support each other, we don't love on each other, we're hating on each other, we don't want to share information. I don't know where that come from, but at the end of the day, we have a totally different vibe inside the Black Millionaires Matrix. So we're super excited to be bringing this to the platform here and to share the knowledge that we have so that we can help everyone to up level as we continue to up level ourselves.
Well, thank you so much for that, Dr. Chapman. And we are excited that you are a part of the Black CEO family, and we want you to know that you are iconic. So with that being said, we have another special guest with us. We have an author, a writer who is going by the name Kai Simmons. So Kai, why don't you come forth, tell us a little bit about who you are and what you do, and then we'll go ahead and dive into tonight's conversation.
Yes, yes, ladies. So excited to be here. I am Kai Simmons. I am a wife, a mom, author, coach, speaker, and also an expert at finding strength through struggle. I've had some breakups, some breakdowns, and some breakthroughs. My life has not been great, but it has got me to this place where I have had to grow and evolve. And with my experiences and my knowledge, my mission is to help people overcome in times of stress and also find power in their pain. Again, really excited to be here. I'm looking forward to everything BlackCEO has to offer for 2021 and all of the new opportunities that we can bring to our clients in our communities. Being Black is something that I take with pride. I love my Blackness. So I'm on board and I'm ready to just do this.
Yes, yes.
All right, excellent. Okay, ladies, so are you ready? Let's go ahead and start having this very important conversation. Again, we are here on Black Tie, Black Power, Black Money Day at the BlackCEO National Conference 2021. And in that, this is really about taking charge of your life, of your family, of your business, and of your community. So one of the questions that I have is, when you all hear that, when you hear that phrase, take charge, what does that mean to you and for you? What is it that you kind of hear in the subtext of that phrase?
You want to start with me? For me, taking charge is when you stand up with in full excellence. Like you, like winning is non-negotiable. That's what taking charge means for me, and being really intentional about what it is that you want to do and doing it. It's just, I mean, I don't know. You just grab, like me. Like, for example, one of the things that I in life, in life, I realize that we don't succeed our way to success. We fail our way to success. So having the type of the energetic equation that I have is, I don't stop. You give me something to do, I don't stop. I don't give up. There's always a solution. That's just who I am, and that's how I roll. And I like people around me with that same type of energy. Like, we gonna win. What? That didn't happen. Okay, let's figure out another way. That's just to take charge attitude. We gonna get it done no matter what. There is no, there is no I can't. We gonna get it done. If they could build Dubai, we can get it done.
Right.
Right.
Seriously.
Most definitely. So Kai, what about you? Because we heard Dr. Khadijah talking about intention, right? So that's the first thing, and that deals with a mindset. That mindset of, first we have to set the intention that this is what we're going to do. Well, what is it that we're going to do? We're going to be unstoppable. We are going to be unyielding. We are never going to say that we can't do it. And even though there is a fail that happened along the way into success, I love the acronym of FAIL, which is first attempt in learning, right? So you are failing your way. You are in the process of learning as you're going there, but it all starts with an intent. So when you hear that phrase, Kai, like take charge, what does that mean for you? How does that kind of land in your energy field?
So when it comes to take charge of your life, for me, that means mentally, physically, spiritually, and emotionally having control of your true inner self. And I also want to piggyback on Dr. Khadijah's comment, taking charge of your community. That's being able to be there for others in whatever way they may need you, to be more sharing of yourself, whatever gifts and talents that you have, and you're able to be a benefit to someone else, then you should share that and do for others, because that's what it takes. It takes a village. You may have more, whether it's knowledge, experience, It can be finances, whatever it is, but we're supposed to reach back and help the next person and help to pull them up so that, they don't have to struggle as hard. And we shouldn't always put the next person down because we don't know what trials and what struggles that they've had to endure, what obstacles that they've had in their way. When it comes to family, same thing in a sense. Set the foundation, make sure basic needs are met. You got food, clothing, shelter. It isn't always about the material things and falling into the peer pressure and trying to keep up with the Joneses. I mean, it's good to have nice things, don't get me wrong, but when it comes to family, you have to make sure your basic needs are met. And for me, that's what that means when it comes to family, your life, and the community. And again, definitely taking care of ourselves so that we are able to pour into others.
Absolutely. And we want to hear from you all out there in the audience, right? So make sure that below this in the feed that you are writing in the chat. What does that feel and look like to you? And Dr. Khadijah, as co-moderator, I'm going to toss kind of the next question over to you. But before I do, I want us to think about in that, what is the role of the entrepreneur? More specifically, the Black entrepreneur, the Black CEO, when we talk about that, because Kai, you brought up some very interesting points when you said that it's our responsibility to reach back into the community. Because when you take charge of something, that really, for me, it sets the tone and it says that I'm taking ownership of whatever the situation is, right? I am the leader, or I'm securing the leader, and I'm helping to charge the way and the pathway forward. So when we begin to think about our Black communities, our Black families, our lives, right? And we've been in a whole lot of Black lives up in this piece, and with a level of intensity, I would say, over this past year. But really, what does that mean for the Black CEO? Because I know over here in our tribe, we always talk about being a Black CEO really means that we are creating the economic engine for those things, those causes that we care about, right? So in that, intrinsically, I hear that is, when we say take charge, it's more of a charge on self and having accountability for who you are as a CEO. It's no longer, I got to get mine and I've got to get mine for my family, but then how does it translate into jobs? How does that translate into opportunities? How does that translate into the mentoring of other individuals to walk the pathway after us? So those are some of the things that it means for me when I hear, taking charge of all of these different places and spaces, right? So it starts with me, but it's a level of accountability that I have to have with myself first. And then once I have enough practice doing that for myself, then I am beginning to grow and expand that into my family. And then having my family turn around and expand that into the community. And that is really where we begin to see those types of breakthroughs begin to shine. So I'm going to turn it over to you, Dr. Khadijah, as one of the co-moderators for our discussion today, and I'll have you ask the next question.
You want me to ask the next question or answer that question, or what?
Well, you can do both. How about that? We can have it all. I love it, right? That's how Black Money, Black Power says that I can have it all.
I feel so bad because I'm like, I don't have my questions. I kind of, and you're right, I should have them somewhere. I have my questions, but I don't know which ones we actually selected. I'm so,
no,
your girl was running over here.
Right. It's all right. And see, ladies and gents, you all are out there watching, and this is what it really means to be a Black CEO and to be committed, right, to the things that you say. You show up and you show out whenever, however. It's like, hey, if I said that I'm going to be there, I'm going to do it. Now, I may be a little frazzled. Don't worry about that. But we gonna get some snatch right.
Absolutely. Well, I really want to speak a little bit to what you just said, though, because being an entrepreneur for me, it means independence,
Right.
and it means leading by example, and it means creating solutions. You know, we talk about a lot of problems. You hear Black people complaining all the time. Everybody complaining about, somebody got to stand up. Somebody got to like come to the table with solutions. And then you create a team, and then you build other leaders. That's what being, and you create opportunity, and you share and you give, because it's a blessing to be a blessing. So those are some of the things that being an entrepreneur means to me. And most importantly, I get to create my own money. I get to, nobody tells me what my worth is. Even when I was on the grind, I'm 26 years self-employed. Lord knows I've been through some things, right? However, it's like all the way through it, even when at the lowest, when it was the hardest, and it was like, oh my God. And my significant other was like, girl, go get a job. Like, what we doing? And I was like, you, like, we
I got
both,
a vision. Wait a minute.
wait. We both,
Go, Willis.
make it real quick. We both entrepreneurs, but why was I the one being told to go get a job? Make a long, but not to get into that. At the end of the day, though, I always was able to figure out a way to come up with 20, 30, 40, $50,000. And guess what, family? Had I had went and got a job so that I could pay my rent or whatever was happening, whatever, in the moment, it's like I wouldn't have had the time to think and strategize and come up with the game plan to get the 20 to 30 to whatever number it was, right? So that's what being an entrepreneur to me. It means a certain you're asserting your ability or your power to create on whatever level you choose or whatever level you're at in that moment in your life.
Right.
So
And that's a key in terms of taking charge, right?
yeah,
And
yeah,
what I call it for the Black CEO,
mhm,
you have the ability to print money on demand.
yeah. Yes, ma'am. Create. Yeah,
Right? To name it, claim it, right? You name
yeah,
the thing and then you go out there and you claim it.
yeah,
And it's just as easy as that when you know your power, right? As you talked about, our ancestors and forefathers, they came over here. And when you really think about that traverse around the transatlantic, right? And coming over here, we are the descendants of those who would not die because there
mhm,
were millions who died on the
mhm.
passage coming.
Yep. And be clear though, there was a lot of us already here. So that's, they don't really teach that in history.
Right.
Already here, which is so interesting. But yeah, but just to stay on task with what you're saying, there was a lot of deaths, there was a lot of suicides, there were a lot of people we come from the lineage of the strongest of the strong.
The strongest of the strong and the most creative because
Yeah.
for even when we think about our diet and health conditions and everything, we have always been a people who had the ability to alchemize, right? To take a little, right? To take what others had thrown away and to utilize that creative force inside of us to create something to behold.
Yes.
And that really is why we can come here, right? Dressed, as they say, dressed to the nines in our best, having these important conversations because we know that creative force is inside of us. To be an entrepreneur means that you can flip it on demand, which means that we can affect our communities on demand. We can affect our families on demand.
That's the
And
thing.
we can do all of these things once we set our mind to doing it. So, Kai, what have been, I want you to show the evidence of that in your life, right? Because I think it's time that we give ourselves flowers and jewels and emeralds and pearls and all of those great things while we are alive. And we take for granted sometimes the things that we do because we've been doing it all of our lives, right? So what are some of the things that you have been able to witness from yourself as an entrepreneur where you have been able to take the smallest and to turn it around so that it manifested power and money and influence, right? Because all of those things, you know, all success in life is not about money, right? I say, you know, there are some individuals who I've been asked the question before, would you rather be powerful or influential? And my answer is always influence. Because if I can influence the person who's powerful, then I have the power, right? So I got the better gems. I got more talent, right? Because
Right.
about the talent intent, if I have the ear of the powerful individual and I can sway them to do the necessary things, then at the end of the day, I hold the power as well. So I want you to talk about some of the things that you have been able to do throughout your lifetime as an entrepreneur and what that looks like.
Okay, I'm going to touch on the financial security, but I first wanted to mention, because you touched on how our ancestors, they were able to take the littlest of things and turn it into a feast. And that is so true. We can do anything. So one of the things that I've done is, you know, they did that, but it wasn't always the healthiest for us. So I have implemented new eating habits, whereas, you know, we don't have to use so much of the seasonings and the flavorings, but just basically changing the way that we eat so that we can get some of that disease out of our heritage, because we've inherited eating habits. And with that, we've also inherited some disease that comes from that. So, you know, to rid the diabetes and the high blood pressure, it's just a matter of changing eating habits. With the finances, it's speaking to the youth, speaking to others about investing, um, real estate, financial security. What is it that you can put in place for your family to inherit? You know, something that you can pass on. Life insurance is something, you know, that we don't do much in the Black community, but it is something that's very vital to us. And so, yeah, when it comes to financial security, definitely checking into Bitcoins, cryptocurrency. Let's find out what we can set up so that our kids have something that we can pass on, again, other than the Jordans and the material things. You know, those are good to have. You know, enjoy the fruits of your labor, but let's get something solid, something, you know, that they can actually take and build upon. Start a business, teach them how to do it, whatever it is, so that you're instilling in them those qualities and those characteristics for them to understand what financial security really looks like, so that you can provide and allow them to provide for theirs. And, you know, and we can change that cycle.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for that. And the Black Millionaires Matrix, we have so many courses and everything you just spoke of, because financial literacy is so important in helping, like, it's so many layers to creating wealth, you know, and a lot of it starts with understanding a lot the game, what I call the money game.
Mm-hmm.
Like for right now, one of the big to-dos, even just having a corporation, understanding taxes, understanding how to protect the money that you make, understanding how to put the money to work for you that you're making, because we all make money. It comes down to what do you do with the money that you have. So
Yeah.
now we have the cryptocurrency thing. That's the newest thing, and a lot of people are missing that. And I have a staff of about 10 or 12 people, right? And the millennials are all buying crypto and Bitcoin and, you know, and I forget the name of it, Ethereum and altcoins.
Mm-hmm.
And it's so cool to see it. It's like, you know, and then a lot of, I don't know, I'm not going to say, you know, I don't know, middle-aged 40, 50-year olds are like, I'm not sure, I don't know. So we're schooling people, you know, around us. And I'm
Yeah.
encouraging anybody who know anything, like send out the videos. I mean, it's some major players right now. I don't know if you guys know what's going on with any of that stuff. And now isn't the time to get that deep, but it's almost like being just knowing what's going on. Like, you know, it's a lot of ways to make money with altcoins. You don't even have to necessarily do crypto, but you can make money. I mean, Bitcoin, but you can make money in just in the cryptocurrency world period right now. It's so much opportunity. So I'm glad you brought that up. Um, Yeah, because yeah, I mean, there's a lot. I want you guys to think about something really quick. The Black church. I don't care what religion you are. But when you think about the Black church, if you know anything about the Black churches have so much power that's not, it's not executed, in my opinion. Every church is doing their own little thing for their own little community, for the, whoever tithe or what have you.
Right.
But all of the Black churches, or a large percentage of them, they take their tithes every single Sunday and they put them in some major bank.
Yeah.
I mean, we could change the game just with tithing alone. And if you took, let's say, if you because when I say that, I'm thinking more so Christian. But if you took even just like the Muslims, because they put their money somewhere too, they may do more Black banking. I really don't know, to be honest. I've never asked, but I do know the more Christian based Bank of America, with that, the big banks, Chase, whatever. And I'm just like, do you know how much money we tithe every Sunday as a community, like world, in this
Yeah.
we
Yeah.
I mean, so sometimes it's like, how do we, and I never will forget, I was at a George Frazier's event, one of my mentors. He's actually he's one of the reasons I'm doing what I'm doing today, whether he knows it or not. Him and Claude Anderson, both huge in my growth. And just mindset around a lot of things, all things Black. So um he, the I was at one of his events and I heard one of the pastors, one of the mega pastors speak, and I'm not going to say his name because it doesn't matter, but what he said was so powerful. He said that he went to a lot of the bigger churches, mega churches, and he asked the pastors, let's all come together collectively and do something with with our tithing. And he said no one would come to the meeting, no one wanted to play, no one it was just very, I was just like, wow. I was like, that's really deep. Like, we actually had someone trying to stand up and create that space where we could do something. Because, it's a lot of money go through them tithing churches. So anyway, one of my questions was, how do we get the Black churches to come together and maybe do something like that? And I mean, maybe that's not a possibility, but man, oh man, if we set some intentions around that, you talk about home ownership, you talk about helping people really understand financial literacy, because we're creating a space where our money is working for us. Be a game changer.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%. And first, we have to get out of this stereotype and stop putting each other down, and being able to trust one another. But that's something that we've done for decades, and that's also a cycle that we have to break. And think about it in a sense, well, how would you want your brother or your sister to treat you, or how would you want your brother or sister to treat your business? So give them that same energy that you would want in return from them.
You
No,
know,
and hold on, Dr. Chapman. I'll pop in, and I I know this is why the conversation that we're having today is so important. Because for me, I don't think it has anything to do with the Black church, Black mosque, Black, synagogues, Black anything relative to institutions, because institutions are filled with nothing more than people,
Right.
which is why the change, right, has to come with self first. That is why having the accountability with self, and then what happens with self as you begin to develop your family, take charge of your family, right? Then the mindset and the collective unit of the family, that changes. And
right.
then those family values begin to expand and spread out as you go out into the world, interact with other people, or whatever. And so, if we look at ourselves initially and say, okay, what is it that I need to do? And part of that is when we are faced with not trusting other individuals, what I believe is that it's really the distrust that we have of ourselves.
Yeah.
Am I
Yeah.
capable? Are how many of us are walking around with imposter syndrome? We are, attempting, trying to be individuals that we are not versus glorifying ourselves for who we are. And that's why the work of the Black CEO is so important, because we are standing on the front lines, not only for other individuals to witness what we do, but for us to be witnesses to ourselves first, right? Yeah. And the power that we hold and what it is that we can do. So when we think about Black money, it starts with what happens to the Black dollar that finds itself in your home.
Right. Where do we spend it? Who are we spending it?
Where do you go? Where do you spend it? Are you actively searching for other Black businesses? Are you creating a business yourself? Are you advertising? Are you marketing? Are you putting your solution out there and saying, hey, I'm here, right? So again, when you have Black power, it starts with self, and the Black dollar starts with the dollar that comes in your home, with the dime that comes in your home. What do you do with it? Where do you put it, right? Are you saying, okay, is there a Black credit union? Is there, oh, we don't have one in our community. Let me go and talk to my neighbor. Hey, where are you putting your money? Can we trust ourselves enough to say, can we circulate our dollars together?
Right.
And then you two go out and find two more and say, hey, can we trust each other enough to do business with one another? You have sugar, I have bread. You have a light bulb, I have this. You have a craft, I do all of these different things. And because we live in, a majority of us live in Black communities, right?
Yeah.
I live in a Black community. I'm on the south side of Chicago, and I am proud to say that I have Black neighbors. Now, it's some other people that live around me too. But the question is, do I trust myself enough to go to my brother, go to my sister and say, hey, this is what I have to offer, and let's see where this value exchange can be. Then we begin to roll out. So once we begin to change our own individual mindset, right, and we become the evidence of who we are that other people can see and witness, then that gives them the ability and the permission to look within and say, this is who I am, and now let me do this. And we begin to collectively work together, and it steamrolls out. This is why the hashtag 11 has become such a critical, juncture for Black CEO. Because, when we cooperate, 1 + 1 = 2. But when we collaborate, 1 and 1 = 11. And that's where that hashtag 11 comes from. So Dr. Khadijah is not here and a sponsor with the Black Millionaires Matrix because her mindset was, well, let me see. Can I trust BlackCEO to put me up as a sponsor? Can I do? No, she said, I'm a platinum sponsor. I'm spending money. I'm investing in myself at the level of which I expect results, right? And so that gave other individuals the ability to do the same. There were other individuals that were like, hey, let me go over here in the Black Millionaires Matrix and spend some money over here. If your credit is bad, Black Millionaires Matrix. If you're looking to invest in Walmart's, Black Millionaires Matrix. If you're looking to, all of the new strategies, cryptocurrency, understanding all of these things you can learn inside of the Black Millionaires Matrix. But first you have to say, where am I going to invest my Black dollar?
Yes.
I totally agree. There was a family that lived next to me, and it just blew my mind. It was a family of like 10, and everybody had it was just a huge family, huge family. So I kind of lightweight adopted 2 of the kids out of the 10, helped buy stuff for them, whatever. And so when they would come and hang out with us on the weekends, we went to Black restaurants, and this was like 10, 12 years ago, maybe a little more than that. And we went to Black, stores, Black restaurants, Black boutiques. And I wasn't doing it like, hey, come on, let me show you how to shop Black. I wasn't doing, I'm just authentically doing what we do. And the young lady, she's a teenager at the time, and she said, wow, Khadijah, she said, I've never been, don't think I've ever really been to any Black businesses except for maybe a few of the like dollar store kind of things that may be around the neighborhood or a store around the neighborhood. And that just blew my mind because, we were going to restaurants. So you're right. A lot of times we have to show up and we have to teach the next generation and we have to speak into them that this is how we go to the next level. I had a real quick scenario with we had a business colleague, and for whatever reason, him and my significant other at the time they just, I don't know, male egos, I don't know. And so my significant other at the time was like, well, they had a DHL franchise, and he was like, well, we're not gonna, support we're gonna pull our account. And I'm like, well, I know y'all don't really like each other, but I'm sure we spend a lot of our money with people who don't look like us, wouldn't spit on us if we was on fire. We just don't know it. So I was like, no, we're not going to pull our account. We're going to keep it right there with that Black man because he has good service. And whatever's personal between y'all, I ain't look. We putting our Black money over there because he has a Black wife, he has Black kids, he put them through college, and he employs Black people. So sometimes we have to even think a little bit bigger than, just like I heard the one brother say on BlackCEO, one of the calls, I loved him for saying this. He said, I went to a Black business and it was horrible. The customer service was horrible. It didn't smell too good. The prices were high. I mean, he just had a lot of complaints, right? And he said he supported it. He supported the business. And he said, I'm gonna keep going back till we get it right. And I just love that he said that. And it was so many people on the line. But that's what it's about when, I talk about masterminding, and I talk, community. It's like you need people like that to remind you. I'm gonna give one other example. I was an investor in a restaurant, and the guy who started it, his phenomenal brother. I tell that story one day, but he told us, he said, a lot of times we don't want it, like, okay, it was a kitchen and a restaurant, I'm sorry, inside of this plaza we all invested in. And so he was like, hey, if the food isn't, or something isn't good, let's look, we're gonna let maybe 5 or 6 people taste it. And if there's an agreement, then maybe, we can talk about what needs to be fixed, opposed to people coming in, oh, I don't want to say anything because, they're going to think I'm hating. There's like, we have to sharpen each other in love and be open to, the criticism or constructive criticism or whatever, so that we can always sharpen each other. I don't believe in ever tearing a Black man down or a Black woman down, ever. I'm always here to uplift and speak life into you. What can I do to help you? And that's, prayerfully what I receive back from other people. If I'm not doing something in excellence, hey, call me on it, because that's what I strive. And I look for people around me to have that same motivation to stand up in excellence. And we're not perfect, but we're striving for perfection. We're striving to be the best we can be.
That's right, Dr. Khadijah. And iron sharpens iron. And the truth, we have to hear it. We have to be open to receiving it. It may hurt in the beginning, but it also heals. Truth hurts, but it heals at the same time. And you can grow from that, and you can, get to the level that you're trying to get. So yeah, I agree.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So I believe we have had some amazing discussions today. And as we begin to wrap this up, I think each and every one of us have had some nuggets that we can walk away with, things that we can think about. Like our Arsenio Hall used to say when his show was on, things that make you go, So what I would like to hear from the individuals who are watching right now, and go ahead and put it in the chat, and we come back and we read the feed that is going through and come back and answer some of the questions. What do you all think would be a great next step, right, in terms of creating Black power and Black money? And how can we begin to utilize that and generate it? These are the things that we want to hear and want to know, because the reality is that no one else is going to stand and lead the ship if not you, right? We have to take ownership. I say all the time that, you can't just rent this life, right? You have to take ownership of it. And if you take ownership of it, that means that you're responsible for the landscaping, the feed, the water, the rain, all the things that are necessary in order to keep it going. And so if we are the owners of our lives, if we are the owners of our families, and if we are the owners of our community, what is our plan for growth and development? And then what is the plan for maintenance and upkeep? Because that's what ownership is all about, right? Ownership is taking the initiative to say that I am going to invest in this. I am going to be the creator of this. And this is really why I love not only the women who are here on this panel, but for you all in the audience, because you showed up because either you're a Black CEO or you're aspiring to be one, which means that you now have taken the creative power to name it and then claim it, right? Because when you name something, you own it. Like, I got a little fur baby in there. He's mine. I own him, right? I named him, right? My children, they're mine. I named them, right? So we're going to name it and claim it. Name your business, name your side hustle, name your wealth building strategy, name it, and then go out there and claim it. So as we get ready to wrap up, Kai, I'm going to start with you. So start thinking about kind of what your closing remarks are, because we are here and we are on Black Tie, Black Money, Black Power Day at the BlackCEO National Conference. And so just want to give you the floor, Kai, to go ahead and give your closing remarks for today's discussion.
Okay, yes. So I want to encourage the people. I do not know what anybody may be going through right now, what level they're trying to achieve, but I do want them to trust themselves. Just trust yourself to say what you need to say, to do what needs to be done. Be willing to change your thoughts. That may mean changing your perspective sometimes. Be willing to take advice from other people, even if they are closest to you. Sometimes it's the people who are the closest to us who give us the best advice, but we refuse it because we feel like we know them. But they may have some real nuggets to give to us. And I want you all to know to never allow negative thoughts to have the power to send your life into a downward spiral. That's something you can always change. The only thing you have control over are your thoughts, your actions, and your behaviors. So if you want something, you need a plan, you need a vision to go after it. Find somebody that you can network with. If you don't feel like you're at that level, take on a new skill, find your mentor, reach out to somebody who you feel is in that position that you're trying to reach, and somebody that you can actually learn from. And just surround yourself with positive people, because negativity will drag you down. And you don't want that. You don't want it impacting your spirit. You don't want it to put you in a position where you're not able to be the best version of yourself. So again, continue to surround yourself with positive people, people who celebrate you, and people who can feed you with what it is that you need to succeed so that you can allow your family to succeed. And those are my final thoughts for today.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Kai Simmons, for being here. And now we are going to go over to Dr. Khadijah Chapman. Final thoughts for the evening.
Final thoughts are, as a woman of color, African descent, I would like for my family to, and that's anybody who look like me, to remember that we are all family. I would like for us to, anyone who has the opportunity to see or be a part of the Black CEO movement, to remember where we come from, and to remember that once upon a time, our people were raped, which is why we have different hues of Black skin. Yeah. That children were taken from their mothers. Men weren't allowed to marry the woman. We did the jump of the broom thing, right? And I'm saying that to say that we need to really love on each other as though we are family for real. Because you don't know that person that you're gritting on might actually be a part of your lineage. And I say that to say that I think it starts with self-love, getting rid of the whole color thing and just embracing each other in love and supporting each other. My final thoughts are that if you don't win, I don't win. And that needs to be like the mindset that we have from this day forward. Forget what you were raised. I was raised in a house where my grandmother was saying, don't bring me no black and ugly grandkids, and I didn't know what that meant. It was like, what does she mean? Because my black is beautiful, right? And so, but as I, grew up and I'm learning and I'm seeing how we divide and conquer based on color and based on not wanting to share information, and we need to accept a different philosophy. It's time for us to change the conversation by being part of a solution. The Black Millionaires Matrix, this isn't a shameless plug, but it is on some level. It's part of a solution base, and there's others, that are similar to what I'm doing. Get connected with the community. Be a part of, like Kia just said, which is so instrumental. Be around a community of people who wants to love you, support you, and in my case, help you really understand the money game so you can pay for everything else that you need. But at the end of the day, we have to do better at loving on each other. When we see young men in the street and they sagging, we can't just ride by and be like, no, that's my son right there. I take him aside to have a conversation. You know, I, yeah, you gotta. I'm sorry, what'd you say?
With caution, because the kids these days are a little different.
People say that, but I've never had a bad experience. I promise.
That's true.
I haven't, and I don't have no fear of me. Hey son, how you doing? How's your day today? What you doing? What's going on? Why you like? I have conversations. I'm not gonna get all deep into that. But and then for those of us who are like, hey, that's not who I am, then create a safe space. Create a safe space. Be part of a community. Be part of community development. Yeah, that's all I gotta say. Just be a part, like my grandfather Wally U. Dean used to say, if you're not part of the solution, then you're part of the problem.
Part of the problem. But here at BlackCEO, we know that every question has an answer and every problem has a solution. And when we ask the question, what type of business are you in? At BlackCEO, we always answer, we're in the problem solving business, right? That is just who we are. We are out here powerfully solving problems. And that gives us the ability to take charge of our family, our lives, our businesses, and our communities. And you have been a part of this iconic panel discussion this evening. I want to thank Kai Simmons. I also want to thank Dr. Khadijah Chapman. We are here, and this entire day has been brought to you by our platinum sponsor, the Black Millionaires Matrix. My name is E.R. Spalding, founder of Black Woman Startup. It has been my pleasure and my honor to be here co-moderating this discussion with Dr. Khadijah Chapman. We have had an exciting time with you today, and we want you to continue to take this conversation further, create accountability in your life by taking ownership of everything that we do, and we'll continue to see, because we have had tremendous strides, but we will continue to see the changes occur in the community because we are the change that we want to see in the world. Thank you so much. And remember forever, 1 + 1 = 2, but 1 and 1 = 11. So #11, and we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna give the 10-second countdown, and we all know what happens at the end. So you're gonna give your name, right? Where you're from, the name of your business, and then we are going to be Black CEO out. So everybody in the feed, get ready, get your little fingers typing, and we're getting ready to go for this countdown. And here we are, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. My name is E.R. Spalding, and I am from Chicago, Illinois, and BlackCEO out.
Go out.
Carrie Simmons, Chicago, Illinois, author, coach, speaker.
BlackCEO out. All right.
Hey, what's going on? I am excited about Black and Iconic for 2021. Why? Because I believe this is a plandemic and not a pandemic. So I'm your girl, Lucinda Cross, Chief Activator, known as the Comeback Coach. Shout out to Verizon, right, for this. And this has a lot to do with my message today. I'm going to go over at least 10 different principles about not only, we already know about being Black, that's magical, that's sweet, that's lovely, the essence, right? But let's talk about iconic, because I believe each and every one of us is an icon in our own right. We are the first, many of us are the first to do several of the things that we're doing in our families. I know for myself, I am the first to do several things that I have done. We are also, when we look at our brand name, I want you to take your last name, whether it's your married name, your maiden name, look at that name. Making your name great is key for 2021. It is key for your stamp and your state this year and moving forward for being Black and iconic. So there's amazing things that I'm going to do with my last name for my name's sake. When we look at every brand that has created a legacy behind it, we buy into the legacy name, yes? And so I want you to create and think about how iconic you are and how iconic your name is. If we look at the word in the Bible, everybody's name, it was the family of Abraham, so there was the names meant everything towards legacy building, the legacy foundation. And so one of the sidebars that I'm going to give you real quick, everyone for this year, and we're standing here being Black and iconic, have a family meeting, a state family meeting. Everyone needs to be on one accord. You have that tribe mentality and you have your herd mentality. And as being Black and iconic, the two things that make these two separate and why it's so important in being Black and iconic in 2021 in this plandemic and not the pandemic, right? Is that when we create and look at our family structure as a tribe, looking at it as a tribe, looking at it as, listen, we are coming together on one accord to help build not only my son, my daughter, right? And so looking at each family member, we each play a part. And it is important that I don't care if it's your 5-year-old, they have to attend the estate meeting because it is important for them to know the importance of being in the tribe and what they bring in terms of even their legacy at 5 years old to the table, because everyone plays a part. Now, when you look at the herd mentality,
Hi everyone, it's JJ Conway and I want to welcome you to today's workshop. When I decided to retire from the military and go full-time entrepreneur, I wasn't making this as a financial decision. I was making it as a life calling decision, filtering it through my purpose. Purpose is why you do what you do, and done properly, it's an excellent filter through which you can make all of your decisions more impactful and more powerful. Sure, it is a financial decision to go full-time entrepreneur, and I may have negotiated the terms with my husband because it's a financial decision that impacts the family. But let me tell you what I didn't do. I didn't negotiate with my dream. See, I might have well just said, let's get a government job to tide me over. My friends all got government jobs when they retired. Mom and them keep sending me all these job offers. Let me just get a little job, cut back some of the hours that I'd be able to work on my business. Let me just do what everybody else does. But I knew that wasn't my purpose. My purpose wasn't to kill myself, trying to get established in yet another bureaucracy that does not care about creative souls of color like me. My purpose is to change communities, especially communities of color. So when you know your purpose, you filter your life's decisions through your purpose. And when you know, you make decisions very quickly. In the book Think and Grow Rich, which we study as a part of my Abundant Success program, Napoleon Hill talks about the habits around decision making. He says people who are successful have a habit around decision making. They make decisions quickly and they seldom, if ever, change them. They make decisions based on those things that are in harmony. Now I'm paraphrasing this, in harmony with their purpose. He also said that people who are not successful or do not stay successful for very long have a habit around decision making. They make decisions very slowly. They have to think about them for a very long time. They make their decisions filtered through the current conditions and circumstances of their life and not through purpose. Wow, that's really powerful when you get it. See, making the decision to go full-time entrepreneur was a decision based on my purpose, not my current conditions and circumstances. To take your company to the next level, you must be very intentional about how you share your energy, your time, your resources, and other areas of your life that are all competing for your attention. So let's talk about that for a bit. What we're really talking about here is living in harmony with all the areas of our life. So I'm going to go through with you the 5 different areas of our life. And you may want to consider having a purpose statement in all of these areas. And then at the end, I'll show you how we can blend them together into one really powerful purpose statement. My goal for all of you today is that at the end of our session, you will be able to have an understanding of how to create a really powerful purpose statement. Now, this isn't a purpose statement for your company. Most of us already have that. This is a purpose statement for your life. And your company is just one of the ways that you live out your life's purpose. So what is your purpose? Maybe you don't know. Maybe it's some cliche you were taught. For years, I went around parroting what my ex-husband wanted my purpose to be, what my church said the right purpose was, what the Air Force taught me the patriotic purpose would be. But each of us, in order to grow our wealth and take our lives to the next level, we have to do the work to uncover what truly is our purpose. Let me calibrate it with you. Oftentimes, when we use words that we choose, the words we choose for our purpose statement, they are defining words. They are creative words. And if our purpose statement is a statement of why we're doing what we're doing in our life and how we're going to live our life, then because this purpose statement is the filter through which we make all of our decisions, then we want to know that we got the purpose statement right. This is about identifying these 5 areas of abundance that we're going to talk about today. They are the 5 fibers of your life. And then we blend them together into one purpose statement. So the purpose statement from each of these areas will combine to serve as the foundation of what we do in regards to vision and goals. Now, for those of you who are new to me and my body of work, I'm going to briefly review these 5 areas. They're in no special order. Each are equally as important in the context of this process. Now, there may be one area of your life that is more important right now, sure, but in the context and the process of writing the statement, they're in no special order. Does that make sense? All right, so first one I'm going to cover is spiritual. I think we should have a spiritual purpose. And I say this as someone who was a physicist in the Air Force for 23 years. And when we think about a spiritual purpose, what I'm talking about today is our awareness of oneness with God and a relationship with God. What is your purpose spiritually? Why do you do what you do in your spiritual practice? And how do you do what you do? How do you make decisions in your spiritual walk? For me, I choose to pray every single day, and I set aside time for me to pray. It's a priority for me. It's non-negotiable. I pray so that I can have a relationship with God. I also pray when I wake, at noon, and before bed, at least a total hour as part of my spiritual purpose and practice. I also give 10% of my time, talent, and my treasure, which means money. And so whenever I earn money, I have already pre-made the decision that I'm going to tithe 10% of that. Why? Because it's part of my spiritual purpose. And when I enter into that tithing practice, I'm fulfilling that purpose. So I allow my spiritual purpose to be one of the filters through which I make all of my money decisions. Remember, purpose is why you do what you do and the filter through which you make all of your decisions. I find myself praying almost every day, and my kind of prayers are pretty straightforward. I'm real with God, and He is real with me. Like the other day, I fell asleep with the baby, and I was late on my assignment. So I was going to skip my workout and do my doctoral assignment, only I know from past experience, when I get off kilter in my schedule, the best thing to do is to get back on schedule. But I really didn't want to get a late penalty on this paper, okay? I had been on my son about turning in his assignments late, and I didn't want to be a hypocrite. I knew if I didn't do it now, by the time I work out and such, it would be so late that I was going to get hit with that penalty. So I decided to pray and ask the Lord. And yes, I was flustered and tired, but as soon as I got down and thought the words, the Lord immediately chastised me. You know you're not going to do that assignment anyway. You might as well work out. Oh, I'll do it, Lord, I'll do it. You know what? 10 minutes later, I had gotten all kinds of stuff done on my Facebook for my business. Isn't it interesting how we can get so much done for something else when we're procrastinating from what we really need to do? So 10 minutes, I'm knocking out all sorts of posts and emails for my business, and I look at the clock and I remember what the Spirit said, and I jumped into the rest of Anthony Walker's Camp Gladiator workout. It was a good one too, y'all. My body really needed it. And so I find myself being more grateful in prayer for all of the wonderful things and wonderful people, or even the problems that are going to help me grow. And being grateful and then also asking for help. This prayer, ultimately, the purpose is having the better relationship with God. And I know for some of you today, you're like, she's talking about God. I'm here to learn about profit. But I'm telling you right now, having a spiritual component will elevate your profit. I think this is really important, and this isn't about preaching at you, okay? Anyone, regardless of your religion, can walk in gratitude and thankfulness and seeking wisdom from your higher power. I just think the ideal such relationship is with my God. And look, I think anybody can have a really good life, get a really good life if they don't have a spiritual purpose, right? But I don't know that they can have a complete life without it. And this particular iteration of my Purpose Vision Goals seminar is geared towards CEOs. You are at the top of your food chain. And I really think this is the missing dimension in many of our lives. I don't think any of us wakes up ever. I don't think anybody with me today wakes up one day and says, you know what, today what I really want to do, I want to create an average life. Now, I'm not saying there aren't moments when we're overwhelmed, and if we can just get through one more day without bringing any more drama or retribution on ourselves, right? That would be great. But in our heart of hearts, I think what we want to do every single day as agents of change and as people committed to being lifelong learners, we want to create extraordinary lives of impact and significance, lives of adding value to other people and being well compensated for doing it, right? And look, there's lots of really good programs out there. There's lots of programs you can go get certified in, lots of things you can learn how to speak and do better, lots of programs out there that help you sell and market yourself, and they're very good programs. But if they don't have a component to the spiritual walk that is in alignment with my vision for building wealth together, then I'm not interested. We're not a faith-based organization, but certainly faith is one of our core values. And so we live that out. And I really do believe we would be incomplete in living a purposeful life without having that spiritual dimension. Now, I know I just lost a lot of CEOs there by talking about the spiritual first, but that's okay. It's kind of a filter. It's kind of a weeding out, y'all. Those of you who stayed, who get this, you're going to get this, and it's going to bear 100-fold fruit in your life. So the second area of abundance is having purpose in our primary love relationship. So think of the relationship with your family, your closest friends, and for those of you who are married, your relationship with your spouse. You know, how do I spend time with them? How do I prioritize my time with them? Do I pick my kids up from school and work all night, or do I actually play with them? Do I set aside time every couple of days to call my mom, right? I probably shouldn't use that example because I think that would bother my mom. But whatever it takes to maintain your primary love relationships. And you know, I'm a busy gal, just like you're busy, you know? I know everybody's busy, but we're pretty busy. And I just launched a program that is spread across the world. I got 8 hours of live video content that I got to prepare for on top of just my normal daily schedule. But the other day when my son said he needed his mom to spend extra time with him, I made the time. I made the extra time to play with him. Why? Because it's in harmony with my purpose in the area of my primary love relationships. And he's at this stage now. He's beginning to experience fear. He's realizing that not everybody in the world is nice, and it's a normal phase that kids go through at this age. I've made a commitment to being a part of his life. I made a commitment to rearing confident, productive children who will be millionaires by their 30s. Not only that, but when I invite him home from the holidays, I want him to want to come home, not just come home out of obligation. Sure, it's harder on my schedule because, I still have all those responsibilities, right? But I'm not going to hold to that. I'm going to let go of things of a lesser value for the attainment of things of a greater value. And that's really what the law of sacrifice is all about. See, the law of sacrifice would have us define in our life, through the filter of our purpose, what are the things in our life that have lesser value so that we can attain those things that are of greater value. So this is why I do what I do with my family. This is why a piece of my purpose in the area of my primary love relationships is spending time with my children. And as I shared before, as you gain more understanding of this, and as you begin your true work of your life and begin to apply these lessons in your life, you will develop more dexterity with these principles. And you'll not only have a purpose statement in each area, but you're going to bring them all together into one kind of all-encompassing purpose statement. Now, for those of you who want to know more about this, I would love to help you purpose statement your life. But first, let me calibrate it for you. Stay tuned because we're going to walk through this in detail, all right? The last 2 times I saw my dad, 2 Christmases before he passed, I flew him out to see the Steelers beat Houston. I had to invest in his room, food. I had to take my whole family. Well, I didn't have to, but I chose to. Take my whole family. You get the tickets, the hotels, the Airbnb, all the things, and the time. Time is the biggest commitment, isn't it? Especially for CEOs, busy CEOs like us. And I just had a bad car accident, and my military career was in jeopardy because of that accident. And our savings went to a lot of things about medical care. And the last thing my boss felt like I should do was take a week off. But I felt strongly led to. So I did. The next year, we all drove out to California, all the way out to California with a potty training toddler, y'all. And when you're building a business, it is difficult to fit that time in, I know. But again, I felt led to, and it was consistent with my purpose. Y'all, those were 2 of the 5 times I've seen my dad in the 23 years of my military career. And the next Christmas, we were outside of Pittsburgh, burying him in the National Cemetery of the Alleghenies. We never got to build houses together after I retired. We never got to travel to the Super Bowl together after I retired. All those things we were saving for after I retired from the Air Force, they never happened. And I'm so glad I maximized the time that I had in the moment that I was called to make the decision. You've been promising your family a lot later. But if they're important to you, I'm encouraging you right now to prioritize them by crafting a purpose that includes them in your life as a priority right now. If you're thinking about your primary relationships and you're feeling like, how am I going to fit all this in? How am I going to afford the time? I'm going to tell you, when you have a strong purpose, it is simple for you to make the decision. I didn't have to think about the decisions to spend time with my father. I didn't wrestle with it. I didn't wrestle with the decision about the money, the time. And so often we hear people say they're overwhelmed. You know, when somebody's overwhelmed, I think it's actually because they're under-purposed. When we find ourselves overwhelmed, it's because we're under-purposed. And so when I find myself second-guessing myself, all I got to do is ask myself, were these decision points in harmony with my purpose? And since they were, I make it happen. I get it on my calendar. I move my agenda around. I move the money around. And once the opportunity, once the decision is placed in front of me, now look, I don't always know how I'm going to do it. I didn't ask if I should do it, you know. I asked if it was in harmony with my purpose and vision. Think about all the mental energy it takes to reconsider every time, thinking about everything over and over again and redeciding. That's exhausting. When you've got clarity in advance, you have already made those decisions. You don't need to spend all that mental energy working it out all over again. I love it because having this defined purpose frees up my energy to do what I do best, which is building wealth and changing communities. Having a strong purpose frees up your energy to tackle other, grander things. Let me get even more personal here. Some of you can really identify with this, okay? My husband and I, we're still crazy about each other, and we really enjoy spending time together. But we still have to plan it, especially when we're busy. He's at the top of his game, and I'm at the top of mine. And even though we're good partners, we still got a plan to find time together. Sometimes it's as simple as every Sunday after church, we plan our meals for the next week and go shopping together. And there's other things we do to honor our choice to grow together. See, if you don't make the choice to grow together, you will naturally grow apart. People say, oh, we grew apart, we grew apart. It's because you didn't choose to grow together. You didn't make choices that will allow you to grow together. You didn't find things to do together. You went your separate ways instead of making the choice to grow together. We've decided we're going to spend more quality time with our children, you know, and some of you hear me on this. You've been busy building your empire, and you know in your heart of heart, you really need to spend more quality time with your children. I mean, really, really spending quality time with the children. And we made that decision because they sacrificed a lot for my military career. Little man's on his 8th school, and Cubby spent his first 5 years with only one parent at a time. And we say things like, oh, kids are resilient. But sometimes I wonder if we're only saying that to appease ourselves. Because they're resilient, but they hurt when they're neglected. And a trip to Disney World once a year doesn't cut it. We always travel with our kids now. And we might find a friend to watch them when we're at our destination so we can have a little date night, you know, a little grown fun. But we always travel with our kids. In fact, we kept trying to get little man on our last cruise. We kept trying to get him to go to the kids club. He was 14 and he thought it would be fun for him instead of, you know, just eating and lounging. We thought it would be fun for him to go hang out with the kids. And after a few days, he said, why do you keep trying to get rid of me? It's a family vacation. You're my family. This is my time to spend with you without my brother. And I was like, wow, he wants to spend time with his parents. How many of us wish our teenagers would like to spend more time with us? We love to give our kids experiences. It's part of my purpose, to create memories for them that they're going to treasure and that we can treasure as well. This is such a powerful concept. Now let's go to the third one. This is the area of our personal growth and development. You have already made an investment in your personal growth and development just by being a part of this conference. Now, for those of you who, have been with me for a while, I say that these 5 areas of abundance: health, wealth, spiritual growth, relationships, and self-expression. That's true, okay? And this is a little bit different, okay? Because this is about our overarching purpose, which feeds into walking in abundance, okay? So A piece of my purpose in this area of personal growth and development is to be a continual lifelong learner, to be a student of life through travel, to study deep on the things that I'm interested in rather than broad, to go deep rather than broad. I purpose myself to be continually growing and developing. So when I make decisions about, well, you know what? Here's an example. Right before I filmed this, I had personal workshop time set aside in my day, scheduled for me to study and read on my own personal growth. It's a priority for me. Been a busy week, and I would love to just, put my feet up, but I also know that I'm starving for this time in this area of my life, for my purpose, a part of my purpose. So it was an easy decision for me to make when I was sitting down with my scheduling. Unlike everybody else, I had a competing offer and another opportunity for today, and so if I wanted to accept, I had this invitation. I've been going back and forth between Texas, Louisiana, and DC, back to Pittsburgh when I can, and I'm here in Louisiana and here in Texas, and I have this invitation to go to an event. And the person who invited me, y'all, was a VIP. Ooh, I'm sure it was a lovely event. I'm sure it was a lovely event, empowering, exciting, with great people. But it wasn't in harmony with my purpose. It wasn't in harmony with my purpose. I really wanted to do it, but the event itself, despite being with all the great people, was not in harmony with my purpose. And again, I've already made the decision. Otherwise, I would have probably wasted a lot of good time wrestling with, should I do this? Should I do this? Should I do this? Should I do that? But I conserve my energy and save my time, strength, health, treasure for the things that I do best by deciding in advance that for me, this is something, personal growth is something I'm really going to focus on. And what I realize is I do so much work in different areas, mainly as a speaker and coach, that I found that my personal growth and spiritual growth, they overlap a little bit, which is nice. I also find that my personal growth has been driven by the business, right? The business areas were largely where I was focusing, and that's great too. But there's nothing like preparing to teach something to really understand it yourself, right? So let me just throw this in. One of the best ways to learn is to teach. Maybe that's why I teach this stuff. But there's other areas, and I'm going to be so much more intentional about it. I set aside time to do that, literally scheduling it in. And I was doing that before I retired from the military, and I was growing. Anyone who knows me and has followed me through the last 2 car accidents, you can see that, right? But I decided to be more strategic, and it's made a huge difference in my personal growth. So I updated my purpose to include this intentional time of personal growth. Now, don't get me wrong. I would certainly flex my schedule if it was an opportunity that was aligned with the other areas of my purpose. But there's always a cost. And too many of us have been setting aside our personal growth, and we chase after this money, and we chase after these connections, and we chase after this dream. And at the end of the day, we have sacrificed our spirituality, our family, our personal growth, and especially this area that I'm about to talk about right here, the area of health and fitness. Number 4 in our purpose statements is the stewardship of our body temple that has been gifted to us. What is my purpose in the area of health and fitness? Well, again, this is a piece of my purpose, and my own personal purpose is to honor God through proper care of my body temple, to live in a healthy body, capable of taking care of myself physically, and that includes eating healthy, having good sleep habits, and good health habits. So I make decisions every day around the food that I eat. I make sure that I exercise every day for about 30 minutes a day, and I do seriously hardcore workouts now. Now, I know most people don't do this, and certainly most people with my age and all these injuries that I'm recovering from, most adults particularly don't do this because we haven't made that commitment. And we use, some of us use scripture, bodily exercise profiteth little. Now, let me tell you, I do have one thing in common with people who don't take care of their body. And the one thing I have in common with people who don't take care of their body is that I don't have the time to do it either. I don't have the time either. I'm busy. You're busy. And I can assure you, if working out every single day were not part of my purpose, if I were living my life through some other filter, like maybe the filter of how I feel every given morning, how many of us live in our lives through the filter of how we feel any given morning, huh? We need to live our life through our purpose, because if we live our life through how we feel, we wouldn't have the time either. I certainly wouldn't do it, but I do it as a part of my purpose. Therefore, it makes the schedule every day, not sometimes, not anytime. It's built into my day. And that's why I'm finally able to see progress back to where I used to be before the emergency C-section and 2 car accidents, all within 18 months of each other, all right? Now look, I'm going to talk about this for just a little bit longer, but let me tell you, there are 3 reasons why I would miss a workout, okay? 3 reasons that I wouldn't work out. And of these 3, there's not one that's any higher importance than any one day of working out, okay? One reason I might not work out is if I'm physically run down. I have this very real symptoms of a cold. I wake up, I got a sore throat. Okay. Now many of you know I'm in a pain management program, and if my pain has gotten ahead of me on any given day and I need to get it under control and my body needs the rest, well, then I'll give that the rest, especially with all the driving and traveling I do. But walking and yoga are part of my pain management program. So there's this runner's adage that says, below the head, stay in bed. Otherwise, go run. Below the head, stay in bed. Otherwise, go run. So if it's a head cold, I'll still walk or do yoga for 30 minutes, and then I'll come back and snuggle in my sweats and rest. I don't want to hurt myself with an injury or sickness. But let me tell you something. Most of the time that I actually walk or stretch, I actually do feel better. And I'll bet some of you will too. Now, the second reason I may not work out is if I have a rare opportunity, and I mean rare. Because remember, I can work out 365 days a year, and I tend to work out on every single one of them. And if I have a rare opportunity to live my purpose, I mean, that rarely comes to me. Like I had an opportunity to be in the room with our commander during Senate deliberations. And once I had the opportunity to testify before the Maryland State Congress, which resulted in anti-bullying laws being passed. And both time to travel there and back one way is a couple hours through DC traffic, y'all. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. All right? I may not work out that day. You get an opportunity to spend intimate time with John Maxwell or George Fraser. I'm going to do that. I'm going to try and work out first, but if I have to do 10 minutes of calisthenics in my hotel room and call it a day, then I'm going to, and I'm going to pick up the next day. So that's the second reason. Now, the third reason I might skip a day of my workouts is if one of my other areas of purpose needs attention, like in the case of an emergency. So when my dad died and none of his other 3 kids could take the time off to go out there, and I felt I needed to drive cross country, he was in Wilkes-Barre, PA, I needed to drive up there and take care of what I could take care of, clean the house where he fell, get the burial process started, find his records, meet with the family, and just all the things, right? I actually feel like my examples aren't that great today. Because one, they're sad, and even with handling Dad's affairs, sometimes I couldn't do more than just sit there and cry, but I actually did walk most days because he was a huge proponent of fitness and a powerlifting champion, and I knew that he would want me to keep taking care of myself. Plus, it cleared my head for a bit, and I knew my back and neck would be in too much pain if I didn't walk and stretch, okay? But if it's an emergency that requires all of my focus, then I probably won't work out. So those are the 3 reasons, all right? But rarely will I let those reasons compound one on top of the other and cause me to not work out for more than 2 days back to back, and almost never for more than 3 days in a row. I still remember the last day of my last appointment to the neurologist who was caretaking me after the second car accident. I sat there in that hospital with all those dying people and declared health over my life. I was at my best health ever 5 years ago, and I declared that day that I will be at my best health again 4 years from now. I'm on my way, y'all. I declared I'd be in even better health from then. I declared that I'll be running circles around young bucks laughing that 65 is the new 35. These are the visions that I'm holding for my health. How about you? What vision are you holding for your health? Time out for this whole thing of we all have to take pills every day and we all don't have any choice in our healing and there's nothing the doctors can do. We are called to righteousness, prosperity, and health. It is our destiny. Beloved, I wish above all things that thou mayest prosper and be in health, even as thy soul prospereth. And I understand. Woo, don't I understand? Sometimes things happen or things change, or sometimes you can be making progress and boom, you get hit in the rear end. Sometimes you just get disappointed and you have no choice but to recognize it, address it, and reallocate time. I get it. 2 car accidents later, I get it. But you have to address it, and you have to purpose in yourself that you are going to spend your energy and intention in the areas that are important to you. It's about harmony, not this balance thing everybody's chasing after that they can never get. All right. Number 5, flow of freedom for both time and money. So this is the last area of purpose, and I call this the flow of freedom. So this is the flow of freedom for both time and money. So my purpose is to be able to generate enough wealth that my wealth earns enough money to provide all my living expenses without my physical or mental involvement. Those of you who have heard me talk about financial independence versus financial freedom, this is at minimum financial independence. I have enough passive income to meet my needs, and I want to have enough money invested in real estate, stocks, bonds, gold, silver, cryptocurrency, in these kinds of assets that appreciate in value now and then rolls off enough income that it covers what it costs us to live every single year. And notice what I'm saying about appreciating. And I especially want my retired military members to pay attention. Today's pension will be frittered away by inflation unless you take action now to invest some of what you have. So financial independence, my money creates freedom for me so that I have the time to do the things that I want to do and can be with the people that I want to be with. Now, a part of my purpose in this area is to also create moments of significant impact in the lives of people, organizations, and communities around the world. That I feel called in purpose to be free enough to leverage my money and time for the things that reflect my values, my beliefs, my agenda in the world as an agent of change. And this is when you are financially free. And you know what? It doesn't actually take much financially to be able to change someone's life. You know, it's about $800 or $900 to pay a single mom's water bill for a year. 2 mentors of mine discovered all the kids in a Guatemalan village were dying because of unclean drinking water and insufficient immunity. They gave an entire village clean drinking water for something like $20,000. I don't know why Flint doesn't have no clean water. Anyway, they were able to create a clean water system that solved the problem of an entire generation dying off in a region of Guatemala. So living your purpose in this area allows you to contribute to changing lives, to being the person who matches other people's donations. For example, enough to buy 100 prosthetic hands for children. Think about that. There are 100 kids that didn't have either a right hand or a left hand, and someone was resourced. Imagine the impact of you being resourced to have the same flow of freedom, money, and time in your life that you could lead a campaign and impact kids' lives for years and years. All because you were intentional about first defining a purpose and then living into that intention. So when we look at our entire life, our purpose statement in each of these areas, and we allow these things to define our daily agenda as much as possible, and then we make decisions that are in harmony with these purpose statements, then we begin to have true power, impact, significance. And once you've tasted significance, success is never enough. Going back to these 5 areas, I think it's really useful to give you a way to work around, get your head around these 5 areas. It's very, very powerful. I was listening to a speaker quoting Carl Jung as saying the healthy personality is split between work, love, play, and spirituality. 4 areas, right? Work, love, play, and spirituality. And if you write those down and you think about your 5 areas, spirituality obviously matches, love matches, work, vocation matches, your health and freedom. Isn't that really play? The money to be able to do what you want, the time, strength, and health to be able to do the things that you want for play. Alexander Pope said, "Order is heaven's first law." Your purpose introduces such order into your life. It introduces purpose and order that drive the decisions you make, and those decisions give you clarity. Clarity of what we're focusing on and what we're not. Being real clear about what it is you want and what it is you don't. Now, goals introduce order, of course, but purpose introduces more order over a longer period of time. It is strategic. And the reason many of our amazing efforts fail to have strategic longevity is because we are so focused on individual goals instead of our overarching purpose. Now, I don't have my command the time to really dig into the vision and goals and how they extract from the purpose today, but you can contact me offline. I'll walk you through it. And when you're born, you have life. When you find purpose, you start living. We're going to wrap up with how to blend these 5 areas into one powerful purpose. And I invite you to think about how you would craft your own purpose blended as you hear mine. Don't be afraid to get it wrong, y'all. Sometimes we think our purpose is one thing, but as we live into it, we discover that it's really something else. Sometimes a purpose is with you for 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. Maybe it changes with the seasons of life, and that's okay. Also, don't be afraid to get it right, but not have it resonate with everyone. This isn't a one chance kind of thing, okay? A lot of times we grow into it, and I encourage you to write down a purpose that works for you. Meditate and pray on it and try it on. And again, it doesn't have to resonate with anybody else but you. My purpose is equipping God's people. That's what I'm put here to do. That's my short version of my purpose. But let me tell you, that's a very poor purpose for a financial planning business. It resonated with absolutely no one, not even the pastors. So that is not on the front page of my website, but it is written on the tablet of my heart and written in the lines of everything I do and say. And it's okay if your purpose is that way as well. Remember, your purpose does 2 things for you. Understanding your purpose and what drives you behind it pushes you through the discomfort of doing something new. And it also helps you filter out all of your competing distractions. Remember, if you keep doing what you've been doing, you'll keep getting what you've been getting. So we've identified our purpose in each of these 5 areas, and then we blend the 5 into one statement. And I've shared with you as we went along today a piece of my purpose in each of these 5 areas. So now we're going to take those pieces and blend them into one statement. Now look, words mean things. Words have an energy charge to them, right? There's energy. You tell yourself you're the greatest of all time, you begin to walk in that energy. You tell yourself you're stupid and dumb and ridiculous and no one's ever going to see you, no one's ever going to love you. You're going to believe it. There's energy there. So we want to make sure we're picking the right words that have the energy that's at the highest frequency of our energy, okay? So here's what it sounds like, okay? And you're going to hear all 5 of these and you'll hear the shift as I flow through. And I'm not going to tell you when I'm shifting, but you'll hear it, okay? It is my purpose to live my life in the full presence and awareness of my oneness with God. In my spiritual walk, I'm intentional with my daily agenda, making private time to commune with God, and I express my faith that He is guiding my steps to equip His people through my practice of tithing my time, treasure, and talent. As I live out my spiritual beliefs, I also spend quality time with the people I love and prioritize my yearly agenda so I'm intentional and congruent with this value. I'm a lifelong learner and invest my time and money in myself. I travel around the world to learn and experience new cultures, people, history. I go deep on my study in the things that I'm interested in and serve those I impact and influence. I honor God through proper care of my body temple, and I'm intentional to take care of my physical body. I eat healthy foods, exercise daily, and have good sleeping habits. And all of these daily decisions support my good health habits. I conduct my business in a way that allows me to be able to generate enough wealth so that my wealth earns enough money to provide all of my living expenses without my physical or mental involvement. I'm diversified in my investments, so I'm financially secure no matter what the world's market conditions are. My work in the world allows me to create moments of significant impact in the lives of people, organizations, and communities around the world, and to be free enough to leverage my money and time in and on the things that reflect my values, beliefs, and agenda in the world as a servant of the Most High. Now, don't worry if you haven't been able to live into your purpose just yet. Write it out, and you will eventually live into it. And that's just an example of a purpose that includes all 5 areas of a life. And I make all of my doing and being decisions through this filter of this statement. And when I become aware that I'm straying off course, as we all do, right, I'm going to be gentle on myself rather than judgmental. When I get off course, I quickly make the necessary decision to get myself right back on track. It's so easy to beat yourself up and be really mean to yourself. But I'm going to ask you today to give yourself grace, accept what happened, get back up, and get back on it. One thing I hope really comes through, and again, every time you hear this, is that making these decisions in advance are so important for us as CEOs because many of us have procrastinated on decisions in the past. Maybe that's why this really resonated with me. I am like the #1 procrastinator before these principles became powerful in my life. Your purpose statement will develop and adapt over the years. And over the years, I've had many opportunities. And as I've shared earlier, I've said no to them, not because they weren't good or even great, but because doing so would take me off my purpose and cause me to leak. I would leak life force energy. I would leak my time, energy, capacity, and resources. And if you think about what is your life energy, it really is your time, talent, treasure. So one way to think about your purpose is that your purpose is like the sun, okay? Everything in the galaxy revolves around the sun, right? We say the sun rises and sets, but the sun does not rise and the sun does not set. The earth rotates around the sun, which causes the illusion of a sunrise and the illusion of a sunset. But the sun never actually changes its position, and your purpose is like that. Those of us flying by the seat of our pants, we're under the illusion that we're doing all we can do. And I'm telling you today, by establishing a purpose in your life and then living your life according to that purpose, will not only allow you to accomplish more, it will multiply abundance in all areas of your life. I'm JJ Conway. I want to thank you for being here with me today. Y'all take care and be blessed.
Black CEO Iconic Family. We're going to talk about Black men and sexual violence. Do you know Black men are sexually assaulted each year? Do you know that it doesn't matter the strength, the size, the abilities, or the appearance, or even the sexual orientation or religion? Doesn't matter. A Black man can be assaulted by a family member, a stranger, or someone that he loves and cares about. Do you know that sexual violence can damage families, friendships, and it can also damage our self-esteem and also our manhood? Hello, my name is Darnell Rice. I am the CEO and founder of Embrace, which is a survivor-led program where we target communities of color in regards to sexual violence and rape. I'm going to take you on a journey of my life and how I stood up and took the charge against sexual violence among men of color and Black boys. In this video, it is explicit content and it will be triggering. Little Antoine Fisher was in a family of foster care kids, had a caretaker that was supposed to be able to protect him from hurt, harm, and danger. But until he was attacked and perpetrated on by an older sibling. In this video, it's going to give you a glimpse of what Antoine Fisher had to endure as a little boy.
Downtown at the social service office. Twani, you stay with Nadine. get on downstairs. What did I say? Get on downstairs. That basement and drop them. So, man, you all right?
Little Antoine Fisher ran to his place of safety. Guys, I'm gonna tell you like this. We know someone of little Antoine Fisher in our family, or someone that's closest to us. It's important to understand that you too can be an advocate for a little Antoine Fisher that lives inside of survivors. As a survivor, a lot of times we go through destructive behaviors. We go through trauma, whether it's physical, emotional, mental, and sexual trauma. Sometimes we space out. Sometimes we have trouble communicating with our friends, our families, and our partners because we have so much of these destructive behaviors embedded in ourselves. We tend to go to unhealthy relationships. We tend to go to people that have hurt us. And sometimes we use physical aggression. All of these destructive behaviors we tend to use as a defense mechanism to try to compress the pain, not to try to understand that there is a concern that we have right now, that we need to heal and be able to be open and honest and vulnerable with everything. What is trauma? When you think about trauma, we have to go to the source of the problem, the root of the problem. Think about a tree. A tree has roots, but it has leaves and branches. We have to attack the root. Especially in sexual violence, there is violence and betrayal in our lives, in our history, in our cultures. Think about slavery. Back then, our children were raped. Our ancestors were raped. Black men, boys, babies were raped by slave masters. It was embedded in us long ago. And we have to attack the problem head on now and stop the stigma. We think about white supremacy and how it embedded this type of trauma in our DNA. Think about police brutality. Sometimes we think about trauma as overwhelming, out of control, intolerable, and unbearable at times, because sometimes we don't know how to heal as people, as a generation, and as a culture. Trauma has direct effects on us, on our lives, and also indirect effects too. We're angry, we're upset, we're vulnerable, we're hurt. We have these imperfections and this imprint in our minds, in our bodies and souls, to where there's always a imprint of the trauma. But there comes a time where we have to tell ourselves, hey, the little boy can rest. The little boy can heal, but he will need a support system. He will need the extra care and understanding of, okay, it's okay to not be okay. But sometimes those traumas remain in our hearts, in our minds, and in our abilities. When we think about historical trauma, and we think about everybody that has passed on in our midst, we think about George Floyd, Aubrey, Trayvon, Bland, Brown. We think about the trauma that we've experienced, the poverty, the racism, and the racial injustices. But when we think about trauma, trauma is a deep wound. Sexual trauma is a deep wound, guys. And then until we talk about it and stop being taboo about it, then we can heal as a generation. Because the thing is that it didn't just start with me. It started with my mother. It started with her generation and beyond. We can't be oppressed through our sexual trauma. Family trauma. A death of a family member. Death of my dad. My dad had a serious illness. He divorced my mother, and they also got separated because of domestic violence. So when I was in my mother's womb, I dealt with domestic violence. So until I got everything that my mom experienced. Until lost my father at 4 years old, and then at 6, I was sexually assaulted. So that little boy, his innocence and his protection was taken away from him. He was not protected at that time. He was not taken in consideration. I'm going to show you another video about intergenerational trauma, how it's passed down to children and to generations. This will give you a glimpse of the different types of traumas.
The story of our communities, people, and nation starts a long, long time ago. More than 60,000 years, in fact. This was when our culture and our law first started to thrive. We knew who we were and where we belonged. We took care of each other, our land, and our waters. We ate food that made us healthy, lived on country, and abided by our laws and song lines. Our families Our children were happy, with strong minds and hearts, because they were where they belonged. But then, everything changed.
Colonization came, bringing wars, disease, famine, violence, and the destruction and violation of our cultural laws, sacred sites, families, and communities.
We were denied our knowledge, language, ceremonies, and identity. The very things that tell us who we are and where we belong, and our connections with each other and the land grew weak.
And then, our children were taken from us. They had their names changed and their identities stripped away. They were told that Aboriginal people were bad. Worse still, they were told that their parents and grandparents did not want them.
For years this happened, and those children became known as the stolen generations.
Our children were denied love and experienced physical, emotional, and sexual abuse. This left very deep, very complex, and very real wounds, leaving scars that are still being felt personally, socially, spiritually, and collectively.
In the time when our story started, we were able to parent in the cultural way that has seen our families survive and thrive for generations.
That just gives you a glimpse of what sexual violence is and how it affects not only Black men and boys, but also our communities and our world. The healing that takes place. As a survivor, I had to learn how to heal and how to recognize that I needed to heal, because I knew that embrace was just for not only myself, but it was for my community and other Black men and boys and girls that needed to hear my testimony and hear about how to continue to heal. I needed to recognize my triggers, understand them, and understand that depending on my growth and depending on my healing, that my people will need me at any given time. It's a journey, and I'm not alone. 1 in 6 boys will be sexually assaulted before the age of 18, and 1 in 4 girls will be sexually assaulted before the age of 18. So among us, there is someone in our family, our coworker, that has been affected by sexual violence of color. It takes years, it takes months, but healing is different for everyone else. My healing is lifelong, because I knew that it depends on my healing for the next generation. Healing is one day at a time. Survivors' experiences are their experiences. My experience is my experience, and no one can alter it. No one can say, no, that didn't happen to you. We take the immediate steps to find a safe place, a friend, a family member to stay with, to hold on to ask for support. But if we get sexually assaulted immediately, we need to go to the hospital. We need to get a medical examination. We need to find a safe space. We need to be able to sleep. It restores itself, and we get rejuvenated. But also, in the madness, we have to understand that we got to be kind to ourselves, to our bodies, because we're precious objects. We have to maintain, and we have to go through those emotions and really understand that it wasn't your fault. You didn't ask to be raped. You didn't ask to be perpetrated on. physical healing, understanding that we as a people that in generations that we've always had to survive and not thrive. Understanding that pain is a message of survival. Understanding that we need sleep, but we also need to take our time and be kind to our bodies. And don't rush the process. Because when we rush the process, we can't be holistically whole and heal. We have to breathe. We have to take in those emotions and understand our abilities of healing depends on us. And it depends on our people, our support system, and our generation. Emotional healing. It takes time. Be yourself. You must be yourself. Invent yourself. You come with attributes and capabilities, and you're molded in a certain environment. But love yourself, and also be loved. The initial shock is, I can't be loved after rape. Yes, you can. The world says that you're damaged goods, but you're not. You have a story of resilience and hope because it's more survivors among us than we know. Forget the past. We have to move on. We have to address it and move on. And sometimes it's not easy, and it's not. I want to end by saying that it's okay to not be okay. Embrace is here. Embrace is for the people. You can follow me on Instagram at embrace_elevate. And you can also reach me at www.embraceelevate.com. You can also go to the store and purchase the wellness guide and also merchandise. Those contributions go to programming and also capacity building within the organization, because I can't do this work alone. I will need the support of donations to help build this movement, because Embrace is for the world and for generations to come. Thank you, and God bless you.
Silencing your inner critic. My name is Joy Harris. I deserve success. I deserve success. You deserve success. For nearly 12 years, I worked at an automotive factory building cars. Day after day, I would say, I know I've got to be more than just a car maker. Got to be more than me than building cars. I wanted my own business. I wanted to be my own boss, and I thought I wanted it with everything in me. But I could not understand, why would I not take the necessary steps in order to move forward to my destiny? Then it came to me. I wasn't afraid of failure because I failed many times. The problem was, I didn't think I deserved success. Here's your power step number one. I had to get rid of the root of my negative belief system. I had to silence the inner critic. I had to examine my heart to see what beliefs had scribed. What was the label on the broken pieces in my heart? Was there peace there? Was there joy there? Was rejection written there? Or was abandonment present? I intentionally started giving my broken pieces to God, who was well able to give me the great exchange. He gave me beauty for ashes because I deserved success. Unresolved trauma shatters and scatters the soul and impedes forward progress. See, I was looking externally for the brick wall that my dream had ran into, but the wall was actually an internal mental and emotional roadblock caused by a traumatic soul wound. It was a wound from the past that I had not allowed to fully heal. You see, we cannot heal from what we will not face. There are many times where I've heard people say, time heals all wounds. But when the unresolved trauma narrative continues to subconsciously and consciously scream the fears and the lies from the past, we find ourselves staring at our past while trying to plan for future goals that we can't seem to accomplish. See, our past has no right, none at all, to dictate our present or destroy our future. We have to let go of the past and press fervently toward the mark of the higher calling of our purpose. It's easier said than done, right? But I made a conscious decision to choose to let go of the people who hurt me. I chose to forgive them, and I chose to forgive myself. The exchange happened. I exchanged my sorrow from the past hurts and from the past for the joy of the present. I did not want the chains of my wounds from the past to continue to keep me bound. I knew that there was more to me than building cars. You probably have had those same thoughts. There's got to be more to me. It's gotta be. When we become our trauma narrative, we have to get to the root and take that journey through the past, not reliving the trauma, but discovering what belief system about ourselves we have formulated in our minds from the trauma. I'm not good enough. I'm not safe. No one loves me. The brain will dump forward emotions from the past to protect us in the moment. This is just how we're wired. We start living in absolutes. Nothing good ever happens to me. It's always going to be like this. Nothing is going to happen good. I always get the raw deal. And I had to tell myself, this looks familiar, but it's not the same. I had to trash and rewrite the negative script. One of my negative scripts was based off of a horrible choice that I made when I was 19. And nearly 20 years later, I was still living from the place of condemnation from that choice. The negative belief system was, I don't deserve success. I had to discover who I was and the capacity of greatness that was inside of me because of my faith in God and what God had spoken continues to speak over me. And I use the word of God as a positive affirmation to speak over myself daily, and I trash the negative script. You've got to trash the negative script. When I look back and I took my voice back and I took my identity back, when I accepted the fact that I was good enough and I deserved all the success that was coming my way, I was free. When I had a heart full of joy and peace, my life, my relationships, my business started to thrive. I was thriving visibly. Truly, a healed soul, a healed heart brings joy and peace to the world. I was able to start traveling the world, helping other people to let go of the negative narrative. Power step number 2 for you. Mental care causes you to soar to new things. 2 things that I neglected as I was going through this traumatic moment and trying to heal past it. I neglected my health and my sleep. 3 important things to remember about sleep. Sleep helps to foster both mental and emotional resilience. Chronic sleep disruptions set the stage for negative thinking and emotional vulnerability. Not sleeping or not getting enough sleep can lower our learning abilities as much as 40%. We show up in the day with a deficit when we are up, stressing and worrying about sleep or not taking our rest as we should. See, I was not sleeping, should I say, because I was stressing. I wanted something so bad, but I could not get past it. And it wasn't until I erased the negative belief system, I was able to start resting. Because sometimes we sleep, but we don't rest. Another thing is exercise. It improves every aspect of the cognitive and the brain functioning. And good nutrition, it keeps the brain functioning at its optimum level. What we put in our mouths does affect how our brain processes and what our brain does for us. See, before the trauma, I used to run 5 miles. I'd hit the weights 2 hours daily. After I was assaulted in 2013, I was full of fear, full of anxiety, and I became an emotional eater. I gained almost 70 pounds. I let myself go, but I was waving the banner of Thick Chicks Rock. But on the inside, I was totally miserable. What I discovered was the weight I was carrying was part of my defense mechanism, and it kept me safe and unattractive. But I can now joyfully say I'm happily married, and I'm well on my way back to getting back into good health, because that's what the body needs. That's what our business needs. That's what our future and our purpose needs, for us to show up, not only with good mental health, but also good physical health. Good mental care is necessary, and it helps us to bring our A game to the table, both in our personal lives and our professional life. Power tip number 3. This was one of my favorites, and I still do it even today. Command your morning. To turn on the winner within, I do this practice every day before I do anything else. I make sure that I spend time in prayer or meditation. I set one mental health or self-care goal every day. I'm going to go get a pedicure. I'm going to go read a book. I'm going to practice mindfulness. I'm going to do something to make sure that I take care of my mental state. I exercise, do some type of stretching every day. And here's a good one. Number 4, I think of one thing I am going to do to be a blessing to someone else. When we pour into someone else, when we give and help other people, it sends the happy chemicals, is what I like to call them, to the brain. It gives us energy, and it gives us that vibe to keep going by helping someone else. And then the 5th thing I do is I do 3 positive decrees or affirmations over myself, over my business every day. I do it because I'm believing that whatever I put out there, I'm going to manifest it back. And I'm under the persuasion that not commanding our day can cause us to become manhandled by the day instead of us managing our day. We have to take authority over our day. I believe that these 5 practices will help you ground yourself and activate the positive adaptive system in your brain and encourage the winner within. It will engage that part of who you are. So let's recap. I'm persuaded, fully persuaded, that getting to the root of negative belief systems and the trash that is just piling up in our minds, the lies that we have believed, I'm not good enough, no one loves me. It's the negative belief system about the trauma that causes us to live our life that way. Unresolved trauma, when we don't deal with that negative script, it's like someone literally riding in the back seat of your car, screaming, telling you, go left, go right, stop, whoa, don't go that way. And it really is the driving force. Or here's another analogy. Have you ever tried to push a car while the brakes are on? The force of the brakes, the force of the trauma continue to push against us and impedes our forward progress. We've got to deal with the trauma. The statistics say 1 in 4 have had an abortion. 1 in 4 have been victims of sexual assault. 1 in 4 have been victims of domestic violence. And 1 in 4 have a mental illness. But everyone's silent. But the critic, the inner critic, is screaming loud. We have to silence that and get rid of that trauma script. Practice a daily mental and self-care regimen. Command your morning. And I promise you, it's a successful formula that produces an agreement with your heart and your mind. Because my heart wanted to do it, but my mind was telling me that I couldn't. When the two agree, it causes an alignment. And that alignment produces growth and emotional intelligence. It produces growth in your self-awareness, and it builds relationships, and it provides a fertile soil for your business to thrive. And when your business is thriving, that means you're making money. So, as I close, by putting these power tips into practice, taking these power steps, I believe you will have the capacity to live in circles of joy instead of cycles of joy. See, we have cycles of joy when we have all these ups and downs and highs and lows. I believe we can live in a circle of joy. And everything that you set your heart to do will thrive because you are no longer living in the truth from the past trauma narrative, but now you're living in the truth of your now. So, I wish you much love, peace, and authentic joy as you silence your inner critic and live in waves of joy, leaving the ripple of hope throughout the world. If you would like to connect to me in any way, you can visit me on my website at jahiconsulting.com. And on my website, I will be giving away a little tip sheet to help you to continue on this journey to silencing your inner critic. You can do this. I'm rooting for you. If I've been brought through that, guess what? You can get through this, and your business, your relationships, your personal life, everything about you will thrive. Go in peace.
They say it takes a village to raise a child, right? But what should we do if the village is sleeping? Answer: give them the needed intel to wake them up. Join the Black Millionaires Matrix. There's black magic on the inside. It's a result-driven mission designed to engineer black millionaires. No more excuses, no apologies, no exceptions. It's time to wake up. Join the Black Millionaires Matrix. When we become intentional, magic happens.
Hey everyone, this is Phillip Neri, Mr. Undefeated, and I welcome you to the workshop for the Undefeated Entrepreneur. I hope all of you had a chance to watch the iconic talk that I did and learn some of the basic principles about my 3 buckets and the 9 principles and how they work synergistically together. So what I want to do now is I want to spend this time where you guys can really learn the 9 principles and start to think about, where do you lie? Where do you lie? Where's your analysis? Because that's the first step, is where's your analysis within these 9 principles? So principle number 1 was about money. And I talked about how money makes a good man great, money makes a bad man evil. The other thing is money important? We all have beliefs around money. Every one of us has beliefs around money. And believe it or not, those beliefs, some of those are positive and some of those could be construed as negative. Now, what I want you to do is write down, what are your positive beliefs about money? So positive could be, I can buy nice things. I can help other people. Money makes the world go around. Money creates opportunity. Those are positive beliefs, right? Your negative beliefs about money could be, people with money are stuck up. People with money are bougie. I don't like people who have money. They act like they're better. Whatever those positive and negative beliefs are around money, I want you to put them down in the workbook. Put them down. Know exactly where you're coming from. Now, there is no right or wrong answer at all. There's no right or wrong answer at all. So once you have those down, we need to really look at, where are you at financially? Now, I have had the fortitude to circle around some very wealthy individuals in America through my real estate, through my network, through my coaching. And some of these guys are making an astronomical amount of money. But you know what the problem is? They spend more than they make. So it doesn't do you any good to make $100,000 a week if your outlay is $125,000 a week. Like, that doesn't help you, even though you are making a ton of money, and you should not have spending habits like that, right? So what I want you to do is analyze exactly how much you make. And I want you to take the time to break down a budget. You got to know where your money is going. Like, if you have no idea where it's going, how in the world can you embrace the concept of money creates opportunities? And you have to be able to somewhat control that outlay as well as increase that inflow, right? That's the way this works. The goal is to make more and then be very, very smart with what goes out and how to leverage that correctly. So step 1 in that sense is get that stuff down on paper and digest it. I know many people that track things in, QuickBooks, they have their accountants, they have bookkeepers, profit and loss, but it doesn't do you any good to track anything if you don't internalize it. Yes, you need that for taxes, but if you don't look at it, review it, and understand what changes you need to make, then that tracking is only for tax purposes, okay? And I want you to think deeper than that. So when you do that, I actually want you to start making some changes. And the changes I want you to make are, what can you really do in the next 90 days that will either yield you more money or control your spending, right? Just look at that. And then we'll take it 1 year out, and then we'll take it to your ultimate, what do you want your ultimate financial picture to look like? And all of those are very, very important. Now, the next questions, they might not seem like they're related to money, but they are. What I want you to take the time to write down is, what are you passionate about? What do you absolutely love doing? Not like, you love doing. What are you passionate about? So for me personally, I am very successful in real estate and I enjoy serving my clients. But when I get the opportunity to present like I am today, this is what ultimately fuels me. This is what fuels me. So this is the passion, right? Is the ability to inspire, the ability to teach, the ability to speak on stage. That's the passion. I want you to identify what your passions are. Next is, are you good at them? Or do you need to do things in order to be able to develop to be good at them? So I'll give you a quick example. I actually love to draw and paint, but I'm terrible at it. And I don't put a lot of time and effort into it. But I wish that was a skill set I had. So if I was going to talk about trying to make money from a passion of loving to be able to draw and paint, but I know I'm not good at it, then I would know I need to fix that hole, correct? I would need to become a much better painter in order to be able to fuel the passion to be able to make the money, correct? So figure out what it is you love to do and where are your voids. What are the voids that need to make you better? Now, I am a huge proponent of education, right? Hence, that's why I'm in a PhD program. I actually get very aggravated. I get when people say, you know what, college is stupid. There was no reason for me to go to school. I just ended up with a ton of student debt. I think that's a foolish way to look through that lens about education, certification, seminars, and things of that nature. What you're doing is you're learning from other people's mistakes. You're fast tracking stuff. You're developing as a human being. You're learning how to be articulate. You're learning how to write. You're learning how to present. It doesn't make you smarter, but it definitely opens more doors. So one of the things is with that passion, and we're tying that passion to trying to create more income, what is it that you need to go out and do academically? Do you need additional degree or degrees? Do you need additional certifications? Do you need to attend other seminars from people who are experts so you can learn from their mistakes and fast track things? That stuff is very, very important. And if you're the individual that's like, that stuff's stupid, that's a waste of money. If those guys were so good, why would they be teaching? My friends, you are missing the whole boat show in regards to why people speak, why people teach, why people give back. You're missing the whole motivation between why guys do this kind of stuff. Okay, so figure out what it is that you can do to fuel that passion to make more money. Next thing is, this is an entrepreneurship conference. So is this your full-time gig? Is this a side hustle? Are you trying to figure it out? I truly believe everybody should have a side hustle. I truly believe you should have multiple streams of income. And if you can create multiple streams of income from that one avenue of entrepreneurship or from that side hustle, that's where you really start to leverage what you're good at, what you love to do, and how you make all those funnels work for you in your life. So I hope during this conference, if you don't have an established business, one of the reasons you're here is to figure out what triggers you and what excites you. And that is very, very important because that can change your financial future. And yes, there will be a learning curve, right? You can't make $1 million the week you get out of this conference if you're not used to making $1 million a week, right? There's going to be a learning curve. So just be patient and let it do its curve. Now, one of the other things I want you to really think about is what you're choosing or what you're doing. Is it recession proof? So it doesn't matter what the economy is doing. It doesn't matter what the markets are doing. You have a solution. So for example, one of the things I do and I've done very successfully is invest in real estate. And I've done that in 20 different markets. And our strategy changes depending on what's going on in the market, right? So I can't just be like just bullheaded and be like, well, I'm always going to do this strategy. No. And when I teach real estate investing, I tell people, you do what the market tells you it's time to do. So if the market tells you it's a great time to buy remodels, fix up, and resell, then you know what? That's the strategy. If it tells you, hey, this would be a great time to pick up your lower dollar rentals and let them appreciate, let the cash flow come in, then that's what you do. You don't play against the market, you learn to play with the market. So look at your business and ask yourself, is it recession proof? Or are your multiple streams of income recession proof? Are you adding things Maybe your mainframe thing, you need the economy to be thriving, the markets to be hot. So now your side hustle, put that in the back of your head and say, okay, can this work when maybe the market crashes or economics aren't that good or interest rates are super high? Those are the questions you need to start asking yourself when it comes to money. Okay, principle number 2, I'm going to move on about time. So time is precious and it's equal. And I talked about that in the iconic talk. It's equal. It's equal no matter who we are. It's equal. But my question for you is, do you respect your time? I do. So not only is it precious, but my time is valuable. My time is valuable for me. My time is valuable with my family. My time is valuable with the grandchild. My time is valuable with my real estate team. My time is valuable when I'm speaking and teaching. So my time is valuable. So what I want you to do is respect your time and let me help you get control of your time. One of the things I hear all the time, and I'm not trying to be funny, but one of the things I hear all the time is, I don't understand how you get so much done. Like, how do you do everything you do? And my simple answer is, I just do it. So yes, I have a schedule and I adhere to it, and it is disciplined and rigid, but not down to the minute. My brain doesn't function that way. But I know what I got to get done in a day, and I know what's non-negotiable in the day. So for me, for example, the gym is first thing every morning, 7 days a week. That's right, 7 days a week I work out. Now, I might not crush it 7 days a week. I'm a lot older than I think maybe I look, but I still get there. And even if it's doing some low-level steady state cardio, doing dynamic stretching, foam rolling, things of that nature, I still get there to keep my body moving a little bit and let it recover. So for me, that is a non-negotiable. It doesn't matter where I'm at, what country I'm at, what time zone I'm in, how much I've slept the night before, I will be at the gym. That is non-negotiable because I know how it starts my day and it fuels me for success for the rest of the day. So one of the things I want you guys to do is I want you to come up with a morning routine. And there's lots and lots of books, there's lots of podcasts, there's lots of references in regards to morning routines and what they should look like. And here's the biggest thing, my takeaway in regards to a morning routine. Number 1, you need it, even if you're not a morning person. Number 2 is you need to embrace it and adhere to it. So one of the things that in some of the readings, some of the studyings I've done is, as soon as that alarm clock goes off, most people are like, oh man, I got to get up. And that's your attitude, right? That's not a good way to start the day. Be appreciative that you woke up. Be appreciative that you're getting ready to go crush it today. Just change that mindset of your purpose for getting out of bed. So it's not like, oh man, I gotta get up, I'm tired, I didn't sleep that good. No. You are ready to attack the day. So change that mindset as soon as that alarm gets off. Now, what's weird is I did start implementing something at night that I actually don't even use an alarm clock. My body naturally will wake up around 4:30 a.m. every single day with no alarm clock. It's the weirdest thing. And the only thing I changed was one thing that I'm going to talk to you guys about at night. So come up with this morning routine. There's a lot of things about the first thing you should do is wash your face, brush your teeth, then go to the bathroom, and then exercise, right? And then when you exercise intently. Now, one of the things I have done in my exercise routine to make good use of my time is, and when I talk about enhancement, is when I'm doing cardio, I'm actually on Audible. And I'll save that for when I talk about it, personal enhancement. But that's one of the things I do within that morning routine is, so not only do I wake up energized and I'm ready to go, I hit the gym, I exercise, and I still do a lot of lifting. But then when it's cardio, I fuel my brain. And then that's when I come home and I shower up and get ready for the day. Okay, so come up with a morning routine. Come up with what you want your morning routine to look like. Now, just as important, you got to have a routine to shut down your workday. Whether that's at 6 p.m., 7 p.m., 8 p.m., you got to have a routine to shut down your workday where you calibrate what did I get accomplished, what needs to be done tomorrow, what can move on the calendar, what are the most important things, reflect back. That's very, very important so that you can enjoy your shutdown time. So shutdown time should not be you still on your phone answering emails when you're supposed to be eating dinner with your family, or even if it's hanging out watching TV. Yeah, believe it or not, I do think you should watch some brainless TV once in a while. Watch Netflix. It's good for you. It just lets your brain relax once in a while. You can't be go, 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 go. So it's okay to have a favorite show or two. What's disastrous is when you watch 6 hours of television every single night. That is not good. Okay? So think through that workday shutdown so you can clean up that ritual. And the last time, and this is the one that was very impactful to me, was my bedtime ritual. So when I go to bed, I lay down, and I'm a guy, my wife will tell you, I'm a guy that my head hits the pillow and I'm almost asleep, like as I'm hitting the pillow. But what I do is, and it might take 3 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds, I'm appreciative for everything that occurred that day. And I play back my day until I fall asleep, which usually doesn't take that long. And I say, I'm appreciative for this meeting. I'm appreciative for this opportunity. I'm appreciative for this. And what it does is it just sets your state to be peaceful. So you're peaceful when you go to bed. And then if you wake up and you have that determination to want to crush it, do you see how just those 2 minuscule little changes in your life will help you moving forward with getting control of your time? Okay, so I want you to spend a little bit of time thinking about that stuff. Now, your health is very, very important. I talked about it. It doesn't do you any good to make multiple millions, but you don't have the health to enjoy the wealth or be able to create the opportunities or do whatever it is that you want to do. So you need to do something to regain your health. Quit with the excuse of, once I get this business off the ground, once I do this, and I'm going to start exercising. No, my friend, start exercising and then get the business off the ground. The exercising will help you in any capacity. And it doesn't matter if you just walk around the neighborhood, walk around the lake, you go to a gym. I mean, gym memberships now are $10 a month at a lot of places. And I'm not sure what to do at the gym. You know what? Buy a magazine. Go to bodybuilding.com. I mean, follow some guy's podcast. There's tons of information. This is the thing. When people say, I don't know what to do, it means you've been too lazy to research what to do. Right now, information is readily available all over the internet. So you can get whatever you want, and you just get in there and you follow a routine. And then slowly, you'll start enjoying it. Yeah, you're going to be sore for a little bit, but you're going to start to enjoy it. Now, this is one thing I want you to think about. If you implement something for 1 month, and let's just say you're someone who drinks a lot of soda pop and you don't consume any water whatsoever, so you just drink a lot of soda pop. So if your minor health change is just incorporating a bottle of water every single day, now that is not going to be life altering. It is definitely not going to get you in shape, but it's moving you one step in the right direction. Did you know if every month you do one thing to make yourself more healthy, and it can be that minuscule as 1 bottle of water, and you build upon it, in 30 years, you would have done 360 things to make yourself more healthy. My friends, you do 360 things to make yourself more healthy, it matters. So the one thing seems inconsequential, but it starts building, and there's that compound effect of what happens when you start doing it. So what I want you guys to do is you're going to leave this workshop, and I want you to pick one thing you can do for the next month that is going to make you more healthy. And make sure you pick something that you're going to stick to. So don't shoot for the moon if you haven't done anything, unless you know your personality works that way, right? Pick something that you're going to be consistent with, that you can be proud of, that you can measure, and that you can say, I checked the box, I accomplished it. Let's build upon that. Got it? That's the health part. Okay, having fun. This is very important. You got to have a good time. You got to go on vacation. You got to go out with your friends. You go to dinner. You have some drinks. Whatever that looks like for you socially, right? You got to build in that fun time for you and your family. And if you need to schedule it, then it needs to be scheduled. But it is very important to reward yourself. Now, one of the things I like to teach people is we can take fun and we can build that into a reward system. So every time you earn money from your side hustle, from your business, put down what that fun reward is going to look like, right? So that could be a closing, that could be a sale. Now, fun can scale at many different levels, right? And I am going to take a couple minutes to tell the story. So years ago, when I was speaking on the TV circuit for the real estate shows, I had to do a private mentoring for a couple, and I went through this workbook with them, and I asked them. I said, "Well, what would be something fun you'd want to do when you close your first real estate deal?" And they said, "You know what, Al? We'd like to go to Starbucks." And I'm looking at myself, and we're in a hotel room lobby where it says, "We proudly brew Starbucks." And I'm like, "Well, I can go get you guys a Starbucks right now." Like, I was like, there has to be more to this. So I said, "Tell me, why Starbucks? Where's the story?" Well, when the market crashed, they lost everything. So they lost everything. They were rebuilding. They were starting all over again. So one of the things is, Starbucks adds up, man. $5 a cup of coffee times 2 people, you get a couple sandwiches. All of a sudden, the end of the month, that's a pretty hefty spend at Starbucks if you're not making good money, right? So they had to go back to just drinking, and I don't want to, dog out any coffee brand, but the store-bought coffee brand that you make yourself. And that's what they did. So for them, pleasure was going to be to know that they could re-afford Starbucks. So it doesn't have to be anything crazy, like I'm going to go to Bora Bora for 3 months, or I'm going to go to the Maldives Islands, and I'm going to fly a corporate jet. For some people, that's what you're going to put as the fun, and that's because you're making that kind of income stream, right? But for most people, just think simple. It could be a massage. It could be a date night. If your family has sacrificed a lot while you're building the business, maybe you guys are going to go to Disney World, or maybe you're just going to have a family night out and go to dinner, go bowling, or go to the movies, whatever the case is, and it's going to be quality time, right? So put something down for fun that you're going to do when you start implementing what you're learning here at this conference, okay? And you can make them small, and you can make them, annual. And then you can also make them like lifetime bucket list kind of things that you definitely want to check the box when money is no problem. You want to get these things done. Okay. Now, principle number 5 is protection. Now, what do I mean by protection? I'm not talking about right to bear arms. I'm actually talking about how do you protect your family and how do you protect them financially. So making money is great, but if you don't have other tools in place to protect your family when you're gone, then that making money thing was kind of irrelevant potentially, right? So you got to make sure you're setting up a financial legacy for your family, whether that's through real estate or other businesses, but it's as simple as living wills, estate plans, life insurance policies, things of this nature, so that when it is your time, if you're the breadwinner, if you're the one taking care of your family, that the only thing they are grieving is your personal loss, you as a human being. They're not grieving that their financial world is going to be turned upside down. And I mean turned upside down, because you were over leveraged and you didn't have things in place, and all of a sudden there's probate, and all of a sudden it's just a royal mess is what it is. So that's what I mean by protection. Right? That's what I mean about protection. Again, you can systemize this just like I did with the fun. As you start making money, you can systemize like, okay, what are the things I need to get done? And you prioritize them. And then things that require money, like if you're going to build up a cash value life insurance policy or something like that, then you can systematically fuel things, or other retirement accounts, things of that nature. You can fuel things systematically as you're making money. Therefore, you are protecting your family. So there's a paperwork aspect that needs to be done. And then there's just a whole wealth management aspect that needs to be done. Again, there's a lot of information out there. At this conference, I'm sure there are some great people that specialize in wealth management and estate planning and things of that nature. You want to connect with those people if that's a void, because you don't need to create any more misery or hardship for your loved ones when it is your time. When it is your time. And promise me all, I want all of you to promise me this actually right now, that your family will not have to do a GoFundMe when it is your time. Promise me that. Promise me, even if that's all you accomplish, you do that. Because unfortunately, in the world of people of color, that is the response. And it sickens me. Sickens me every time I see that, because that all can be avoided for just a few bucks a month. Okay, so at least make that commitment to me. All right, now giving back. This is a funny one, right? Because I'll ask people all the time, what do you do to give back? Oh, well, I help all kinds of people. What do you do? I do this, I do that. Well, what do you really do? Now, to some people, that's writing a check, right? And if that's all you do to give back, I mean, yeah, that entity, they appreciate it. They appreciate it. They do. Because it allows them to funnel fuel, get the things done that they want to get done. But is that really giving back? That's too easy to write a check, especially when you're making good money. It is too easy. Your heart ain't in it. Your sweat's not in it. Your passion's not in it. Your time's not in it. Any yo-yo can write a check and put it in the mail or pay something online. That doesn't take any sort of skill. So I want you to pick something to give back that's meaningful. Now, even if you don't have $1 to your name, you know what you do have? You have time. And sometimes time is what these charities need, these establishments need. They need time. They need hands. They need people. And that is actually more valuable than the money because they have so many big corporation sponsors that will fuel them on the money, but they don't have the humans, right? So get knee deep in your community, what means something to you, and do something to give back. Now, if you think about it, you can actually systematize having fun, protecting your family, and giving back. Again, if you put those three things as a top priority when you earn income, you now will build a very well-rounded life where you are having a good time, making sure your family's taken care of, and helping others in need. And I want to tell you a little story about giving back. So we were in Sri Lanka quite a few years ago. So Sri Lanka, I'm not even sure it's a third world country. It might be worse than a third world country, right? It has never recovered from the tsunami. But we were there, and one of the things we did is we visited an orphanage. And at the orphanage, I mean, there wasn't 10 kids, 20 kids, 50 kids. There was thousands of kids. And I mean thousands of kids. And we had taken, a ton of toothbrushes, toothpaste, rice, any other non-perishable foods we could find, coloring books, crayons, markers. I mean, you name it. We took a ton of stuff over there. Well, something happened. The people at the orphanage were very grateful. They walked us around. The kids were actually, the older kids were eating in a lunchroom. And the crazy thing is there was like snakes going everywhere. And they were just crazy. But one of the things is they said, yeah, we want to take you to the other building. So they took me and my family to the other building. And we go to the other building and it's nothing but newborns. So think about a basketball court sized building structure that is just filled with newborns, and it's crib after 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 crib. And you can barely fit in between the cribs. And there are some kids that are severely handicapped. And there were 3 people working this entire floor of newborns. 3 people. And I asked the question, I said, how long does a child stay with a dirty diaper? And they were like, sometimes hours, but it's not because we don't care. We don't have enough hands. And I felt so bad. And I looked at my wife and I was like, we did not get anything for these children. We did not get diapers. We did not get formula. We did not get anything to be able to help. So the only thing we could do at that present time was help, right? And then give the orphanage some money and hope to God that they were going to do the right thing with the money and bring back supplies for these newborns. So that's giving back, my friends. And if you were to talk to my son, I mean, he's a sophomore now in high school, but he was fairly young when we went there. And you ask him what was the most memorable thing about going to Sri Lanka, that is what he will talk to you about, is his visit to the orphanage. That has changed him permanently for the rest of his life on how he feels fortunate. Fortunate to be healthy, fortunate to be in America, fortunate to be an athlete, fortunate enough to be a student. That's what I'm trying to accomplish with giving back with people. Make it so memorable that it changes you forever. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. Okay? Now, enhancement. You got to take care of yourself. You got to fuel your mind, and you got to constantly fuel your mind. So I'm sure you've all heard it, that the top CEOs in the world read 52 books a year. Some of these guys are so crazy they have people reading for them, and then they get the regurgitated Cliff Notes back. And I'm sure that works in some books. But 52 books a year is one book a week. So when I first heard that, I was like, how do I accomplish it? And I alluded to it earlier with the health. One of the things I changed about 2 years ago in my life was I started to listen to Audible while doing cardio, and I forced myself. So lifting weights was music, but cardio was Audible. Every time I did cardio, it was Audible, Audible, Audible. You know what was crazy that I found is if I was really into the book, I actually wanted to do cardio versus lift because I couldn't wait to get into that book again. It was kind of a crazy, crazy feat. So, and I make it a goal to do an Audible a week. So, yes, I have an Audible account. Yes, it costs a few more credits, blah, 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 but I am fueling my mind. Now, I know there are programs out there such as 75hard.com where they want you to tangibly read 10 pages so you're focused. And I do understand the value of that. And that's 10 pages a day. But for me, I can stay equally as focused on Audible. And I can be intent in that book as long as I'm enjoying that book. So I'm very selective about what I read. I read the reviews. I listen to the samples. I ask people who I respect, who are in my circle, what are some good books to read? And that's how I pick them. So that's one thing in enhancement is if you read, you can change your entire world just by reading, and you can stay fueled. And it's funny, there's some mornings you need a message and you're a little fuzzy, and all of a sudden you listen to something, you read something, and you're like, aha, an aha moment, right? And you can give credit to whoever you want for that aha moment, but it's weird how things work that way, right? Now, the other thing that I heard, and this actually comes from Grant Cardone. Grant Cardone said, successful CEOs go to conferences at least once a quarter. They physically attend live events once a quarter. And he said even some of the most successful guys do it every 60 days. And they go to a live event. And yes, it's inconvenient from your business. It's inconvenient to your schedule. Yes, it's derailing you a little bit because when you get back, you got to work a little harder. You got to get caught up. But he said what they really realize is the power of networking, the power of human connection, the power of being fueled. And that becomes one of the main reasons they succeed. So what I'm going to encourage you, and again, you guys being here watching this today, obviously you are fulfilling the enhancement thing, right? By attending Black Iconic. But you need to continue to do that. You need to continue, and fuel and fuel and fuel and fuel and fuel so that you constantly are being invigorated, you are being inspired, and you're getting that message of, if they can do it, I can do it. Because that's important in entrepreneurship. Okay. Next one is support. And this is not an easy one to talk about. I'll be honest. I have two categories for support. You're either a dream fulfiller or a dream killer. That's it. Dream fulfiller, dream killer. So a dream fulfiller is someone who is just happy-go-lucky. They're high energy, they're positive. It's not that they always agree with you, or it's not that they always tell you what you want to hear, but they're just good people, right? They're good people. They don't have to be entrepreneurs to support your vision and mission. They can be W-2, and for them, that works, right? They like what they do, and it provides them comfort within their family. So they don't have to take the perils of what we're all doing. But you know what? They're excited for you. And every time you talk to them, they're excited for you. They're like, oh, you know what? That's great. That's so good to hear. Oh my God, that's amazing. Keep me posted on your journey. Wow, I'm so proud of you. It takes a lot of courage to do what you're doing. But you know what? I know you can do it. Whatever the case, or you have an idea and they're like, well, not so much, but what about this? Those are dream fulfillers. I want you to list who are the dream fulfillers in your life. And guess what? It actually can be one of those people that you listen to on Audible. Did you know that they could be a dream fulfiller for you? They can be a role model. They can be a mentor. They can be a sounding block. Just by listening to their messages, they could check that box of being a dream fulfiller. They can. They can. And then you got the dream killer. And the dream killer is just your naysayer. Miss the negative. They're trapped. They're trapped in themselves. They're trapped in the system. They're trapped in society. They're just trapped. And nobody is immune from it. I'm not immune from it. There are people in my surroundings that are negative. They are naysayers. They probably hope that I will fail one day. They're envious. They're jealous, whatever the case may be. And here's the thing, you can't always just get rid of them. You can't always exclude them. You can't always just be like, well, I'm not going to be around them. The unfortunate truth is sometimes they're family. They're family members. You're going to see them at a minimum at barbecues, at the holidays, birthdays, things of that nature. So what you have to learn, and it is a skill set, what you have to learn is you've got to learn how to control the conversation with these people. So if they're a naysayer and they're negative and they hate the world and they hate everybody else and things of this nature, then when they ask you, how are things going? How's business? Oh, the world is crazy. I'm sure you're struggling. Whatever the comment is they make, they want you to respond so they can latch on and just start beating you up. And it's not like beating you up physically, but just beating you up emotionally, beating you up mentally, right? So you got to learn, quit biting their cookie. That's what he's talking. Government service, in the world of law enforcement, corrections, criminal justice, we used to say sometimes people stay stuff because they want you to trigger. And you don't give them that opportunity to trigger. You never give them that opportunity to trigger because that's what they want. And then they got you. So when they say like, oh man, yeah, the world is rough. Yeah, I'm sure your business is struggling because nobody wants this or this or this. You say, you know what, man? Yeah, you know what? Yeah, definitely. Times are tough out there, but you know what? We seem to be doing okay. We're staying afloat. And that's all you say, something like that. You don't give them anything to latch onto. You don't give them, oh no, yeah, you know what? Yeah, I've had to do this and change this and work this and do this. Or, oh my God, yeah, it's so amazing. They don't really want to hear any of that. They just want to hear something that can tear you down. So quit talking. So I just don't say much. I answer the question. I'm very civil. And I basically don't breed room for more conversation around business. Now, that doesn't mean you might not talk on a personal level. And I know that sounds super weird too, right? Like on a personal level, you might talk personal, family, kids, sports, whatever the case may be. You're just not letting them annihilate your vision about entrepreneurship. That's what you're protecting. Okay? Now, your last one is your why. And is it why what? Why do I want to be an entrepreneur? Why do I want to be wealthy? Why do I want to be a millionaire? Why do I want to do real estate? Why do I want to create a business? Why do I want to be a brand? Why? You know what the question is why in the world do you want to be free? You got to figure out why do you want to be free? That's got to be important to you. But in order to figure out why you want to be free, you got to define freedom. And what I know is if you take these 9 principles I just covered and you go through the little snippets I just went through with y'all and do the exercises I highly suggested you do, you're going to come up with a framework. And when you internalize that framework, it should mean something to you. And it should tell you why you want to be free. Because some of what I talked about was tangible. Some of what I talked about was very emotional. And you should have been highly connected to. Okay? So define what freedom means to you within these 9 principles. Figure out why it's so important to you. Now, I've read stuff that says, when you answer with your why, you ask why again and why again and why again, and you go to 7 levels. Maybe that's true. This is what I do know. When you think deep enough, where your why really, really, really means something to you, it should bring tears to your eyes. And when I mean tears, you don't have to be bawling, but even all you alpha males out there, right? We feel that little tear in the side of our eye once in a while, or we get a little choked up. I want you to get that feeling. I want you to get that feeling. Why does this mean so much to you? Why? Now, once you have the why, you got to ask yourself the next most important question. So you've defined it, you know why you want it. Are you willing to fight for it? Now, what do I mean by fight? I'm going to give you a very graphic example. And I hope to God none of you have ever experienced this, but I think I will get my point across. So we're going to all go in a boat and we're going to go at least 10 miles out in the ocean. And the waves are going to get to 10 feet. And the water is going to be cold, like below 55 degrees. So we're at least 10 miles out. The waves are 10 foot high and the water is cold. And we all get capsized. And there are no life vests. There are no rubber floaties. There are no rescue boats. There's nothing. We are all overboard in nasty, 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 nasty conditions. This is what I want to know from you. Would you give up? Would you give up? Would you just be like, oh, I can't swim, I'm dead? Or would you doggy paddle your life away? Would you try to stay afloat? Would you try to stay breathing? Would you try to do everything in your power to not get taken under? Well, when your fight is that burning and you got that fight in you, that you will do everything it takes to stay alive with all odds against you. All odds against you. When you have that fight, my friends, your why will come true. But I'll tell you, from coaching people, that's where the disconnect is. That's where the disconnect is. They don't want to fight hard enough when things go wrong. So all this, everything you did on the workbook, it's irrelevant if you're not willing to fight for it. So fight for it. Okay, so now I got you ready. Okay, so what are we going to do? This workbook, what we just did, I call the analysis. I have 5 steps in regards to you actually getting to your why. The first step, this workbook was your analysis. And we can get way more in depth on your analysis. But let's just get a basic frame around. But filling this out, this is the analysis. This is step 1. Understanding where you're at, being honest with yourself, and seeing the whole picture. Okay? Step 2, what I need you to do with every principle, all 9 of them, money, time, health. I'm not going to repeat myself. All 9 principles. I want you to come up with one strategy that you are going to change in regards to each one of those 9 principles. So now you're going to create 9 strategies. From those 9 strategies, I need you to internalize the change. Internalize the change. No matter what, you are going to do the change. You're going to embrace it. You've got it in your mind, you've got it in your heart, you've got your emotion, you're passionate, you're ready. You are going to internalize this change. And I cannot have you 1% off. Because you know what 1% off does on those hard days? You drown. That's what happens. That's what happens. I need you 100. I need you 100 the whole way with those 9 strategies. It's only 9 things. It's only 9 things. That's it. Now, so now I've got a strategy. Your mind is ready. Now I need you to adjust your behavior. Go out and adjust your behavior. Be focused about adjusting your behavior. Think of in your mind, hey, what if this vice, this distraction, this occurs? Be somewhat ready for it. Now, I'm not telling you to what if something to death, because I don't do that. But you need to understand, let's say on health, you're going to eat cleaner, you're going to go to the gym. Do you think something is going to get in the way? Yeah, something's going to get in the way. You go out with your friends, something's going to get in the way because they order pizza and you're eating a salad. And that pizza smells good, looks good, is good. You got a choice to make right there. You're going to eat the salad or you're going to eat the pizza. Make sense? You're the only one. So when you adjust the behavior, understand there's going to be obstructions. There's going to be objections. There's going to be roadblocks. Now, the trick to being great, the trick to being successful is those things are minuscule because successful people know how to solve problems instantaneously and move on. So that's the skill set. When you go to adjust the behavior, be able to solve the problem immediately and move forward. It's as simple as that. So as an athlete, I've had injuries. The most recent one is I tore this tricep, and a year before that, I tore this bicep. But not from lifting. They were both from still thinking I'm young, playing in football tournament stuff. And you know what's crazy? I never missed a day at the gym. And yeah, I was incapacitated both times, but I was there. I was there and I made my adaptations of what I needed to do. No excuses. I just made the adaptations and I kept going. Okay. So that's what I mean about adjusting behavior. Now, the last thing is when you adjust the behavior, more opportunities are going to come forth to you, whatever they are. And they could be financial, they could be physical, they could be relationship, it could be health, it could be whatever the case may be. When you make a better you, when you work on you and you put a better you out there, what's going to happen is doors open. People are attracted to success. People are attracted to confidence. People are attracted to people who strive and have goals. Okay. So by you cleaning up you, just those 9 principles, opportunity is going to come your way. Now, I can't predict your opportunities, right? Everyone's are different in your own world and in your own industries. But what I can tell you is opportunities are going to come your way. What you have to be smart enough, wise enough to do is to be able to recognize that someone is knocking on your door saying, hey, man, here's an opportunity. Come inside. Come inside. And then you got to have the courage to seize the opportunity. And again, that support system, this is where this is crucial. That dream fulfiller is who you talk to about the opportunity. Do not talk to the dream killer. The dream killer will kill the opportunity. You talk to the dream fulfiller. Right? You want another person's opinion, that's who you go and talk to. Talk to 2, 3, 5 people. Hey, man, this opportunity came about. What do you think I do? And the other thing I will tell all y'all is there's only one time to really have to fret, and that's when you really have to make a decision. So what I mean by that is opportunities will get set your way. So if someone wants to do a Zoom with you, someone wants to interview you, someone wants to do a call with you, what are you stressing over? Well, I don't know if I should do the Zoom. Well, I don't know. I mean, this guy, I don't know. I don't know. What do you think he wants to talk about? I don't know. Talk to the guy. Talk to him. Talk to him or her. Then when they give you the opportunity, then you need to make a decision. And you know what? Yeah, leaders, successful people, we like people who can make decisions. And we like people who can make decisions relatively quickly. But we also respect the fact that sometimes you need a couple hours or a day because you need to reflect. You need to go and talk to, you need to consult. So it's okay to appropriately say, hey, man, this sounds really good. Everything lines up. I just want a little bit of time to think through. Can we connect tomorrow? Successful people will respect that. They will respect that. Okay? But if you don't get back to them tomorrow, that opportunity is already gone. Because if you tell me and I award you an opportunity that you're going to connect with me tomorrow, I'm going to expect a text from you or a call, or we're going to have pre-scheduled something. And when I don't hear that from you, there's other people wanting the opportunity. And that's the way the world works, my friends. That's the way the world works. It's brutal, okay? So when we put all this together again, we have 9 principles: money, time, health, fun, protection, giving back, enhancement, support, why. So we have those 9 principles. You do the analysis, create the strategy, get your head around the strategy, get your heart around the strategy, work on adjusting your behavior, understand there'll be a learning curve. Good things come with consistent effort. And then learn how to recognize and seize those opportunities. And you do that, my friends, you are now the undefeated entrepreneur. And you will take that skill set that I just told you, those 9 principles and those 5 action steps, and you will replay them daily, weekly, monthly, annually. And you will keep using this as your life's working diagram. And it will consistently, continuously evolve. And you do that, you're undefeated. And you're not undefeated because you win at everything. You're undefeated because you don't give up. That's what makes you undefeated, is that you never, ever give up. Make sense? So you join me in becoming the undefeated entrepreneur, the undefeated woman, the undefeated man. You join me in this journey of becoming undefeated so that you can turn around and have the life you want and help those you want. That's the purpose. That's the purpose. Now, I know I went through the information pretty quick. I didn't have a lot of time. If you want further communication, if you want to touch base on more of what we did, at the end of this workshop, there will be a way, my contact information will be provided to you guys on how you get a hold of me. And I am more than happy to go through this plan with you guys one-on-one, where you can be more vulnerable, we can be more personal, and I can help you put this together. So all my contact info will be provided to you guys. So I hope you got a lot out of the workshop. And more importantly, I hope you go out and act upon the workshop. So once again, Al Phillip Neri, Mr. Undefeated, the undefeated entrepreneur. It's been a pleasure to chat with all of you and serve every one of you.
Hello, 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 everybody. It is your coach, your friend, your girl, Minister Laticia Nicole Beatty, and I am here today to talk to you about the manifestation of a millionaire mindset. Now, you already heard that I'm a minister, so you're going to hear some scripture because I believe that these are principles that we should live by. And Jesus said to him, if you can believe that all things are possible to them that believe. That was Mark 9:23. It says, it is time to change your mindset and renew your thoughts and your ways of thinking. And if you can renew your mind and thoughts towards things of God, you can change your world. What do I mean by change your world? By manifesting a millionaire mindset. So if you're listening to me, you want to become a millionaire entrepreneur, right? And you're not alone. It's a lot of people that's dreaming of being a millionaire and leaving their jobs and becoming their own boss. Don't that sound good? Your own boss. Enjoying vacations and a millionaire lifestyle, you know, what y'all see on TV. But there is a difference between those who dream of becoming a millionaire and those who actually do. Do you hear me? It's a difference. And it begins and ends with mindset. If you do not develop a millionaire mindset, you will continue to spin your wheels by doing the same thing, working and working and working so hard and never going anywhere. Now, what I'm going to talk to you about today is developing a millionaire mindset. And what that requires you is you to stretch your thinking. Start by developing these following 6 attributes. Okay. And like I said, it's going to be some scripture in there. So go ahead and get your pen. Go ahead and get your piece of paper. Get ready to write some notes because Minister Beatty is going to give you some scripture because you have to have the principles and follow them. All right. And if you aspire to be a millionaire at some point in your life, or you're aspiring to have a 6-figure business, you got to get really clear about your why. Why do you want it? Now, I remember throughout my 20s and even my 30s, my why was money. Okay. I experienced failures and some success, but it taught me that it's not about the money. It's about what can I do with the money? What can I do with the money? All right. What can I do with the money to help people? Who do I want to help? Oh God. Write this down. Habakkuk 2:2. Number 1, you must have a vision. You must have a vision. And the Lord answered me, write the vision, make it plain on tablets so he may run who reads it. Well, I'm an author of 7 books. author of 7 books. So I'm writing a lot of these visions. All right. I'm helping a lot of business owners earn money. I'm helping companies earn hundreds of thousands of dollars. Proverbs 29:18, where there is no prophetic vision, the people cast off restraints, but blessed is he who keeps the law. Okay. I'm glad I said something about a law, because there is a law of manifestation. There is a law of attraction. Oh my God, I just got happy. Habakkuk 2:3 says, for still the vision awaits its appointed time. It hastens to the end. It will not lie. If it seems slow, wait for it. It will surely come. It will not delay. Don't get so, bogged down in anxiety and want something so quick. It takes work. Okay. You didn't get this way overnight, and it's a process for you to have a millionaire mindset. And what I really love about Jeremiah 29:11, the Lord said, for I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans for welfare and not of evil, to give you a hope and a future. Oh my God. He wants to prosper us, saints, but we have to change our mindset. And last but not least, 1 Corinthians 2:9, but as it's written, what eyes have not seen, nor ears have heard, neither has it entered the heart of men, of what God has prepared for those who love him. Well, I know I love him. I love him. I love him. I love him. And he has prepared abundance for us. And all we have to do is shift our mindset. We have to shift our mindset. All right. So number two, go on and write it down. Go on and write it down. I hope you got your pen. Go on and write it down. Write it down. Love what you do. I know. You say it can't possibly be this easy. Love what you do, because when you love what you do, it doesn't feel like work. And when you love what you do, money will eventually start flowing to and through you. Oh my goodness. Even if at that moment you're working in a career or a job that you don't love. Oh my God. I just heard brakes. I heard skirt. That's what I heard. I heard in the spirit. I heard brakes say skirt. Because a lot of people are working in places and spaces and doing things that they don't love. Whew, my goodness. But if you simply would just shift your mindset to thinking about, what that job is doing for you. Shift your whole entire mindset. Instead of having anxiety about that job, or thinking of that job as being a weight, think of that job as your banker that's supporting you as you're working to where you want to be. Oh yeah, I'm about to say it. Y'all get ready. Speak life into your present circumstances and shift the way you are thinking, so that you can cherish your job for providing the means that you need to pursue what you love. Yes, I said it. It just depends on what you think and how you think about your present circumstances. That depends on what's going to manifest next for you. Oh my God, you have to love what you do. 1 Corinthians 13:4-8 said, love is patient. Oh my God. Be patient with yourself in that job or that career. Be patient with yourself in where you are. Love is kind. Be kind to yourself. And don't listen to people that say, your JOB is just over broke. Oh no. That JOB is helping you get you to where you want to be. Love doesn't envy or boast. It's not arrogant or rude. It doesn't insist on having its own way. It's not resentful. It does not rejoice in the wrongdoing. It rejoices with the truth. Love bears all things, believe all things, hopes all things, endures all things. Love never ends. Come on, somebody. I need you to hear me. I know that's that preacher coming out of me, but these are principles that we should stand on for our business, for our millionaire business, our millionaire mindset, because you are all millionaire entrepreneurs. Say it, believe it, speak it, receive it, right? All right. And 1 Corinthians 16:14 says, let's do all things in love. Doing a love. You cannot be working towards something in resentment and think you're going to manifest abundance. It's just the truth. It's just the truth. It's just the truth. Now I know many of you heard this, John 3:16, for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son, that whoever believed in him should not perish but have eternal life. But guess what? That was a sacrifice. What are you willing to sacrifice to get to where you want to be? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. And number 3, go on and get your pen. Write it down. Write it down. Write it down and make it plain for yourself. Write this down. Y'all hear me? Write this down. Be solution focused. I said it. Be solution focused. Be very clear on the problem your business solves. I'm going to say that one more time for you. Be very clear on the solution that your business solves. Okay. In addition to being solution focused, it means that you see solutions where other people see problems. Okay. Despite your circumstances, I'm talking about despite of what you're going through, despite of what they saying, despite of what you see a solution for these problems. So when the going gets tough, most people get going, right? But not you, millionaire mindset, not you. You find a solution to that problem. No matter how big the problem is or the challenge, it's a blessing in disguise for you because you are developing a millionaire mindset. Woo! Even if failure reaps the benefits, it will serve in the future. You say, I don't fail, I learn. Come on. I don't fail. I never fail. I'm always learning, right? And by focusing on the solution rather than the problem, you maintain a positive mindset and are not rattled by the circumstances beyond your control that may derail others. It won't derail you. The bigger you grow as an entrepreneur, the greater the pressure, the greater the responsibility, and the greater the problems. But you will never see them as problems. Those are blessings, right? Right. Millionaires are excited about their challenges because they know that abundance lies on the other side. And remember this, people who see solutions attract other people that see solutions. That was good to me. Now look, Philippians 4:8 says, finally, brother and sisters, whatever is true, whatever is honorable, whatever is just, whatever is pure, whatever is lovely, whatever is commendable, if there's anything excellent, if there's anything that's praiseworthy, think about these things. That's right. Even in business, you are going to have to control what you think because you don't want that place called the unconscious leading your conscious mind to old behaviors and sabotaging behaviors. Oh, that's a whole nother talk. But you want to be able to control what you think. Control what you think. So number 4 is so important, y'all. Number 4 is super important. Number 4, go ahead and write it down. Number 4, study leadership skills. I know you didn't want to hear that. You're going to have to study leadership skills. Study leadership skills. Focusing on your leadership skills is going to dramatically shift and change everything in your life and business. Now I like to read leadership books. I need y'all to grab this book. Start with Why, Simon, right here, Sinek, and internalize it. And the more you grow your leadership skills, the more you're going to attract other like-minded people in your business. Philippians 4:9 says, the things you have learned and received and have heard and seen in me, practice these things, and the God of peace will be with you. You know what? When we read and we study and we show ourselves approved, we don't have anxiety. We don't get all stressed out. We don't get all bent out of shape because we know that we're reading, we're developing, we're growing. We're not failing, we're learning, right? It's a whole different mindset. And number 5, go and write down number 5, y'all. Go and write number 5. Go and write it down, make it plain. Write it down. Be growth oriented. Well, how's that different? How's that different than studying leadership skills? Be growth oriented. Anytime that you ever thought that you've arrived, you've already lost. We are always pursuing growth and development. Millionaire businesses owners endlessly pursue growth and development. You've never arrived. You don't know everything. You'll never know everything. It's going to always be somebody that's doing better than you, and it's going to always be somebody that's doing worse than you. You've never arrived. The minute you think that you have everything, you've done everything, that's the end of your growth. And the first and foremost thing that you have to do is get a coach. My life was impacted more by having coaches in my life more than anything else that I've ever done in business or in life in general. I thank God for my coaches. I thank God for my minister, my pastor. I thank God for my business coach. I thank God for my health coach. I thank God for all of the coaches that I had in my life because it impacted me. And secondly, you have to be coachable. And see, often what happens is when you seek wise counsel, sometimes we seem to put up a wall, okay, between you and the feedback that you're receiving. Knowing that a coach sees your business and life from a place that you can't see it, from a perspective that you can't see it, that you cannot see it. Did you hear? Because you've never been there. How could you take someone to a place that you've never been? How could you see something in yourself that you've never seen before? Because if you've seen it, you would have manifested by now. Trust that your coach has the wisdom and the full picture and the perspective that you just don't have. The more prime that you hear and assimilate the feedback for your life and study and show thyself approved and put into practice, be not just a hearer of the word, but a doer of the word, and don't deceive yourself, the faster and the further your business will grow. 2 Timothy 2:15 says, study and show thyself approved. A workman that needeth not to be ashamed, greatly divided the word of truth. Oh, that's good to me. Oh, this is good to me. It's good to my whole soul. I hope it's good to yours too. And number 6, change your thinking from doing to being. Oh, Minister Beatty, what did you just say? What did you just say? Change your thinking from doing to being. Oh, what do you mean by that? Now, you guys, listen. I'm going to say this real slow. And people, especially entrepreneurs, are constantly doing in order to have stuff. Come on, who am I talking to? A new car, a new house, more new clients, or whatever it is that's going to make you feel significant and good about yourself. Normally, people like this believe that once they become millionaires, they will truly be significant and have done something worthwhile. But that's backwards. That's a backwards way of thinking. If you truly want to have $1 million, you must first be and think like a millionaire. By doing so, you will attract the necessary resources. You will attract the necessary resources. I call that the law of manifestation. Oh God, Proverbs 23:7 says, for as a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. What that pretty much means, what a man passionately thinks, he becomes. Oh, ladies, I'll say it for you too, because when I read it, when I hear man, honey, I be thinking about me too. What a woman passionately thinks, she becomes. Hebrew 11:1 says, now faith is the confidence of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. Ooh, what that means to me, what a man deeply or strongly feels and say, he attracts. Faith is the substance. I do this a lot, but I want you to see. Look into my hand. You might not see nothing. Might see lines. Me, I see abundance. I see hope. I see zillions of dollars, if that's the word. I see peace. I see people that need help, that I can help. That God has given me this amazing gift to help people see themselves the way God sees them. And he has given us the power to get wealth. And I truly believe that God has given you and I the power to get wealth. Peace and blessings, you guys. Thank you. www.LaticiaNicole.com. Bye.
Welcome. Thank you for joining. My name is Tony Robinson, known online as Tony Robinson Consulting. I'm an author, an entrepreneur, and investor from Cleveland, Ohio. My company works with everyday people to help them put money back into their monthly budget, creating wealth for themselves and ultimately for their future generations. Over the past 20 years, my company has helped hundreds of people be able to qualify and obtain their first property, and also their first investment property as well. So I'm here today to talk about the title for my new book and also for my talk, which is The Power of Generational Wealth. I appreciate the opportunity working with BlackCEO. I thank BlackCEO for putting this event together. It's been a blessing working with them, them showing me how to level up my business and put my business in the next trajectory, and they can do the same for you as well. Like I said, the title of my platform today is The Power of Generational Wealth. One must really make a conscious decision to both affect and be responsible for their own future. This conscious decision is best if it's based on probable and what's likely. There's a quote from a famous author, Deepak Chopra. In one of his best-selling books, Meta-Human, he talks about this unleashing this infinite power. According to what he says, one's consciousness interprets a situation in a specific way. The reality of that situation fits whatever consciousness has decided. Say that again. Once consciousness interprets a situation in a specific way, the reality of that situation fits whatever consciousness has decided. So in layman's terms, whatever the mind believes, the mind can achieve. Deepak Chopra said that. Why is that important today? Why am I here wearing these chains? So, in talking about the power of generational wealth, as it relates to our culture, we're last. We're very last when it comes to wealth accumulation. And I believe that has a lot to do with the chains that we've had on ourselves for some time. At this point, it's really a mental chain that we have, and according to our spending habits and the way we do business. There are 5 pillars of wealth. Savings and credit is one. Real property assets, investments, entrepreneurship, and asset protection. Let's think about wealth. When you think about wealth, what does that bring to mind? How can you accumulate wealth? That's really a buzzword. Everybody talks about having multiple streams of income. What does that really mean to you? Think about that. In the world of capitalism, W.E.B. Du Bois said, capitalism is like having 3 ears of corn. One you eat, one you sell, and one you plant for seed for the future. In America, minorities, especially Black Americans, have not practiced capitalism since its inception. We are the perfect consumer for our economy. We need to change that. And that's what these chains are all about today. My talk over the course of the next few minutes will be designed to give you the keys to breaking the generational wealth curse that's been placed on the Black community. There are 5 pillars of wealth. Savings and credit is one. Real property assets or real estate is another. Investments, which could be your 401k, your IRA, any number of stocks and bonds, mutual funds, things of that nature. Entrepreneurship and asset protection. Those are the 5 pillars of wealth where it really makes sense to concentrate your efforts as you're looking at building your wealth journey. W.E.B. Du Bois, a famous black scholar from the early 19th century, says capitalism is like having 3 ears of corn. One you eat, one you sell, and one you plant the seeds for next year's harvest. In America, the way we've been designed, blacks have not practiced capitalism, which is why we're on the bottom of the wealth spectrum. W.E.B. Du Bois goes on to say, to be a poor man is hard, but to be poor a poor race in a land of dollars is the very bottom of hardship. So why are we here today? In addition to discussing the power of generational wealth, my platform is financial literacy. And ultimately what we want to do is break generational curses or chains to start doing business and have a paradigm shift into the way that we have done things, making it better for our future generations. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about my story along my wealth journey. Hopefully it's something that you can relate to and know what's possible for you and also for your family as well. Like I mentioned, I'm from Cleveland, Ohio, and like most of you, I come up in a family where sports, education, and church was a very strong prevalence in my background. Sports became my love and my opportunity to take my education and my life in a different trajectory. Ultimately, what really made the difference was my time working in the banking industry. I spent 15 years in banking, having an opportunity to work with some of the largest financial institutions in the country, starting in telemarketing, working my way up through management. And really what I saw more than anything else was our folks were the ones coming into the bank not in position to buy a home, not in position to start a business, not in position to get that loan. And really they just needed guidance. So where is financial literacy taught? Is it taught? You know, another famous author and black scholar, Dr. Claude Anderson, says there's 2 great maladies in the past millennium, the past 2,000 years. One is the world's lack, care, and respect and repair for all of Africa's resources, from its people to its natural resources. And number 2, the lack of financial education in the Western world, in the world dominated by politics, economics, and resources. And that is truly the impetus of my book and the purpose of my talk today, which is the power of generational wealth. What we're going to do today is take off these chains and make new decisions. We're going to take off the chains and make a decision, not only for ourselves, but for our family. If you have children, in most cases, that's your why. That's my why, and that's why I'm here today. So the second greatest wealth product in the United States of America is land ownership. Land. The best resource in America is the land itself. Only second all time to slavery. Think about that for a minute. The reason I'm in real estate, the reason I love real estate, and the reason there's an opportunity and journey for yourself in the real estate business is because it's tangible property. It's assets. If you don't have an asset, you don't own and control where you live. You can be put out or forced out at any time by your landlord or by the owner of your property. If you control where you live, that starts the opportunity to create and generate wealth. First, from the equity in the property, and second, the asset itself can be used to fund other things. So it's the land resources. Let's talk about the history just a little bit, since we're in Black History Month, talking about the history of land in America. In 1862, which was the last greatest homestead in America, the Homestead Act of 1862. You know what that means? Let's talk about it. The United States of America gave up 160 acres, up to 160 acres, to any white family, to any settler, European settler, that came here and made improvements on the land, modest improvements over a 5-year period. So what does that mean? It allowed 400,000 to 600,000 European settlers to come to the United States, get free land, and what happened with that land? The good thing about time is we've got time to look back and see what's happened. On average, every 25 to 30 years, the value of that land has doubled. So what does that mean? Those generations of families that got property in the 1860s, that's still in their family in most cases today. Most of the real estate in the United States, about 87%, is locked and boxed. You can't get to it. Those are the universities, the city buildings, things of that nature. All the railroads. The railroads were given 6 acres on either side of the railroad for about a penny. For about a penny in the 1800s. Think about that. So because blacks were not allowed to vote, have citizenship, we weren't even citizens at the time. We're 3/5 of a human. Everybody knows that, right? So if you couldn't vote, couldn't buy property, couldn't have or own a business, how are you able to generate wealth? Well, on the eve of the Civil War, the United States, and right after the Civil War, Black Americans had worked themselves up to be about 0.5% of the wealth of the total nation. Now, we've had 2 world wars, we've had the Iraq War, and countless others. And today, about 175 years later, Black Americans still have about 0.5% of our nation's wealth. So that means we're allowed to go to college now. We've got degrees. We've got great jobs. We can buy homes. All of those things changed. However, we still only have 1/2 of 1% of our nation's wealth. Why is that? It's based on consumer spending. Most people are aware of the United States economy. About 70% of it is based on spending. How do we spend? Let's think about that for a minute. The money that we spend, that we generate from our jobs, from our employment, from our businesses, about 98% of that goes out of our community within 8 hours of that money being generated. 8 hours. Other communities, white communities, European communities, Eastern European communities, Chinese, the money stays and bounces within that community 6, 8, 10, 12, 15 times before it leaves that community. So as you can see, there's a huge imbalance to how we're spending. Spending, as it relates to credit, as it relates to wealth, makes all the difference. So we're going to talk about habits just a little bit today. What are you spending your money on? We all spend our money, at least according to the 1.3 trillion that we generate annually. A lot of that is spent on beauty and healthcare. Women getting their hair done. Brothers getting a haircut. We like to look good, right? How many of those businesses do we own? And I mean the supply chain, the vertical supply chain, from the creation and manufacturing to the trucking and distribution to the retail stores. How many of those companies do we own personally? Not very many. We are huge in the frozen foods business. Black Americans spend a huge amount of money, and we probably support about 17% of that industry, according to last statistics. How much of that do we own? Think about the industries and the systems in our country. Education system, the legal system, the medical system. Think about those systems for a minute. How many of those systems do we actually own? How many do we control? Dr. Claude Anderson says, what you own and control in America determines your outlook. What resources you personally own and control determines your outlook in America. It determines what you're able to do. And so as it relates to wealth and wealth building, let's really take a step back for a minute and look at what we spend our money on. If we don't change how we spend our money, we are not able to generate, create, and ultimately leave wealth to our future generations. So let's talk about a minute about the decisions that we make. You know, we all have heard some of the buzzwords and some of the famous sayings about creating wealth, generating wealth. Well, let's look at why we don't do those things. I think if we go back to Deepak Chopra's statement, it's about our conscious mind. Our conscious mind is comfortable with our norms. We're extremely comfortable with the way we do things. We're comfortable with our lifestyle, the money we make. We like the big cars, big homes, suburban living, things of that nature. But that paradigm shift hasn't happened to where we're creating some tangible substance behind that. Like I said, we all are getting degrees. We all are getting jobs, especially Black women. Shout out to our queens for doing their thing. But let's look at the information. Let's look at what we're doing and our habits. Going back to a famous author, Robert Kiyosaki, in his book, Rich Dad, Poor Dad, he talks about the return on information. He says it's only possible with knowledge. Without knowledge, information is meaningless. Information without financial education cannot then be processed into wealth. Let me say that again. Information or return on information is only possible with knowledge. Without knowledge, that information is meaningless. The information without financial education can then not be processed into wealth. So what does that mean? It means you can be as smart as a whip. It won't matter if you can't apply it. The application is what we're looking for here on a large scale in our communities. Let's face it, all investments are risky. It's as risky as the information you have. If you don't know how to invest in real estate, or you don't know anything about stocks or cryptocurrency or Bitcoin or any foreign exchange, it's all risky to you. The more information you have, the more comfortable you get with it. So let's make a conscious decision today to unleash our meta-human, our infinite potential. Let's unleash our best selves, not for us, but for our future generations. Let's as we wrap it up here today, and this talk, I'd like for you to kind of consider some takeaways. What can we take away from this virtual opportunity to make a change for something different? I've got some practical ways we can do that. Really, financial literacy, financial education starts at home, okay? It starts at home. So what does that mean to the average family? If you have kids, are you discussing your monthly budget with your kids at the kitchen table? If you're not doing that, why? Let's think about why we don't do that. Other cultures are doing that. Let's talk about starting businesses at the kitchen table. Let's have conversations about credit. Whether your credit's good or bad doesn't matter. It's the conversation with the children. Think about it for a second. If you're over 30, how did you learn about credit and financial literacy? More times than not, it's probably because you messed up with a credit card, or you took out a loan that you defaulted on when you were in college and didn't have very much money, or when you were starting your first job and your income was inconsistent, right? But we learn through the experience because we didn't have the foundational information given to us at home, okay? So let's start by having some tangible conversations with our children at the kitchen table. Are you insured? Do you have insurance outside of your primary employer? We all know that we don't stay at jobs 20 and 30 years like our parents did before us, right? So what happens with that group term insurance when you leave that job? You're no longer insured. And so it's important to have a policy, at least a small policy, outside of your employment to protect your family. Now, there's a separate conversation we can have about asset protection and insurance. It's also a wealth building product, okay? We won't get into that much today, but the point is having conversation at home, at the kitchen table with your children, okay? Let's talk about creating businesses with our children. One of the fun activities you can do with your child, is let's look at the things that they're passionate about, whether it's video games or dancing or sports or what have you. How can we turn that passion into a money-making entity? There are people doing it right now. You know, I have a son that's 7 years old. He loves that kid Ryan on YouTube. He spends hours watching Ryan on YouTube. Why is it not possible for him to make those same videos? Ryan's making money. Okay? His family is creating wealth for him as a child. Why are we not doing those same things? Buy land. If you do not own a home, okay, the first step in getting your wealth journey started is home ownership. Let's buy some land. If you're not in a credit position, you can text me. Text me 216-832-3675. Text wealth. WELTH, text wealth to 216-832-3675. At the end of this presentation, I do have a free gift that I'm going to offer to everybody that came by and stopped at my virtual front row here today. But I want you to understand that there is practical ways and small steps that we all can take to improve our financial futures. Okay? And lastly, is making sure that you have the proper protection. Once you start to accumulate money in your 401k, your IRA, once you have a home, maybe you have an investment property, maybe you've started a side business outside of your job, let's take the proper steps to ensure those things so that when you pass, you're not leaving just the debts and a grand idea to your children. Okay? As I wrap up here today, I want you guys to understand that you can find me and all of my products and all of our services that we offer at TonyRobinson.com. That's TONE Robinson.com. What we're doing is we're offering a free gift here today. It's a wealth building toolkit to go along with our conversation and our talk here today. And it's offered free of charge because we want to put something in your hand that has value. Now, we've got some other services to go along with that, but that's the free gift today. You can text me at 216-832-3675 to get that free gift, or you can see me on the front row and on the website at TonyRobinson.com. I look forward to working with you, and I look forward to seeing you on your wealth journey. Take care.
It's time to start a movement of excellence where integrity is the foundation. We've manufactured plenty of dots by others' design. Now it's time for us to get intentional about connecting the dots and creating our own design. For legacy, for wealth, for legacy wealth. The time is now, if you agree. Our promise is no member will be left behind. It's time to figure out how to live, how to create, and how to win when you have a team of superheroes on your side. Or you can stay as things are. Your choice, their matrix or ours. Join the BlackMillionairesMatrix.com.
Hello, my name is Tanya Hardy. I am from Atlanta, Georgia. I'm here to let you know people with disabilities need love too. Do you know why I'm saying that? Because I have a disability. Do you know what else? I took control of my life and found success through loving myself. I was diagnosed with a learning disability as a young girl. I couldn't read very well, and my comprehension was very bad. I got teased in school and in the neighborhood. Can you imagine how a young girl would feel growing up in this situation? I know many people had experienced this too. Even though I had a learning disability, I kept going. One thing I needed most was love. At the age of 17, I was still searching for love, so I started to rebel by disrespecting myself and my body. I rebelled by staying out late, skipping school, and as a normal teenager, tried some drugs, also being sexual active. The reason why I was rebelling because I, I was trying to hurt my mom and then realized I was only hurting myself because I thought she didn't love me. This is why I told you earlier, people with disability needs love too. These choices that damaged my thinking and made me go into deep depression. At the time, the doctors prescribed me some medication for my deep depression. Also, when I got the medication in me, it made me open up a little better, but the side effects also made me gain weight and make me sleepy. The doctors at the time prescribed me medication, even though it let me open up a little better, but the side effects made me gain weight and sleepy. Can you imagine how that can affect my education? While I was in school in Atlanta, in high school, my teachers doubted me, lost confidence in me. I relocated in New York City with my grandparents. Also, the schools in New York City, the teachers doubted me, but I graduated with a Regents diploma. Despite all this setback, I was determined to make it. I knew I had to love myself first. I'd like to share with you my 5 tips to my journey to get to self love. Tip number 1, set positive boundaries. Setting positive boundaries are have a plan, what you want to do in your life, what you want out of life, and what you want to become. What's your purpose in life? Tip number 2, change your environment. Like I say, I changed my environment. It was the happiest thing. Change my environment helped me, guide me to love myself because my grandparents took me in. I was stable, I was loved, and they believed in me. Changing my environment helped me. It can help you because changing your environment, moving forward, can help you by letting go of your setback, what was holding you back, where you were doing negative things, wasn't feeling comfortable in your inner self. Tip number 3: surround yourself with positive energy. I talk to myself positive, give me life, self-talk, self-affirmation. My favorite was I am beautiful, I am smart, I don't care what people say. Tip number 4: improve your circumstances. With all that, I wanted more. I over I overcame my learning disability and I own my own business. I'm a mommy entrepreneur. Find something in life to make you happy and pursue that, your dream. Tip number 5, just get started. Getting started means I didn't wait till someone to tell me I love me. I start loving myself and realizing I am more than a conqueror and I am a woman that can face anything through self by loving myself. Self-love means to me is very important. It's the best love because you can face obstacles in life when people talk down on you, even people that are important, like a teacher or a family member, thought you nobody, but look at me. I own my own business and I am on the BlackCEO Iconic Conference. Thank you for listening to me. And you can find me on Facebook, Tanya Hardy. My Instagram is melody.sexexpert. Now my new business I have is desire underscore sex underscore doula. That means I can help through women during postpartum, after birth, or during birth for embracing their confidence through sexuality, feminist, or and finding their feminist divine. I find mine. I hope you find yours. Thank you. Bye. My name is Tanya Hardy. I'm a self-love coach. I hope you're able to watch my talk on self-love. I went into details about my journey dealing with learning disability and how it affects how I love myself. Today, in my workshop, I was going into a little deeper on self-love. So let's get started on the introduction of Tanya Hardy, Iconic Workshop. My title is Self-Love, Secrets to Healing Your Inner Self Scars. My two business as Tanya Beauty Supplies and Bedroom Candy by Tanya. Tanya Beauty Supplies is for self-care, boost your self-care, your self-esteem. Once your self-care and your self-esteem is together, now you can work on your confidence as sexuality. I do bedroom candy. That's help with empowering women in positive sex skills, empowering safe sex as well. Now, let's get to the learning steps of self-love. First step is positive boundaries. It's teach Positive boundaries teach us how to conquer the world. Once you set positive boundaries, it sets of positive impact of life. Self positive talk with self affirmation. You set that up daily during the day to get through our day. Help us guide us a peace of mind. So self-positive, self-talk, do it as soon as you get up in the morning. It sets your tone of the day. It helps you with guide your mind in peace so you can think positive and make right choices. Forgive yourself. Once you forgive yourself, it's treating yourself. It's not good to treat yourself so hard. It can damage your mindset. When you're so hard on yourself, doubt yourself, and oh, I did bad. That's negative talk. We don't want that. It's damage your mindset. So always forgive yourself because we fight to live another day. That's through self-love, positive. You know, forgive yourself is moving forward, so you don't have setbacks of life. Once you move forward, you got to keep your eyes on the prize. Overcoming the darkness sides of you. It guides you to go forward with your life. Once you overcome the darkness side of you, you see a new aspect of life. Once you overcome the darkness sides of your soul or your spirit, because you have to know yourself to move forward and keep it positive. All right, another learning steps of self-love is the best love. Once you have your self-love, yourself is nothing can come between your inner thoughts. Once you have your self-love, your inner thoughts, nobody cannot come between you and your inner thoughts. Like when people say negative things about you, you quit, say something positive about yourself. Once you quit to say something positive about yourself, you let nothing come between your thoughts of your mind, of you hold your own, how you think about yourself. You will not be easily broken. Some days you might have bad days or in a relationship or a friendship. You can get back down, but you always can pick back up once you return back to your life. Because when you're so down, you easily broken. You easily get your feelings hurt. In life, you have to overlook that and move on, because once you learn the steps of hardship and the hardness, everything is not easy, so you can't be easily broken. Self-love can guide you and make life easier. Once you love yourself, life can be easier, a little easier. You make your life choices. You make your own, like they said, as an example, you make your bed as you lie in. So your mindset, what you think is coming out of your body tone, your physical emotions, your physical everything, your language, your like everything's come in your body language. People don't have to see what you're thinking. They can know by your body language. So once you set the tone, head up, speak good about yourself, it guides you in a life path of a little easier life. Life is not hard, but you can fight through it through self-love. Knowing your real pleasure feels through intimacy. A lot of ladies want love through sex or pleasure, but you have to know the right pleasure of your of yourself. Because once you have self love and that man respect you or anything or yourself, because you have sex toys, single toys, or couple toys. So that's when my business come as Bedroom Candy as an example. Positive sex, learn about sex education, knowing your pleasure, self-confidence in yourself. That's all comes in. Doing self-care brings care for your mind to your body also in the best of you. Self-care brings out the best of you. You look good, smell good about yourself. You always set the tone of productive day. That's when Tiny Beauty Supplies, the Boosted Self Care and CBD products, is help you relaxation or it can help you with aches and pains. Like a lot of ladies do a lot of self care in the herb. That's a positive way. Taking a herb bath, herb tea, CBD care. It boosts your care. It can also boost your self esteem. Doing facials, take time out to just enjoy life, enjoy yourself. You gotta learn how to enjoy yourself to before you have company, because you will know your own self. Because sometimes you don't have to have everybody around you. Just go out, enjoy yourself, take care of yourself. Aware of your personal needs. When I say be aware of your personal needs, be aware of your sexuality, your feminine confidence. That's all through self love. Knowing your self worth. When you know all your self love, and also knowing your loving yourself, bring out the self worth out of you. Know your worth. Don't set yourself cheap or short, because life is valuable. Loving is valuable, and love is free. So it's worthy of yourself. Also, health self education. You have to learn health self education. For once, health self education gives you the positive impact of sexuality or having sex, safe sex, positive. That's one thing, loving yourself. Like having mental partners or anything, that's not loving yourself. Learn how to wait or know when to have sex when you're in a relationship. Knowing the healthy way of sex education, it helps you knowing the proper way of intercourse. The proper way of intercourse, smoothly, relaxation, know your fantasy, not just lust. Lust is not self-love. It's not. That's not worthy of your body or your mind. Fantasy is good to have because you're doing something, fantasizing what woman's, pleasure, good, safe sex of pleasure. Knowing your sexuality and your pleasure needs. You gotta know your wants, how you want to be touched, how you want to be loved. That's why it's good to know yourself, know your body, and know everything about yourself. Sex positive is an example of loving your body. Because once you have sex positive, loving your body, it sets the tone of someone else loving you and knowing that you are loved. Like it's a lot of like they say, love is blind. That's the way love is blind. Blind is that you don't love yourself, or you think the guy's good or anything that he loves you. No, that's not it. You gotta know sex positive example. Explain of your body. Having a woman or a man orgasm by pleasing each other also helps release stress in your life. So sometimes women need a little boost, orgasm, or feeling that orgasm. And then sometimes, they used to say, as an example, men get it quicker than women. So sometimes the man has to learn how we want to be feel so we can release our stress through orgasm. That's very important. Orgasm is a part of life women needs in their life, know how to, get that stress relief in life. Because all right, self-love activity. So now the activity is I'm gonna walk through the participates through creating a self-love vision board on Canvas. Self-love vision board brings out your vision about aspects of life. It gives you vision what love about yourself. All right. Step one, how to get a cabbie on. How to set a cabbie. You gotta have to download the Canvas on the app, on a smartphone, or on the computer. So you can just type cabbie, and then it comes on the Google or whatever. And then once it's download, follow directions on the Canvas, on the app, plot your email and password to sign up. And then enter your Canvas, you see all types of tablets designs. So you're gonna go to that design of Canvas, says print, portrait, and then click the blank tablets. You click the blank one so you can download photos on your cell phone or computer. It's very easy, so you can see step by step. You'll see it better once you do it by yourself. And I'm gonna show you an example of a Canvas should look, like different types of pictures. For example, self-love vision board on a cabbie. All right, so one photo I would do, I love my girl tribe. I'm gonna pick one photo and make an example. That's a picture of my Lego Desire Sets Doula coach. I passed it on my birthday, so I was very excited, my birthday weekend, and I learned more about my sexuality. I learned about, more feministly, and sexual drama, and I learned about other women going through other things just like me and how they overcame and how they want to empower other women just like me. I love my girl tribe. Yes. I love. I just love being a girl. Because we got so many. Because women are so respected, even though we gotta learn how to respect ourselves. Because women out there hustling, being blessed, doing our things, what we need to do, be independent. We give birth as a mother as well. And some women cannot have babies, but they give birth of life as well, because it's different types of girl in this world. Mother, or just being a woman. A mother, a girl, love my girl tribe. It's the tribe of just being blessed as a girl, and to have birth a daughter, birth another human as a girl in me. And that's the blessing of being a girl. Sometimes blessings being a girl is blessing to bring another girl in this world and teach them about self-love and teach them how to be a mother or how to be a woman in this world, to be respected. It goes a long way. And so the challenge I want to give you, a self-love challenge I challenge you to do a self-love photo shoot and write one word of self-affirmation about that photo. The deadline is April 30th, and you can email it to me, Tanya Hardy, TonyAHardy 88 gmail.com. So I'm a self-love coach. My name is Tanya Hardy, which I have a learning disability. I didn't let nothing stop me to love myself. I didn't let harsh judgment stop me either, to stop me. I empower women what I'm passionate about self-love. It's very important in life because it's like giving you a second chance in life. Self-love also give you air to breathe on in life. And also I'm an entrepreneur and I'm enjoying it. I love it. I'm having fun. And now I'm ready to meet new clients who that need help in that path as a self-love. I am here to help you. So enjoy the rest of your day. And you can find me on Facebook on Tanya Hardy. Please give me your feedback and send me your self-love photo shoot at my email. And I challenge you to be bold, be fierce, be self-love, be bold, be fierce, be self-love. Thanks to BlackCEO Iconic Conference for this opportunity. Have a blessed day.
It's time to start a movement of excellence where integrity is the foundation. We've manufactured plenty of dots by others' design. Now it's time for us to get intentional about connecting the dots and creating our own design. For legacy, for wealth, for legacy wealth. The time is now, if you agree. Our promise is no member will be left behind. It's time to figure out how to live, how to create, and how to win when you have a team of superheroes on your side. Or you can stay as things are. Your choice, their matrix or ours. Join the BlackMillionairesMatrix.com.